Standings goes to the wild card. Well, the Twins lost to the Rays. KC did win. Boston lost. Seattle and Texas won. So right now the Tigers are 5.5 games behind both Kansas City and Minnesota. They are the Red Sox and Mariners are also 5.5 games back, and Tampa is 6 games back.
Yep. So they got 22 left, I believe.
I don't have the actual standings.
Yes, 22 games left, and with 22 games left, with 5.5 back. I mean, you're not obviously mathematically eliminated.
No, I've seen it before.
But the problem, Tom had the numbers. Tom, do you still remember the numbers you told us in the bullpen?
Yeah, so, a week and a half ago we said 88 would probably get you in. I would say 87 gets you in now. And it could be a few less, but you can't count on other teams going less than 500. So, basically, I of the two teams, the Twins and Royals, you want the Royals to be the team you're chasing at this point because you play them 3 times and you can do direct damage, and I think they have a harder schedule left, too. They close with Atlanta, so if you're within 3 with 3 to go and Atlanta's in a race, too, maybe with your games against the White Sox, you got a chance. But this thing's on life support, and I would say that last night probably sealed the deal.
Yes, it did.
So to get to 87,
because you blew a 5-0 lead, you could have been on the top line. You could have been 4.5 going to Oakland. You need to get a game in San Diego. You can't get swept when you're trying to make up ground like this. And I would say, Stoney, they've got to go at least 6-1 the next 7.
Oh, absolutely.
Against San Diego, Oakland, and the Rockies, and then you're maybe still hanging around.
Yeah, and you get Kansas City, and you get the Orioles, right?
But to do the numbers even further, with 22 games left, to get to 87, they're going to have to go 17-5.
Yeah, and they're on a 15-6 stretch, I think.
Right, and
so they've been playing that good, and they haven't even played that good.
And the team, they got to play Baltimore 6 times.
Right.
All right, so that's.
And Tampa's not going to be easy. The White Sox, you think you should get at least 2 guaranteed.
Right, so it just right now they're on pace, obviously, with the 70-70 to be a 500 team. 81-81. To be 6 games better than that, not only do they have to be 17-5, but what was it for Kansas City? Kansas City have to be, what was it?
There are 76 wins already.
Right.
That's what I say. If they go like 11-11 or 11-10, whatever it would be.
Yeah.
They get to 87.
87.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got. That's why I thought last week when we brought this up, picking a number, despite our optimism and complimenting how would to finish the deal and get to the win total you need to get to, we had said they would have to close in totality 33-11.
And
that's absurd. That's 750 baseball.
Especially now, granted, the whole starting by committee, the group effort.
Yeah.
It's worked. It's been really good. You cannot. That's not sustainable, I don't think, in a major pennant
Not for a 17-5 record.
No.
So,
not at all.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Look, there are a lot of people that believe that, if they had a player who was really good, one of the top players at his position in baseball.
Who leads their team in home runs, batting average, and RBIs?
Yeah, they wouldn't be in this position, and we'll let you know about that and the situation he occurred coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
I didn't get a sheet. I know. I didn't get a sheet. Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out, and for less than $3 a day. And today you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
Just a base hit just in a spot where nobody was by Manny Machado. Tigers lose 6-5. I mentioned there was a player that, the Tigers probably could have used. They might not have been in this spot. And look, I'm in full disclosure. I wasn't on the bandwagon, but I was wrong because they probably should have signed him. I don't even know if he would have come here. I have no idea if they even offered him anything, but we're talking about Matt Chapman of the Giants, who's having a great year. And the Giants, who are not having a great year, rewarded their arguably best player this season with an extension that takes him to a contract of 6 years, $151 million.
Starting next year.
Starting next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The deal will expire in 2030. Chapman will be 37 years old. He's having a terrific season. He's one of the best. His WAR stats are great, and his OPS is above. He's been great.
Yeah, that's actually why Costa's not here. He was so upset this morning at about we got the news. I got the update when I woke up this morning. I think it happened, or at least it hit the news wire at about 1 in the morning, and so he was so upset that he's not able to be here this morning.
Yes, well, speaking of which, he's not here because he went to see Green Day, and we'll have information about what happened last night.
Yeah.
Green Day.
It's a very eventful concert.
Yes, coming up shortly with Heather and News. Some ticket text. Losing that 5-0 lead is the end. It was a fun run. The Tigers are done. Scott and South Line. I completely agree. They're done. No one believes in what they're doing. I went to the Red Sox game Sunday, as was surprised as the crowd being rather small under the circumstances. No one believes it's Lions time in the city. No doubt about it. It's Lions time. It's NFL time starting tonight.
Yes.
We will start winning when I come around. That's Reese Olson and Billy Joe Armstrong. Good riddance to this Tiger playoff run. We're getting all the Green Day stuff in there. By the way, the NFL season does kick off tonight in Kansas City again. Hopefully for the Chiefs, they'll have a better outcome than they had last year when the Lions went up there and beat them.
Well, hopefully for the Chiefs, you're hoping they win?
I hope the Chiefs beat the Ravens.
Really?
Yeah.
Who do you want the Lions to see in the Super Bowl? This could be an AFC championship game matchup.
It could be, but you know what?
Last year.
The Chiefs had a worse record than the Lions and a lot of other teams. They still won the Super Bowl, so I'm not even concerned about that part. If the Lions go to the Super Bowl and play the Chiefs, I want the Lions to win. I
understand that.
I'd love to see the Chiefs go to the Super Bowl. Try to
graduate of the School of Master of the Obvious.
Try to make 3 in a row. I don't. I have no. Well, you're a Ravens fan?
No, I'm not saying I'm a Ravens fan.
Who do you want to win tonight?
I actually kind of would like the Ravens to win.
Okay.
Not that I'm just picking a side, and
right.
my 51 versus my 49 would be for the Ravens.
Basically, I'm pretty much with you on the other side, but it's like you looked at me like, oh my God, you're picking the Chiefs to win?
No, I didn't say no. You said you weren't picking the Chiefs to win. You said hopefully for them.
The Chiefs, they win.
Yeah.
Yes, like hopefully for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they would win their game. Hopefully for any team, for them, they win their game. You say
that's about the game. Hopefully for them, down in Columbus, they'll win.
Well, that's a different animal. Yeah.
So
they're animals. That's completely different. For the few people, there are people that I do know who went to Ohio State actually are good people.
Really?
Yes.
It's time to name names. I don't know these people.
Oh, I know a couple. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Chris Spielman.
Okay. Got me on that one.
Hey, Taylor Decker.
I don't know him very well.
Okay.
I know that he's been here long enough. We interviewed
Bobby
him,
Carpenter.
and he was using big words. Bobby's a decent
Dan
guy.
Wilkinson, your former teammate.
Teammates, yes. I'm
Okay.
talking about, okay.
Okay.
So any regular individuals
Yes, I
from
do-
the state of
I do
Ohio
know
or graduates of
I do-
the Ohio State University.
I do know a few. Anyway, here's Heather in the news.
Well, just as the start of a new school year got underway, terror struck at a Georgia high school. 4 people, including 2 teachers and 2 students, were killed in a shooting at Appalachia High School. 9 others were injured. 8 were students. 1 was a teacher. Police do say that of those injured, everyone is expected to make a full recovery. The shooter has been identified, a 14-year-old student at the school. He will be charged as an adult with murder. Authorities are still investigating the motive and how this student was able to get this weapon into the school in the first place. We're also learning that the suspect and his father were questioned by law enforcement last year regarding some anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting. Now, at the time, the suspect denied that he was making threats online. We also know the 4 victims. I might not be saying their names correctly, but I'm going to try anyway. 2 14-year-old students, Mason Schermerhorn, Christian Angelo, and then 2 math teachers. Also, one was a football coach, Richard Aspinwall and Christina Earmarie.
And one of the students was autistic,
Yes.
I read.
Yes.
Sad.
Absolutely
Yeah.
devastating. Yep. You mentioned this earlier this morning. Green Day was
Yeah.
performing at Comerica Park last night, and they had to be rushed off stage. They were about 15 minutes into their set when suddenly they stopped performing and they ran off the stage. And apparently it was all because there was an unauthorized drone
Over top?
flying over the baseball field. Yeah, so the band did return to the stage about 10 minutes later. So it was
Yeah.
a brief pause. The Detroit Police Department resolved the situation, said there was an individual outside of the event that was
Trying
flying
to
this
get
drone.
a better seat.
Yeah, exactly. Take it all in from up above. And they were detained for questioning. So
They can
Strange.
be very disconcerting when you see when you're not expecting to see a drone. I've been at some
Right.
parks where all of a sudden, hey, people are flying their drones and they come over top. You're like, whoa, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
We were at a football game, one of Jack's earlier scrimmages. There was a scrimmage in Belleville, and their youth league. They had a drone that was taking film over top of varsity on one side, JV on another.
cool.
It was really cool,
Yeah.
and to see the footage of it was awesome. But I didn't know it was going to be there, and it really was a little bit. Wait, what's going on?
I know.
So I can understand why they would be, why they would get rushed
Yeah,
off the stage.
I do too. Now, speaking of drones, the Detroit Lions are going to be celebrating the start of the season with their own drone show over Ford Field.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's going to be like a Lions-themed drone show. It's planned for 8:45 p.m. on Saturday. It's going to take place 400 feet above Ford Field, facing downtown Detroit. You can go to like Madison Street to get a good view.
Have you ever seen any of those drone shows?
Not
in
live.
person?
No.
No.
Have you?
So partially, we were down at Disney. They had a fireworks show, and they used drones as part of it.
Oh, cool.
And it was however they do the programming, it's amazing. The technology and obviously the light, it just was so cool to see different either
Yeah.
Disney characters or American flags that they were, using, from the drones. It's really cool.
Very cool. 2 Detroit teens were arrested Wednesday after leading Sterling Heights police on a high-speed car chase. So it all started when police were alerted to a stolen vehicle in the area. They found the vehicle, attempted to pull the driver over. That driver refused and then sped away. Police did begin to chase the suspect, and that's when that suspect started running through red lights, traveling in the opposite traffic lanes, turned off their headlights. They were going as fast as 100 miles per hour. Eventually, that driver lost control, crashed into a building on Van Dyke in Utica. 3 people jumped out of the car and ran in different directions. 2 of them were arrested, both 16-year-olds from Detroit, and the third remains at large. and they are being detained at the Macomb County Juvenile Detention Center awaiting charges. And finally, the new Dancing with the Stars cast has been announced, and it includes the latest Bachelorette, Jen Tran. She's been in the news because she was dumped, got engaged on the show, and then the guy she picked said, "Yeah, I don't think we should be together."
Maybe she'll find a husband and as a dance partner.
She might. You never know. It has happened before. Other notable celebrities that will be on the show: the infamous scam artist Anna Delphi. She's going to be there. She's going to be wearing an ankle monitor.
I saw this. I said, "You got to be kidding me."
She's wearing
an ankle
She had
tether
to get permission from ICE to compete. She will be there. Also, former NBA star Dwight Howard, Super Bowl champion Danny Amendola from
former Lion.
Yeah, he will be there. Also, that pommel horse guy from the U.S. gymnastics
Oh,
team.
yeah, the one with the
Stephen
glasses.
Yeah.
Nedorosik.
One
He's
of
going to be
Penn State
competing.
guy.
One of my daughters
Yeah.
has like a crush on him.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, he's got a
but-
girlfriend in like
I
8
know.
years.
I know.
He kind of took the internet over, took it by storm.
Sure.
Turned into that Clark Kent, took his glasses off.
Turned
and
into
was like,
Superman, and then put the glasses back on to celebrate, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Mike Tirico will join us at 7:35. Coming up next, it's the Thursday Touchdown. Tigers blow a 5-0 lead. They lose to the Padres 6-5 in 10 innings. They close out the 3-game series in San Diego this evening. All right. NFL season kicks off tonight. It's time now for the Thursday touchdown. All right, ladies and gentlemen, giving the questions is the touchdown machine himself, the governor, Tom Milliken.
Thank you, Stoney. It's your maiden voyage.
Yes.
Texas has blossomed from a 3.5-point favorite to a 7.5-point favorite on Saturday. It's a huge point spread movement. Michigan has not lost a regular season game by more than a touchdown since 2020, which was the COVID season. Give me a path to Michigan winning this game outright.
Use the play clock a lot, to get it down to where it's 1 or 2 seconds, time of possession. They have to figure out a way to run the ball. If they can run the ball, they have a chance, and force yours to make mistakes. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, very similar. It is time of possession. You have to win the time of possession. Mm-hmm. It's field position, and whether it's being able to use Zavada to be able to score points, whether it's Tommy Doman and punts, and if it's punt, directional, all of those have to be, if it's outside the left half, make sure it's outside the left half. Try and limit their returns to win that field position battle, but it's got to have to be some turnovers on the defense. And that is, whether it's short field, extra opportunities, you've got to give the offense as much opportunity to get up and running and comfortable to be able to do something against that Texas defense.
Yeah, you got to get an easy 7 somehow with it, whether it's direct from special teams or defense, or they put them in the position to do that.
Don't be surprised. I mean, Khalil Mullins on the kick returns, he brought one out from 5 deep, which I was, I'm like, wait, what's going on? He's bringing a one out.
It got to the 30.
Yeah. At some point this year, I think he's going to break one.
Well, we need it broken on Saturday.
Would be nice.
All right, Aiden Childs was 10 of 24 for 114 yards and 2 interceptions in his Spartan debut. Don't we need to see substantial improvement from Childs to have faith in his future as the Michigan State quarterback?
Well, I'll say yes, but with a caveat, because he is only a sophomore. You are allowed to get better from year to year and throughout the course of a season, get comfortable in the Big Ten with this offense, with his teammates. Not everything was on him. Yes, he didn't look great himself, but there can be other players that play better around him, whether it's protection, whether it's being able to utilize him as a runner. I'm not going to sit there and say if he can't, play against Maryland, it's a lost cause. But I expect to see marked improvement from him as a passer and as a quarterback.
I think the yikes with him was 10 of 24.
Yes, I think there was certainly some yikes moments.
Yeah, and I believe you can't just write off a kid from one game. However, if he doesn't show substantial improvement after, I'm going to say, the 4th game, which would include what we saw against FAU, Maryland this week, a patsy of all patsies in Prairie View, and then against Bill O'Brien's Boston College team. I just want to see improvement. If he improves, he can sit there, all right, there's something we can work with. If he doesn't improve, then you got a problem.
Yeah. Those 2 toughest games are at Maryland and at Boston College.
Mm-hmm. All right, Florida State went from a top 10 team to an 0-2 team that is outside the polls now. LSU and Clemson have already lost. Give me one team that's already lost a game that you'd pick to potentially make the college football playoff.
I'm going to give you one, and then I might give you a dark horse after John goes, because I don't want to steal it. Okay,
and we probably have the same one.
I'm going with Texas A&M because their tough games are all at home. That's number one. That's why I picked them over LSU.
So I'm taking LSU. And when I look at LSU, first of all, they're in the SEC, so they're going to have a little bit of clout, which obviously Texas A&M does as well. But as of now, they play Ole Miss at home. They play Alabama at home. They play a ranked Oklahoma team at home. And they do play Texas A&M. It's on the road. So I think Texas A&M will be back in the polls eventually, so it could be another ranked opponent. One loss is not going to prevent you from being in the playoffs. I don't care what your schedule is. If you're a one-loss team, you will be in the college football playoffs.
Just for clarity, Texas A&M, their tough games, their road games are at Auburn, at Mississippi State, at Florida, and at South Carolina. And Texas, Missouri, and LSU are all at home. My long shot, just for the hell of it, would be Fresno State. Because they could win that conference, and who the hell knows who the highest ranked team in the power
the non-power four.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, this was a chance for both of you guys to be positive about Michigan State, and well, they don't have a loss yet, but they're going to.
I don't think anybody is looking at them as being able to be in the college football playoffs.
All right, moving to the NFL, the Lions remain one of the youngest teams in the NFL. That translates usually to potential growth by numerous players. How many Lions have the potential to be Pro Bowlers this season?
I think there's a potential for 11. Now, I'm not saying all 11 will be Pro Bowlers, but there are players that, we all know Goff. I think Gibbs could be, Montgomery. But then you look at some of the other players that, Ellie McNeil, I think he could be. I think as a special teamer, you could have Khalif Raymond, depending on what they do with the returns and what he does as a special teamer. And we already know that Jalen Reeves-Maben was a Pro Bowler last year.
Well, we're not that far off. I have 10.
Okay, let's go through the list.
Goff, Gibbs, St. Brown, Laporta, Sewell, Ragnow, Hutch, McNeil, Fox, and Maben.
Oh, I didn't even say Fox. I should have said 12.
What about Branch?
I don't think he's ready yet.
He could be in the discussion.
Yes.
I just think there are other players, and the one that I had in there that you did is Montgomery.
Yes, and also if he has a great year and stays healthy, DJ Reader. I mean, they won't have both him and McNeil won't make it, but
yeah.
All right, the NFL season opens with the Ravens at the Chiefs tonight. Kansas City's trying to become the first team to win 3 consecutive Super Bowls. If the Chiefs win it, does it open up the GOAT conversation at QB between Brady and Mahomes?
Oh, it opens up the conversation. Absolutely. Okay.
Because of the three-peat.
Three-peat. Mahomes would be 4-1 in Super Bowls. Brady 7-3. 2 MVPs for Mahomes as of now. 3 for Brady. So no, Brady right now, even at the end of the season, I still think is the GOAT. But the conversation can be legitimate.
Yeah, when you start doing things that the other one didn't do. Now, all of a sudden, you start having data points that you're trying to compare. Is this greater than the other? Also, when you're doing things that have never been done in the NFL, a three-peat, then, yeah, it certainly opens the conversation.
And I think it's a different debate, but if it's the debate for Eli to get in the Hall of Fame. The only reason people put Eli in the Hall of Fame is because he beat Brady twice in the Super Bowl.
He had 2 playoff runs.
He's got that data point to achieve that status.
Right, and everybody always talks about how, when you say, should this quarterback be in the Hall of Fame, how many Super Bowls?
Exactly. All right, an NFL head coach gets fired in season just about every season. Who will be the first coach that gets whacked in the 2024 season?
I've got 2, so I'll wait for Stoney to say 1, but I'm going to go with Dennis Allen with the Saints. 7-10 2 years ago in his first year as a head coach. Okay, that's all right. 9-8 last year. If they miss out on the playoffs, or if they start, and I don't think they're going to start good, I think about weeks 8, 9, 10, that conversation, that seat is getting really hot, and I think he'll be the first one.
I wrote down 2 as well. Dennis Allen was number 1 on my list. My other one, kind of a long shot, but if they don't play well, Doug Peterson. And it sounds strange, but I looked at a lot of the other teams and I couldn't really find anybody that I thought could get fired during the season because go ahead. I don't want to steal.
The thing is, there's so many new coaches the last 2 years.
That's why
it's hard to fathom.
Yes.
Well, crazy things happen.
Do you think that Carolina would make that change
No.
twice in a row?
No, although their owner's a whack job, so you never know.
And I played for a whack job who did
Yes,
it. And so it is possible. But the only other one I talked about was Matt Eberflus. And I know he's got a rookie quarterback, but with all the money that they have spent
and all the hype
surrounding it, and everybody thinks, I mean, there was talk I heard yesterday, I think it was Wilbon was talking about, possibly being an MVP. Like that to me is bonkers. It's bizarre. But if Eberflus, if they don't win 8 games, I think he's gone.
Right. But I don't think in season.
Sneaky one. Jim Harbaugh, if Connor Stallion shows up on the sidelines. Most weeks, our final topic is just an extra point, and it's on the Thursday touchdown. But That's usually a more reasonable topic. But today we are going for 2 on the last one, and it's time for bold predictions. And this is mine, guys, and I want you to find out. I want you to answer, am I off my rocker or not? Am I crazy? My bold NFL prediction. And I did this last year. I said the Bengals would not make the playoffs off of 2 AFC Championship appearances in a Super Bowl. The Baltimore Ravens will miss the playoffs.
You are not crazy. You're wrong, but you're not crazy. There's a difference because I still think they're really good. However, it's not outlandish because you look at the team. All right, their wide receivers, they're okay. Nothing grand. I mean, what, Flowers, Aguilar, and what, Bateman's their other one? They do have Lamar, and he's very regular season Lamar.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, obviously, and their defense is usually pretty good. I don't think they'll miss the playoffs, but it's not completely crazy when you look about, if you figure that, let's say you're into the Jets, Bengals, Texans, and KC, you think they're going to win the divisions, then you have 3 teams left. Either Miami or Buffalo would probably be one of them, and maybe the Browns.
I think you're crazy. And I can't believe the hate for the Baltimore Ravens this morning. I mean, you're hoping they lose, Stoney, tonight to the Chiefs,
like the Chiefs
you
better.
thinking that they're going to be out of the playoffs?
Well, your love
is
for
a
them this morning, maybe.
This is a team that's been very consistent. Like everybody says, hey, I would love to be the Steelers, I'd love to be the Ravens, love to be some teams that are just consistently good all the time. Why are they consistently good?
Right.
They play damn good defense. They're not just an okay defense.
Oh,
They
I know.
always play good defense. Now you add Derrick Henry. Now maybe he hit his expiration date and he's not going to be that effective. But with him, with Lamar Jackson, and I went through the whole, to try and speed things up here, I think KC, Cincy, Houston, Miami, those are your division winners. Baltimore, Jacksonville, Buffalo are the wild card teams. And I'm still not sold that if Cincinnati wins that division, I think they will. But there's so much going on there. I know Chase practiced, limited practice. If he doesn't play, that is a completely different offense.
I think Lamar's won, I think it's last 4 years, 2 MVPs. But those other 2 years, he had a tough time staying healthy, and I think that's what's going to emerge this year. I think they're more of a 500 type team like they were the previous 2 years before last year. They're in a tough division, and I am buying on the Cleveland Browns in that division.
I think they've addressed it, though. I don't think he has to be the runner that he was. That's why they brought in Derrick Henry.
It might work early, but I think as the season progresses, they had their shot last year. That's my big thing on them. I believe they had their shot.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I think they're still a playoff team.
By the way, I do like the Baltimore Ravens. I just like the Chiefs a little more. That's all.
Okay. We'll find out tonight.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Thursday touchdown. 248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. The Ravens take is possibly the worst sports take of 2024. Hey, in fairness, he said it's a bold, outlandish thing. Okay. You're allowed to make bold predictions. That's what we do here.
Okay.
Stoney is not far off, John. Lamar Jackson gets hurt. The Ravens are done if he gets hurt. We've seen this act before.
Okay.
You can say it about every quarterback, by the way.
Right, yeah. Mahomes gets hurt. They're probably, they're not Super Bowl favorites.
Right. Plus, in their own division, the Browns defense and Burrow back, and the consistency of the Steelers could get 3 other teams.
You
from
want to
their
talk about a
division
guy
into
that
the
gets
playoffs.
hurt all the time? When was the last time Joe Burrow played a full season?
Then you've got the Then you've got the improved Chargers, the improved Jets, Bills, Dolphins. A lot of good teams in the AFC.
Improved Chargers.
Yes.
TBD.
Yes. What about Mike McCarthy getting fired if the Cowboys totally implode like they always do?
I thought about that, but Jerry Jones is very resistant.
I know.
Well, first of all, to fire his coaches after the season.
Look at Jason Garrett for
Right,
crying out loud.
was he there 11 years?
Yeah. What does it mean? What does Stoney mean by saying that Branch isn't ready yet? Such a radio host cliche statement. He gets banged up a lot. That's why I don't think he's a Pro Bowl. But yeah,
I think he could play at a Pro Bowl level. The question is, will he be available every week? But also, there are other really good safeties, especially since he's moved to safety. Mm-hmm. And if he bounces around, then how do where do you put him? Do you put him at corner? Do you put him at nickel? Do you put him at safety? That's where you've got to make the decision because there are other. Kyle Hamilton. I know he's in the AFC, but his name comes to mind because we're talking about the Ravens.
Right.
There are other really good safeties that he will have to outperform. And even if he does, it's hard to do that because once you've been in the Pro Bowl, a lot of fans, coaches, players, they tend to vote for the incumbent.
Yes. All right. I got a question for everybody out there. Kind of a, I don't know, conundrum. I don't know what you even want to call this. Last night, I got to witness the ladies' doubles pickleball championships at the place where I
work out.
Yeah, a place where I work out and golf. And
okay, pickleball championship.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you take a sign? Was Cindy playing for the championship?
No, she doesn't like being. She doesn't like. She could play with them, but she plays with them, but she didn't enter the tournament.
Okay, so you're just there to view the tournament.
Yeah, it was because I know a lot of the finals. I know a lot of the ladies and their husbands were there, and we ate dinner afterwards. So whatever.
Good for you.
So one of my friends whose wife was playing, they went to 3 sets, I guess we would call it, 3 games, and one team won the first, another team won the second. So in the third, my friend's wife's team was winning, and then all of a sudden they started gagging a little bit. Went to a little losing streak basically. He got up from his seat and turned around and he said, "I can't watch. It's driving me crazy." I said, "Really?" So anyway, the topic, and his wife ended up winning.
So they won the championship.
They won the championship, the club championship. Okay. Now,
you say that with a little disdain.
well, it's not exactly. We're not talking about the state. You're not talking about state championships or anything like that they have like in USTA. Like if your wife was still playing tennis,
yeah.
she'd probably compete at the state level.
Yes, but it was a championship.
Yes, exactly.
Game.
Okay. Yes. So the question was, because he was like, "Oh, this is like the greatest thing in the world," and all that, and I'm being a little hyperbolic, whatever. Yes, exactly. So I said,
Make the club great again.
He's a big Michigan State fan. Okay, I said, "Are you more? What would you rather have? Your wife winning this, or Michigan State winning Saturday against Maryland?" He goes, "Oh, it's not even close. My wife." I said, "Okay, well, let me give you a more realistic. More you had to think about this. You're a huge Michigan State fan. You don't like Michigan. Would Michigan State beating Michigan or your wife winning the club pickleball championship?" And he said, "My wife winning the club pickleball championship."
I'm with him.
And he said, "What about you?" I said, "Michigan. Let's say it's Michigan, Texas. I'm going to go to the Wolverines." And the funniest thing was, I asked my wife that question, and I said,
yes.
She goes, "If I was playing, I'd rather Michigan beat Texas than me winning the club pickleball championship."
Yes.
So 248-539-9797 is the question. would you rather have your significant other win something at I'm saying lower level? Now, I'm not talking about states and things like that, but a championship.
A championship.
Or
playing for a championship.
Or your favorite team winning a huge game. Not a championship game. A huge game.
Where do your loyalties lie?
Brought to you by Northville Lumber, a playoff-like battle on the West Coast as the Tigers could not outlast the Padres in 10. They called it a playoff-like battle. San Diego scored 6 unanswered runs from the 4th inning on and took down Detroit 6-5. Fernando Tatis driving home the winning run in extras off of Jason Foley. Potential NL Rookie of the Year Jackson Merrill hit a 3-run blast off of starter Cater Montero after the Tigers established a 5-run advantage. Now, before the game, the team said Reese Olson will begin his rehab assignment with the Mud Hens. Javi Baez's surgery was successful and confirmed that Tarek Skubal will pitch Friday night, and Brant Herter will make a traditional start on Saturday. Jared Goff says that the Jamison Williams hype is for real coming into the season and that they're constantly talking and on the same page. The Lions quarterback also knows the potential of their star-studded offense. At Goff right here on 97.1. He also says there's no added pressure against this NFC competitor. It counts the same as any other potential victory. And the Columbus Blue Jackets held a candlelight vigil for Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matt last night in the Ohio Capitol. Thousands of fans showed up to mourn outside the arena. They had 13 minutes and 21 seconds of silence for each of their jersey numbers. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. Just a little curious here. We had a pickleball championship. The women were playing last night, and my friend, his wife's team won, and he said he was thrilled, which I understand him being thrilled.
He had to turn away when they started to gag, though.
Yes, exactly. So he basically said he was happier that his wife won the pickleball doubles championship than if his favorite team, Michigan State, would beat Michigan. And I found that incredulous. I couldn't believe it. Because to me, it's all about stakes. Okay?
Yeah, you're talking about a championship. A championship. And I don't care the level. They're competing at the level that they can play at. This is a championship. This is your spouse. Versus, now maybe, is this individual an alumnus of Michigan State or just a fan?
No, he's an alumnus.
Okay, that you talk about stakes. Okay. That raises the stakes a little bit for him. He's got a horse in the race. Mm-hmm. But I just, you're talking about a regular season game, especially with expanded conferences. Now, I'm sure this is not everything that he's going into in his mind. No, expanded conferences, expanded college football playoffs.
Let's not go.
One loss in a regular season is not as it's not as you're not as much at risk of not doing what you want to do ultimately because every single game is leading towards the possibility of a championship.
Let me ask you this question because another person. Now it was mixed because we asked. I even brought up this: would you rather your wife win the pickleball championship or the Tigers make the playoffs? And the person said, my wife winning a pickleball championship because if the Tigers made the playoffs this year, they wouldn't go very far. I said, you got to be freaking kidding.
So a little thought went into that.
You got to be
You want them to make the playoffs
me.
Versus Cindy winning a championship?
At that level? Hell yeah.
Hoisting up the trophy? Celebrating afterwards?
Because I know, first of all, my wife could care less. She'd rather have the Tigers win the playoffs. She said she'd rather have Michigan beat Texas than her.
So she could care less, right? That's why she's not in the tournament.
Right.
All right. But this is a tournament. This is a championship level match. I would always want that championship. It's the bird in the hand versus whatever might happen in college football. There's many more games. This is a championship match. It's your wife.
What about the Tigers make the playoffs?
How about if it was your kids? If the Tigers make the playoffs, I would definitely, my wife win a championship.
Okay. All right. Kids is a different story. I go with the kids.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Here's some ticket texts.
Sorry, Cindy. I'll root for you.
Oakland Hills, Stoney? No.
No landing pad there yet. So you got to go where
they got a
landing.
landing pad there more than they probably would at someplace else. When I hear Stoney watching women's pickleball, why do I envision Bill Murray watching women play golf in Caddyshack? Mrs. Green, you should love me again. That's from John and Lake Orion. I'll take the Wings playoffs over my kids winning a championship, let alone my wife.
Wow.
That's a wow.
Yeah. Definitely, that's not even a thought. Kids winning the championship.
Stacy in Rochester, your 97 won the ticket.
So the kids question was what my point was. You would be okay with your kids winning, but not your spouse? I don't get that. You don't have kids without the spouse.
Great point, Stacy.
That's a good point.
That's a great point, yes.
But
I don't get that.
Well, there's a lot of things about me people don't get. But I'm not alone in this. I think
Stacy, let me ask you this.
The joy I would get from my wife winning the pickleball championship
is less than Michigan beating Michigan State?
Or Michigan beating Ohio State, or a huge win for me.
Wow. Stacy, let me ask you this. If your husband that you love dearly were to say that he would take anyone else winning a regular season game versus you winning a championship, how would you, what would that night be like if you found that out?
It'd be beyond the couch. It'd be like, you need to go to a hotel, I'm going to a hotel. That's such a betrayal. It's terrible. You have to have my back 100% of the time. And you're going to pick a team of people you don't even know. You don't know those players.
Well, you're not a coach. You're not a coach. You're not doing anything.
I know. I'm a fan.
Oh, hung up on her real quick there.
No.
Wow, she was.
No, I wanted to ask you a question. Stacey. Okay? Mm-hmm. So it's all hypothetical, obviously. Michigan's
it's
playing.
Not because you presented this question to your and they were telling you in the moment.
My question to you that I'm about to give you is hypothetical.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Is this one I'm going to need to write down? It sounds like this one's going to get a little convoluted.
No, it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be very difficult. Michigan, Ohio State, the game, and Lisa's playing in, I don't know, some club tennis championship, whatever. You'll take a Buckeye win, but Lisa loses.
No, that's a lose-lose.
Okay, you'll take a Buckeye.
I don't want to live in that world.
Okay, you'll take a Buckeye.
Now I'm grumpy and she's grumpy.
You'll take a Buckeye win as long as she wins.
Yeah, I mean, you've met Lisa, right?
Yeah, I know.
You know how competitive she is.
I understand that.
And any competitor that loses a championship, now this is not any match or game. This is a championship.
Okay.
I'm not going home with any Wolverines or Buckeyes I'm going home with my wife. Happy wife, happy life is very true.
You sure about that?
Well, my current wife, yes.
No,
is that what you're referring to?
I meant going home with any Wolverines. And don't give me the stakes aren't that high because they'll probably make the playoff anyway, or they might be in the Big Ten championship game. No, that's
all of those things may be true. But yes, I want my wife to win a championship.
Some ticket texts. I would much prefer my wife to win and get the enjoyment of the win. College football can't compare to real life. That's from Ron and Carlton.
Yeah, we're talking about fandom here. Now, I mean, I obviously have more stakes in Michigan playing Ohio State because I played in the game. I'm broadcasting the game. I'm around the kids all the time, but I would still choose the championship.
Jets fan here. I'd put the Jets making the playoffs over pretty much anything in my life, let alone a pickleball championship at the local YMCA. Had to turn away when they started to gag. That's a drop. Didn't Kang miss the birth of his first daughter so he could play in his church league basketball championship? I don't know.
Wow.
No.
That's from Adam and Brian.
Church League championship versus the birth of your. I can't wait for Kang.
That's not true.
I don't know.
There's no way.
I don't. It can't. I mean, I don't know. Kang might be on his way in right now. If he's listening, please text me. Did you miss the birth of your child?
So there's an element of this that is true, that there was a conflict about church league championship basketball game versus birth of child.
Right.
I can't confirm that.
Oh, okay, but we don't know if the conflict actually happened.
Yes, if you had to pick one or the other, if he was able to accomplish both.
Yes. Now, pre-championship game and pre-birth of your child, you can puff out your chest. You can be, super manly and say, I'm going to miss the birth of my child for a church league championship. But when it comes down to it, I got to believe he was at the birth of his child.
Tony from House is
Heather.
He better have been there.
Yeah. Stacy called back. He's sleeping on the couch for a long time.
Tony from Hal, priorities.
Couldn't have been because they had number 2.
Yeah, they did.
My wife would have my ass if I chose anything over her, divorced and homeless.
Yes.
Nobody's asking you not to watch, though. It's just what you think is more important.
Yeah. But you also may only have half your debt.
Yeah, that's true. I need Jansen to be my life and gym motivator. When he gets pumped up, he has me wanting to run through a wall. Well, hopefully his alma mater's offensive line could use some of that motivation this week.
Yes.
Hey, John, how about your wife winning the championship or Michigan beating Ohio State?
Yeah, we covered that one. Yeah, I'll take the championship. Yeah. I want the in-house championship. Now, I mean, I could argue the Ohio State-Michigan game is in-house as well, but
yeah, it is in-house.
I want my wife to win the championship.
Okay. When you walk through the doors of Schembechler Hall, they're going to give you bad looks today.
I don't think so.
I know. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Charles Barkley. We always love when he has something interesting to say. As you know, the WNBA has become more popular this year because of Caitlin Clark and a little bit of Angel Reese, but mostly
I think
Caitlin
both of them,
Clark.
yeah.
But the rivalry, and Caitlin's been on a
number 1 pick.
She's been on a heater basically since the break.
They clinched the playoff spot.
Yes, they did. She's been great, and a lot of the WNBA players and other people have been not upset with Caitlin Clark, but kind of petty in a lot of their comments. Here's what Sir Charles has to say. That's Sir Charles from the Bill Simmons podcast.
He's not wrong.
Hey, I know.
Not wrong at all.
Not at all. He's right. I mean, you appreciate amazing talent no matter whether you like the person or not.
And I mean, I get you haven't paid your dues,
right.
And you're getting all this attention even before she, played one game in the WNBA. But she's proven her, especially at this point, has she not proven her worth?
Yeah.
In regards to more people are watching everyone play WNBA basketball. Now, I don't know where you stand on it. I'm not a huge fan of turning the TV on to watch WNBA. I don't turn the TV on to watch the NBA because we don't have the NBA here in Detroit anymore. So it's one of those things where, like, why are you watching? If you're watching to see somebody do something unique and special, you're also watching everybody else. So there's more eyeballs, not just on her, but everybody else that's playing the game.
Yes, absolutely. All right, by the way, I do want to say congratulations to Melanie and Jen for beating Betsy and another Melanie in that
and winning a championship.
And winning a championship.
Yes. What you feel is a useless championship.
I'm not useless, but not compared to a major sporting event. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just my stupid ass opinion. 97 won the ticket. Two Grand Slam at 7:25. It's the news with Heather right now.
Yep. Well, 4 people were killed and 9 others were hospitalized in a mass shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia on Wednesday. The suspected gunman is in custody and has been identified as a 14-year-old student from the school. He will be charged with murder and will be tried as an adult. Now, he and his father were both questioned last year regarding online threats to commit a school shooting. At the time, there was no probable cause for arrest. The 4 people who were killed have been identified. 2 14-year-old students from the school, also 2 math teachers from the school as well. The 9 people who were injured, 8 students, 1 teacher, are all expected to survive. This shooting is at least the 45th school shooting in 2024 and the deadliest this year.
It's sick.
It really is. It's
sad.
It just keeps happening, and it's so sad. A substitute teacher from Spring Mills Elementary School here in Highland Township has been charged with 6 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct, all involving children under the age of 13. This guy, a 61-year-old man from White Lake, has been given a $75,000 bond, posted bond on Wednesday, and he was ordered to wear a GPS tether as well. Now, back in May, several parents basically sounded off at this school board meeting, alleging that this sub was inappropriately touching 5 students.
Yep.
And then obviously a large investigation took place.
Checklist of what not to do.
Stoney, yes, be careful. There will be no shortage of chicken sandwiches in Michigan because Chick-fil-A is looking to double the number of restaurants they have in the state, opening 25 to 30 new locally owned and operated restaurants across the state by the end of 2028. So currently, there are already 28 restaurants across Michigan, Chick-fil-A's. There's going to be 4 more opening this fall into the winter, Clinton Township, Roseville, Taylor, and Fort Gratiot. So just, I mean, maybe it will reduce the lines at all of them because there's going to be so many options.
Their drive-through, especially if you do the mobile order, they operate at extreme efficiency.
Oh, yes, they do.
It is amazing.
I've never been to one, but I take your word for it. But I do see sometimes, at least the new ones that have opened.
Yeah.
There's
Is Emily
long lines.
into chicken nuggets?
Yes.
Or fries?
Yes, fries. She likes chicken nuggets, but they have to be a certain type of chicken nugget. Like we have gotten her fast food before.
Yeah.
She has not eaten it.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, you should try the chicken nuggets. They are terrific.
I don't know.
And the fries
the waffle fries are really good.
Yeah.
She'll eat the fries.
They're great for little hands, too.
Yep. It's been 9 years since LSU's live animal mascot, Mike the Tiger, has made an appearance at the stadium. But now the governor, Jeff Landry, is hoping to change that, despite having obviously some pushback from veterinarians. But apparently 3 other state officials met with LSU Dean of Veterinary Medicine, hoping to bring Mike the Tiger back to home games.
Find a safe way for the tiger, safe, humane way to do that. I mean, a tiger on the sidelines would be amazing.
Yes, it sounds like it's not going to happen.
No, I don't think so.
The school did release a statement saying, hey, we're not going to bring Mike number 6 anywhere near the sidelines. There's no discussions to bring him to any games this season. They're saying,
well, there's obviously a discussion.
I know, but their statement
saying
said,
they're not having it.
Yes.
But you got to at least throw out the idea, plant the seed, see if it grows.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't you, to please everybody, you have this tiger at a zoo where the tiger is taken care of, and then just on game day,
cage him up and bring him in.
But they say
a huge,
that
comfortable cage.
You think he lives at the stadium, Stoney?
No, I said at the zoo.
Yeah, well, they're just saying, though, that everything you just
I
described
think that's where he lives now.
causes so much stress to the animal, bringing him from his home in the zoo into the stadium, all the stimuli, and everything causes a lot of stress to the animal.
Sure.
I mean, not only do we need everyone who's there to be safe, they're also looking out for this animal safety as well.
Because it is Tiger Mike. If he traveled, he'd have to take a travel day off.
Yes, he would. Yes,
for sure.
And have an escort.
Well, that's for sure. Handler.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that where Jimmy's the handler?
Yes.
Yep. A very bizarre moment took place at the Green Day concert at Comerica Park last night. The band had to be rushed off stage about 15 minutes into the show because there was an unauthorized drone flying overhead. Like, band members just dropped their instruments, right?
And
ran.
ran.
And then there was a message on the video board, show pause, please stand by for details. Like, I wonder what people there were really thinking was going on, because I'm sure they didn't realize that it was a drone that caused all of this.
Yeah, they're
Obviously,
probably not looking up.
No. A short time later, they did return. They continued the concert, and everything was great. But it turned out there was somebody outside the event that was flying a drone overhead.
Better safe than sorry. Thank you very much, Heather. Let's win some money.
I hope we can give away some money. It's been a while since we've given away $2,000. I can't even remember the last time it happened. We've had some, average players lately, but hopefully we can do real well today. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if they get them all right. Must use their time wisely if they don't know one pass, and we'll get back to it if there's time. John, what's so funny?
I want to know if Stoney's calling from his cell phone.
Oh, because it's
Michael.
It's Michael.
In West Bloomfield.
Oh.
Hi, John. How are you?
Great. Come on, you got to mask your voice a little more than that.
He's going to talk like this.
Yeah, Max from
Max.
Michigan.
Never mind. John, how are you?
Is that it? Is that your Max voice?
No, my Max voice is just a normal voice.
Oh.
It's the caller Rick voice.
Give me the
caller Frank voice.
Yeah, give me the Frank voice.
No, I don't want to do that now.
Or at least give the French accent. Yes.
Hey.
From Windsor.
Hey, John, how are you? My Canadian accent? My French accent?
I'm about to win $2,000.
Michelle from West Bloomfield. Bonjour, Jean. Bonjour, Heather.
Oh my gosh.
Voulez-vous Okay, I'm stopping.
Let's go to Michael.
Hi, Michael.
You got to hit the button.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I still have to do that, even though I'm not doing the show, the game. What's up, Michael?
Hey, there's the bell. Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's great to hear you.
I am Michael. I am Michael from West Bloomfield, but I live in the ghetto of West Bloomfield, not the houses where the moats are.
Oh,
okay.
Yes. How many times do you have to say, I'm Michael from West Bloomfield, but I'm not that Michael from West Bloomfield?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's okay.
All right, Michael, are you ready to play?
I am ready. Let's do this.
Let's do this. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go. Who do the Green Bay Packers play tomorrow night in Brazil?
Packers play the Chiefs, Ravens, Packers. Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Texas Longhorns football team?
Sarkisian.
Who does Michigan State's football team play on Saturday?
Pass.
This artist had the 1992 hit Baby Got Back.
Pass.
This Detroit Lion wears jersey number 46.
Pass.
What is the state capital of Arizona?
Tucson.
Who led Michigan in running yardage against Fresno State?
Donovan Edwards.
This team is currently in last place in the National League West.
San Diego Padres.
Jim Schwartz is currently the defensive coordinator for this team.
Are you sure you're not Michael from Clawson?
Yeah, who?
Shots fired! Wow! Shots fired!
Was that a goose egg?
No, you got one. $25. You got Sarkisian.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll all. And I know who I know who the Packers are playing. It's just not coming to me.
Well, you'll hear it in a second.
Yeah. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
I'm sure I will.
Thank you for participating.
I hope none of my friends are listening.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael.
Just
Hey,
tell him
guys,
you are
thanks.
that Michael from West Bloomfield.
Yeah. Wow. That was.
It was a tough go.
Did not represent the community very well.
Wow. I'm going to get back to that
Fumble
shot that you
Lakers.
Yeah, they took at Clausen.
I know. It was a shot not at Clausen, it was a shot at you.
Oh, no, it's a shot at Clausen.
I know.
You should have said John from Clausen. That was a shot at me. You just took a shot at everybody from the city of Clausen.
Well, I was
Clausen
yes.
Trojans, let's go. Rally the troops.
Yeah. All right. He did not know that the Packers play the Eagles tomorrow night in Brazil.
And he took a long time to
Yes.
not know
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Michigan State plays the Terrapins of Maryland. Sir Mix-a-Lot had the 1992 hit Baby Got Back. Jack Campbell wears number 46. Phoenix.
Not Tucson.
Not Tucson. At least he got a correct city in Arizona, but Phoenix is the capital. Yes. Kalel Mullings led the Wolverines in yardage yesterday, or Saturday.
By a large margin.
And the Colorado Rockies are in last place in the National League West.
That's a tough one.
Two Grand Slam brought to you by the Genesis Credit Union, as always.
Any chance you could give us a little bit of the Sir Mix-a-Lot? Baby Got Back?
No.
I mean, you're a singer.
No.
No?
Nope.
You sure?
Positive. Because it's time.
You know the words, right?
I know some of them, but, Baby Got Back. I know the song. I just don't feel like singing right now. Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah, all right.
All right. 97 won the ticket.
Tigers blow the 5-0 lead, 6-5. The walk-off base hit by Fernando Tatis. They intentionally walked a Rays to get to him, which some people don't understand. I do, because the Rays is
he's
a
really
terrific
good.
hitter. He gets a lot of singles, and he had 2 hits already in the night. So
Tatis
I get it.
His feelings hurt.
Well, you say it's in a bad way that he got his feelings hurt. No, I mean it's a show of disrespect to him. When you walk somebody in front of you, a lot of times players say, "Oh, he didn't want to pitch. He wants to pitch to me," meaning that they're disrespecting me.
Well,
so I get that.
I get his take on it. Yes,
Yes.
I say that somewhat facetiously,
I
but
know.
sometimes it can be just more respect for another guy.
Mm-hmm. We got some ticket texts. Good riddance, Michael. That was referring to our 2 Grand Slam contestant.
One right.
Come on, Stoney. I like big butts, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. I'm 59 and white. That's from David Work. And if Stoney tried to rap or sing Baby Got Back, it'd probably sound like Bruce Springsteen or Bob Dylan. Well, I will say this. It wouldn't be Becky. It'd be Wendy or Mary, because they're in a lot of Bruce songs. And it would be L.A. face with a Jersey booty instead of an Oakland booty, basically. That would be the difference.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
I got a question for you here, and then once again, I'm throwing a softball to John because I know
Okay.
he's going to knock this one completely out of the park, and I'm going to be the losing pitcher in this question.
Okay, so you know how I'm going to answer before. Those are the best questions to ask.
I know. If anybody could guarantee you right now, the Detroit Lions will go to the Super Bowl, but lose the Super Bowl game, would you lock it in right now?
That they're in the Super Bowl.
They're in the Super Bowl, but they lose.
Hell no.
I knew you would say that.
Shocking.
No, yeah, you're the competitor. I mean, you won championships at any level, whether it's Jacks, pickleball, or the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I get it.
I mean, I want the opportunity to win.
Right.
And if that means me risking not being there, then so be it.
Okay. I'm the opposite. Sign me up. And the Super Bowl, more than any of the other sports, and especially with this team, they've never been there, and I've said it 1,000 times.
You just want to get there?
There's nothing like seeing your team get introduced. Now it's as a team or whatever the hell they do, but when your team plays in the Super Bowl, it's the greatest feeling in the world.
Well, yeah, but you have the benefit of perspective of being there and losing and being there and winning.
Correct. But I'm saying, I remember the first time they went, it was unbelievable. They got their ass kicked by the Raiders.
Yeah.
And then they went again and lost. And then they went again and lost. Or won
Yes.
and they lost. Anyway,
I'm never going to be the guy that's just
Right.
happy to be there.
I understand that. So I want to ask Lion fans. 248-539-9797. If you could lock it in right now, Lions are going to the Super Bowl, but they're going to lose the Super Bowl, which means it's an improvement from last year. Would you take it right now? Or would you say,
I want the chance to get there and win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chips fall where they may.
There's no, in my opinion, there's no right or wrong answer.
Oh, of course. You would think that.
Yeah.
No, there is a right answer.
Okay.
And yours is not the right one.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Jansen.
Yes.
Greg Hargrave, where would you stand on this?
I don't have agency over this anyway, so I would say no, I don't take it.
Yep.
Okay. Gov, you've been a long-time suffering Lions fan?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Clearly, a right answer.
And I maybe some of it's because of the confidence I have in the team.
Correct.
And if they get there, then they're fulfilling what I believe they can do.
Yeah.
Fulfill
their destiny.
You know, it would be the thing is what that takes out is a lost season, like injury rattled season,
Right.
and everything just completely unraveled, which is a possibility.
Yes.
But I'm not going there.
There's also,
because I think you're good. And the example is the Niners from the year they drafted Trey Lance. They had a bad season. They traded up to get him, but they were under 500. They had a bunch of injuries, and they thought they needed to get their quarterback to see this thing through. And, you know, the thing is, the Niners roster was good enough. It was just the injuries. I feel the same way about the Lions. The Lions roster is good enough.
Right.
So you gotta finish the deal, and it's whatever.
I just think it's different with this team as opposed to other teams who've actually been there before, and lost or whatever. I think that takes a lot, it plays a lot into my consideration here because they've never been there before. So just get me to the Super Bowl.
I think there was a time in my life where I would have said, yeah. I just think they've got everything right.
I pretty much do.
I wonder if you asked me this last year, what my answer would have been. Because last year,
we didn't know. We thought they were on the upswing, but
I thought they were legit after 2022. I thought the second half of the season was what they really would be last year.
Right.
But they're so legit in my mind, my personal opinion, that no way.
Is it, John? Do you feel this about every team? For instance, if the Red Wings, if I guarantee you they make the Stanley Cup final but lose, would you take it right now?
No, I want the championship. That is
okay. I'm just
and I've been hit a number of times. This is very much a participation trophy. I just want to be there. No, I don't want to just be there. I want to win the game. You play to win the game.
I know. But if you're definitely there.
I don't care how long it's been since you've been there. If you've never been there, this is typical participation trophy. Give me a gold star. I want to just be there. I don't care if we lose. In fact, the scenario is that you lose. No. You play the games, and if you don't make it, you don't make it. You didn't earn it. But if you get there, I don't want to know that we're going to lose. I want to know that we got a shot to win the game, win a championship.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. To me, and look, I agree. It's kind of a wussy with a P point of view. I get it. But it's something that I never thought I'd see. So I just want to see that happen. It'll be great if they won, obviously.
Sure, but in your scenario, that's not part of it.
Exactly. What kind of hypothetical is this? Who would lock in a loss in the Super Bowl? Take the risk to win it. No, I wouldn't lock in a Super Bowl loss. We get there, I think we'll win, so I'll take my chances. No, I'm win it, take it all. Would suck if they got there, then lose. What kind of ass backwards questions is that? You're asking people if they would accept failure. Is that the bar you set for yourself, failure? Absolutely not. We finally have a team capable of winning the Super Bowl. Just going is not an option. I get it. I do get it.
Sony, this is the type of question that fit the Lions before the Campbell Holmes,
right,
Sheila Spielman era.
Yeah.
This kind of question tells me that you're not fully bought into what they're trying to do. This is a loser's mentality question. This is an SOL question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm totally built into what they're trying to do.
It's the participation trophy. It's great that you're there. Here's your gold star.
We keep talking here. We might get a question accused of bullying.
Fine,
because we have been.
This is a sport of bullies.
We have been on this station by other people when we talk
that's fine. Again,
confidently about the Detroit Lions.
Don't care.
Dean in Milford, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Here we go.
Good, bully him. This is the most. He literally pissed in everyone's Wheaties and coffee this morning.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is the most awful question ever. If you support saying, give it to me so I can go, but we don't win, you're a loser. Dead stop. End of conversation. If you were to agree to that, you're a loser. However, I do agree that this is probably drawing a different response now than it would have 4 years ago.
Yes.
4 years ago, we couldn't do anything, so it was, if you want to give me an option to at least go and see what it's like, cool. But now, no, there's a chance to win, man. I don't want to just concede. Like, that's just, when you have an opportunity and you have the ability to support that opportunity, conceding just seems dirty. And I'd say it's like kissing your sister, but Stoney's on the show this morning, so I feel like it wouldn't go real well.
Good answer. Good answer, Dean.
Thank you,
like
Dean.
that.
You come through every time.
Yes. Never mind. Let's go to break. 97 on the ticket.
Right. Hey, I get asked the question all the time. Why did you decide to go with Ideal U to lose weight? Why did you decide to change your life and lose some weight? Well, first answer was I was fat. I was really fat, and I didn't feel good about myself. I didn't like being in pictures. I didn't like myself when I saw myself in pictures, and I wanted to be around because I've got 5 young kids, want to be around for a long time. So I decided to change my everyday life. If you want to change your life as well, go to idealu.us right now and schedule a free consultation. Here's what's going to happen in that consultation. They're going to tell you exactly how much your body composition is, what it's made of, how much fat you have, how much muscle, bone mass, water weight, all of that stuff you'll find out. And then they'll put together a program for 40 days that you can follow, and they will support you along the way. So if you want to lose 20, 30, or even 40 pounds in just 40 days, give Ideal You a call. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They've helped me. I am now down 70 pounds, and this is 2.5 years in. So not only have I been able to stay with the lifestyle that I chose, they have also helped me support me to keep that weight off and actually lose a few more pounds. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
We got Mike Tirico coming up at 8:02 from Kansas City. 248-539-9797. I proposed the question that in all honesty, was given to me by a friend. I'm not sure much of a friend he is because I'm getting my ass chewed on this, but he was the one who said he would take it as well. Would you lock in the Lions making the Super Bowl right now, but they don't win the game? So he texted back, these guys are nuts. You're still an NFC champion and you celebrate that. Do you know how much has to go right just to get there? We know from 60 years of history, the team, it makes the answer is super easy. Every single person has said the season will be a success if they make the Super Bowl.
So your participation trophy is the NFC Championship banner.
Pretty much. But his main point, I think, is most people say, would it be a successful season if the Lions get to the Super Bowl? Most people would say yes.
Sure. There's a lot of answers to that question in terms of the success, but no. The ultimate success is winning.
Well, of course. Every team says that. Every team wants that, obviously. Let's go to Danny in Warren. What's up, Danny?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing this morning?
Good morning.
So I'm with you guys. I'm with Jansen on the Lions. Like, I don't want to sell out for this one game. That makes no sense to me that we're already there. We're inches away from already lifting this trophy, and then you're going to sell out just to lose in the last one. That's going to be devastating. For every other Detroit team, I take it any day of the week because of what it means. All of these teams, the Pistons, the Lions, the Red Wings, we're kind of in the dumpster right now. Why wouldn't we take a trip to the finals that basically turns everything around for Detroit sports and give us another championship team, a championship contending team? I don't know why you wouldn't.
They wouldn't be a championship team.
No, but you're going from a team that haven't made the playoffs in almost 10 years now to running all the way through it, making it to the very end. Maybe the Wings take it to 7 games. Who knows? It's devastating, but at least we were there. It's at a point where we're losing confidence in a lot of the front offices of the rest of these other teams.
I understand that, but I do understand it. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, but
the other side, because this is different because the Lions are this close in most people's opinion. So
sure,
this wasn't the easy answer that I.
If we're talking about the Pistons going from a record-setting losing season, and you offered this deal, I think there's more Pistons fans that would take this. But he said it at the end there. At least we were there.
Right.
No. You don't want to you don't want to come away from it saying, oh, at least we were there. At least we had a seat at the table. No, you want to win it.
John in Rochester, you're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, I'd take that bet because I'm 57 years old, and I don't know when they're going to have a team or if this thing's going to fall apart in the future. But once again, when you get there, you're talking maybe a division championship, an NFC championship, and you got 4 more games of excitement that this town will go nuts on. And enjoy the ride. Get there, fine, if you lose, but enjoy the ride. And sometimes it matters how you lose, too. So, to me, enjoy the ride, enjoy the Super Bowl, enjoy the moment, and take it when you can get it. And that does, maybe that's motivation for the next year too.
I also think because of the way this team is built, that the chances of them getting to this level the next couple of years, I think, exists. They're built in the long term.
Sure, they're so
great young players.
Yeah,
when you're saying that though, you're saying that about the 2012 Tigers, and then you got there. And you didn't win.
Yeah.
And then 13 was the real failure.
Yes.
Like, if you look back on that Tiger era, do you call it a failure? Yes. They didn't win a championship, and that's why we're still talking about 40 years. There was a lot of great memories. It was fun.
Right.
06 was magical. That wasn't a complete failure, but in totality, it was a failure.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about an era. Hopefully they'd win one.
Well, this is why you don't take would you take a guaranteed loss from the Tigers in 2013?
No, because I thought they were the best team in baseball. I'm not sure.
So you don't think the Lions are the best team in football?
I don't think they're the best team.
One of the best?
Yeah. Jay in Livonia, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, I just wanted to defend you, Stoney. I know I would totally take that deal, and I think and everyone who's acting so like this is the easiest question in the world, I think is a little disingenuous because this is making the Super Bowl. This isn't I would argue the winning the NFC Championship game as a fan, that feeling of going to the Super Bowl is just as good as winning the Super Bowl. I mean, you can't get any happier in that moment, right? Like about enjoying the ride, like that. So that's my thing. If you're going to guarantee me that feeling, why would you not take it? And how could you act like it's a participation trophy? This isn't like guarantee making the playoffs. This is going to the Super Bowl.
You know what's weird, Jay?
Losing.
I think personally, winning the conference championship games in football is equivalent to advancing to the Final Four in college basketball. There's so much on, we made the Final Four. Now, if you're a team that goes to the Final Four a lot and loses a lot, that's a different story. But getting to the Final Four is like this
the Holy
amazing
Grail.
achievement. And then you have 2 more games to win, hopefully, for you. I think getting to the Super Bowl is equivalent. All right. Coming up next, the best. Mike Tirico, 97 won the ticket.
The Tigers gave up a 5-run lead in San Diego, eventually losing 6-5 in 10 innings during their second game of the series with the Padres. Starter Cater Montero giving up all 5 of his runs in the 5th inning. The Tigers didn't score again after a Trey Sweeney home run in the 4th, including their extra runner in the 10th. Well, now Detroit sits in a 3-way tie with the Red Sox and Mariners, all 5.5 back of a wild card spot. They all have 70-70 records. The Pistons will take part in a preseason game at the Breslin Center in East Lansing next month. Detroit will play MSU booster Matt Ishbia's Phoenix Suns for an exhibition on October the 8th. The first time the Pistons will have played in East Lansing since 2018. Short injury list for the Lions midweek. Only 3 names, Ife Melifonwu and DJ Reader, were both limited at practice. And undrafted safety Lawrence Strickland sitting out with a thumb issue. And Michigan State offensive coordinator Brian Lindgren is hoping to get their young quarterback Aiden Childs into an earlier rhythm in week 2. He says that he doesn't regret the numerous deep throws that were attempted without success last Saturday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. Tonight, kickoff NFL season, NBC, Chiefs, Ravens from Arrowhead. It's from Arrowhead for the 2nd year in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who will be calling the game and will be at Ford Field Sunday for Sunday Night Football's Lions-Rams game is the one, the only, Mike Tirico. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Gentlemen, happy football season. How are we doing?
We're doing great. Before we start with football, I just want to say, and I'm not just saying this because you're here, you were unbelievable at the Olympics. Every person who watched that, whether they're man, woman, or child, all they talked about besides the competition was how great Mike Tirico was. And no surprise, but you were unbelievable. And every sport, you knew everything.
Well, that is super nice. Thank you. We're a team effort. You guys know that, right? Yeah. And we all live it in our business and football and every walk of professional life. And our team just gave us a chance to enjoy the Olympics, and it was great. I'll tell you the most satisfying part of it, guys. Honestly, the Olympics still matter to America. And after the last 3 or 4, we weren't sure because it just didn't have the same energy, same following, and fans were great. Team USA was great. Viewers were awesome, and it was a thrill to be a part of it. And I want to say I can't wait for LA 28, but we've got a couple of good football seasons between now and then, so we're looking forward to LA 28 for sure.
Was there any consideration, because you're going to be in Kansas City tonight, you're going to be in Detroit, which is right down the road. How come you're not in Brazil?
Yeah, I know. Couldn't sneak Friday in Sao Paulo in along the way. The game's in good hands with Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge. Honestly, if this wasn't the opening game, I would have loved to have done that game because those international games are cool. We're lucky enough to do an Olympics in Brazil back in 2016 in Rio and do a World Cup in Rio in 2014. And it's a great sports country. People are passionate. It's just a beautiful place. I wish we could have done that game. But, hey, let me tell you, Arrowhead for the opener for the second straight year, and then Ford Field Sunday night is pretty damn cool.
I do have a follow-up to that because sports has taken me places that I never imagined I would go, and you're coming off on the heels of the Paris Olympics. You talked about Brazil and how you'd love to be there for that game. Where is the coolest place sports has taken you?
Wow, that's a good one. I would say probably Beijing. Probably be sitting in China during COVID when they weren't allowing Americans in, or anybody in for that matter. That was probably the most unique and special experience that I've had in terms of a place like that. I love, John. What I love about my job is that I've gotten to know America. Come to Kansas City, you're not going, okay, where's this, where's that? Almost every major league city, because doing the NBA too over the years, you get there and you feel like you have this working knowledge of the city. And there's so many of us talk about travel in the world. I've always wanted to travel America. When I was a kid, I wanted to see all 50 states, and I'm a Dakota shy of all 50. But I've loved getting to see and know America too. So that's it. But the bigger place where I never thought I'd find myself would be either Beijing or North Korea or South Korea, for the Olympics.
So tonight, Chiefs-Ravens. The Chiefs are favored by 3 points right now.
Yeah.
Does last year, the fact that they lost the opener, does that stick in their craw a little bit that they won't be surprised? Not that the Ravens, they played in the AFC Championship game last year.
Yeah. I mean, hasn't been mentioned once in the 3 days I've been here. Now, if they lose the game, it's going to come up. Or if they're losing, certainly it'll come up. But not mentioned once. I think just because you've got one, they're going for the three-peat. Two, you've got a rematch of the AFC Championship game, a game they won on the road. Remember, Kansas City did all their winning on the way to these Super Bowls at home, and then had to go on the road after that frigid 6-below wild card game we did against Miami, and they did. They won at Buffalo, they won at Baltimore, and here they were back in the Super Bowl. I think, like football-wise, guys, we can talk Kansas City if you want in a bit. I think the really unique thing with Baltimore is, let's say you're Leo Chanel, one of the linebackers, or Nick Bolton, one of the linebackers, or Drew Tranquil, the 3 linebackers for the Chiefs. When the Ravens come out on first down, you're going to stand there in your linebacker position. You're going to look behind the center, and you're going to see Lamar Jackson, who is, he's played the quarterback position in one of the most, if not the most unique way the last 5 or 6 years. And behind him is Derrick Henry. There's no running back like him. John, as you know, at 6'3", 247. Yeah. You're going to see a backfield the likes of which you've never seen before. Now, can Baltimore access all that's possible with those guys? I don't know if they have the offensive line to. I don't know if they're going to get there later on in the season. But that could be one of the most unique combinations we've ever seen in a backfield. And if they're right, they could do some really, really good things this year. On top of a team that, guys, was 12-5 and the best in the NFL last year. Baltimore had the best record in the league. People forget that. They could do some really good things. I don't think they'll be there tonight, but as the season goes on, watch that closely.
Well, as the season goes on, and let's just keep it in the AFC, who's the biggest threat to Kansas City?
I think these guys. I do. Look, we all know Jim. Jim's going to do things with the Chargers. There's going to be a toughness to that team. He's going to get Herbert to a level that probably is better than anybody else has. That's just what Harbs has done everywhere he's been, right? But in the rest of that division, is anybody going to threaten Kansas City? Probably not. In the South, Houston is very, very good. We get them week 2 against Chicago. They are an excellent team. Their roster's even better. Let's see if they make the year 2 progression or if it's not as an even fit. But other than them, in the South, I don't think Indy's on this level. The other teams there. The North, you got the Ravens. Those Steelers quarterback question. Cincinnati, what's happening with Chase? Cleveland, is Deshaun Watson going to be Deshaun Watson from 4 years ago now? So I think Kansas City is the favorite to get back in the AFC. The East, Rodgers' health, I don't know. Miami, good. Can they win in cold weather? And Buffalo, I think, doesn't have the same talent that they did a year ago. I still like that team, but I don't know if they're better than they were this time last year. So I think this is kind of a Kansas City team to beat, and Baltimore right after them.
Mike Tirico, NBC Sports, of course, living in Ann Arbor, joins us here on the Costa and Jansen program. Stoney here in for Jim. Now, let's talk about the NFC. It's not just the Detroit homerism here. Everybody nationally, the cover of Sports Illustrated, believes in the Detroit Lions. Are the Lions, in your opinion, the best team in the NFC?
They're right there with San Francisco. San Francisco is still very good. It wasn't just the comeback with San Francisco. The 49ers have been a good team here. They've been the most consistent team the last 4 or 5 years. But just getting in the NFC, just getting ready for the Lions game on Sunday. You know, when you have 2 games in a short period of time, I usually prep the first one and then leave that to the side for a couple of days and come back to the one that's more immediate. So just looking through the Lions and get ready for the game against the Rams, it's the same team. The offense is the same. Yes, you make a change at guard. Yes, you have a different third receiver. But you look at this team, when you go year to year, you usually go, okay, we got a lot of changes to make. This is 5 new guys, 6 new guys. It's the same team on offense where they were a top 5 offense for the most part, and they are better on defense. They're just better. Linebacker questions are answered. They'll improve. Inside, if healthy, they will be better up there. And the secondary remake is, on paper, fabulous. So you look at all those things, you cannot walk away and say the team is just as good as the team that was within a quarter or a defensive stop or a 4th down conversion to the Super Bowl. So, yeah, they're right there with the team that was there last year, San Francisco, as teams to beat in the NFC, which is different, right? There's a different temperature, different atmosphere in the room when you're the one who is the team to beat, and that's going to be part of the joy of watching this season play out, I think, with the Lions.
Well, and the fun part about it is you start off with the Rams, you start off with an NFC team, and you're already thinking about possible tiebreakers in the playoffs. And I know it's way too early, but I mean, when in our lifetimes have we had a chance to think about these things? And I'm curious because if the Lions do start quickly, and we always try and figure out, okay, how do they overtake San Francisco because they were the team that went to the Super Bowl? Is there a concern at the beginning of the season for San Francisco that Brock Purdy didn't look great in the preseason, albeit preseason, that Ayuk wasn't there, Trent Williams wasn't there, and there's a difference of being in shape versus football shape, and then everything that's going on with, obviously, Ricky Pearsall won't be there.
Right. Yeah, look, their pieces aren't whole, no doubt about it. Everything you brought up is legit, John. You know, I've looked at these teams over the years. When you've been there 3 or 4 times in a row, you know, sometimes it's okay for a Trent Williams not to be in camp. Yeah. I like a happy Brandon Ayuk, right? It's probably going to be a Deebo Samuel, you know, who's motivated as well as his future gets figured out here over the next year or two with what he's doing contractually. All that stuff plays in. There's that drama. Anytime you have a really good team, you're going to have those kind of things going on. Save what happened to Pearsall, and thank goodness he's alive and he's lucky that he is, and all that stuff. But when you put all that in the blender, San Francisco's been through this, so a lengthy run through a regular season to build to the playoffs feels a little different. And same thing with Detroit now. Like, I think it feels a little bit different because you're not as worried about, oh my gosh, they've got to be 4-1 coming into week 5 and week 6. As long as they're in the playoffs, they can beat anybody anywhere. Do you want home field? Of course you do. But do you trust this team to go win on the road? Absolutely. So I think you just look at it through a different prism. Mm-hmm. This team's fine. As long as they keep Goff healthy, keep the key people healthy. Depth in the receiver room obviously is that one place that you go, man, if they lose one, that's really where they don't have a direct answer at the moment. Other than that, this team stays healthy. This should be at least a 10, 11, 12-win team. It feels weird to say it, I know, but it's just a different feeling going into the season. A lot of the calls you guys are going to get is when they're not perfect, how disappointed people are. And last year's team was better. It's just going to be that strange change of emotions with this team, which is the joy of having a great football team. And Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have built an excellent football team.
Give me one team from each conference who it will be a major surprise making the playoffs.
Good one. Jets wouldn't count as a surprise, I would imagine, for people.
Right.
But I think with halfway decent quarterback play, they were a playoff team last year. So I might give you that. In the AFC, I think because everybody's been around, I don't know if there's a surprise team necessarily. I would say maybe Indianapolis, but the quarterback play there has me a little uncertain of saying that. Oh, give me the Chargers. Let me give you the Chargers. I think Jim might be able to hard-nose that team and get Herbert to maximize his skill. And in the NFC, guys, I'm buying the Commanders.
So that was mine.
I am. Is it okay? I didn't know that. I am buying the. We had them in the preseason. The atmosphere is great. Dan Quinn's built a good team. I like their defense. They added veterans on defense. Quarterback's the real deal. I haven't seen Caleb Williams yet in Chicago. We'll see him week 2. But I saw Jaden Daniels and got a chance to watch him practice. Got a chance to visit with him, hear the people around that building. That guy's the real deal, man. I think he's a star quarterback in the making. So I'll give you the Commanders as my certain in the NFC, and I'll waffle on the AFC.
Well, being in Arrowhead on tonight and then Ford Field Sunday, hopefully your hearing will be okay by Monday morning.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look forward to the start of the season. Look forward to not having all of Detroit hating me on Friday morning after the opener this year. That'll be great. Look forward to that. That'll be a lot of fun. If the Lions win Game 1, I don't plan out calls, right?
Yes.
But if the Lions win opening night, I've got one for you for everybody. Everybody who had a little fun at my expense, and rightfully so last year. I got one for you Sunday night if they win. So it's up to your team. Lions win on Sunday night. I got one just for all of you to kind of wink back at Metro Detroit. Hey, what a great time to have awesome football. Look forward to a season like this. And how about our Tigers? Still alive in September.
Yeah. Well, last night really screwed them, I think.
I
they
know.
blew that game.
No, but there's an excitement we haven't had in September in a decade.
Yes, it's true.
Hey, the Guardians just played the Royals, and the Guardians are in our hotel. And I saw Matt Boyd in the lobby on Tuesday. I'm like, hey, man, when you get in there, can you just do a solid for the Old English D, man? Just make sure you guys take care of business when you play these other teams. It's good to see hope. There's hope everywhere. There's hope everywhere. So let's enjoy the fall.
One final thing for all those who aren't huge football fans, but if they tune in tonight, there'll be a Taylor Swift sighting in the suite tonight.
I would imagine so. Travis Kelce talked about being on stage at Wembley because during the concert in England during the Eras Tour International part, he came out and lifted Taylor and carried her over as part of the show and top hat and tails and the whole deal. And he talked about that a little bit, so we'll share that during the game. But it's pretty funny. Here's the one thing: Chris Sims interviewed Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick said Taylor's like starting to understand football at a different level. Like asking Mahomes, like, why didn't you do that, or why didn't you do this on a play? Which is pretty funny. So Mahomes said, "Hey, are you trying to draw up plays?" And he's challenged her to draw up a play. And as silly as these guys are, they'd put it in and it would work. That's what they with the Lions. Seriously, guys, John, you know this. Like the joy in the journey gets lost when you're good year in year. That's what the Chiefs have. You go in their building and there is still joy and it feels fresh. And that's going to be the thing that helps the Lions. They got a guy in Dan Campbell and a building that keeps it happy and enjoyable and love coming to work. And, man, you feel that with this team as much as any team I've been around Kansas City. That's why part of the reason that they're so damn good this long. But Taylor will be here, and I'll send her your best, Sony.
Oh, thank you. And Mahomes should change her set list. That's what he should do. If she wants to call plays, he should alter the set list.
Write her a song.
But Bruce was doing the whole same set list on the last tour.
I know.
You know that.
I know.
It bothered both of us.
Yes.
But somebody told me it's like a lighting thing now, that the lighting and the staging of the show is so big that sometimes it's hard to just change lighting or set list for shows the way you used to. I don't know. Just that's what I was told. Yeah. Whatever.
All right.
Thanks, Mike.
Have a great broadcast. Great talking to you again, and thanks for everything as always.
It is great to hear both you guys, and miss you all, and look forward to seeing you back home soon.
All right, I'll see you Sunday.
You guys, see you Sunday, pal. Take care.
All right. Mike Tirico, NBC Sports, joining us. Costa and Jansen, 97.1 The Ticket.
You've heard me talk a lot about injury attorney David Femininio for some time and his team, and listen to some of the results that David and his team get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. You want that team on your side, and you need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or on the website at getdavidgetpaid.com.
And it was actually Tatis who scored or who drove in the winning run. 6-5 in 10 innings. That's a shame. They had that blow a 5-0 lead. They are now 5.5 out of the wild card, tied with the Red Sox and the Mariners.
They were close.
Yeah, and the Royals and the Twins are 5 out.
Yep.
So, or 5 ahead.
5.5, yeah. Exactly. It hurts because they did have that 5-0 lead, and it was a chance to hold serve at a minimum at 4.5.
They got to try to get one of them. The last game is this series tonight against the San Diego Padres right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Is that a 6:30 start tonight? Because I think it's an afternoon game in San Diego, I think. No? Regular 9:30? Okay, cool.
Yeah, right here on the main deal.
Yeah. 8:40. Okay, I knew it was a little earlier than have been. All right, or has been. All right, here's somebody who's not a has been. Heather, and news.
You guys, what should have been an exciting first day of school turned into a pretty frantic and terrifying situation for two parents in Pontiac. So their child, who takes the bus home from school, didn't get off the bus stop. They were there waiting for him. Whatever, little 8-year-old Johnny getting off the bus. His name wasn't Johnny, but waiting to get off the bus stop, and he didn't get off the bus. The bus let 4 kids off and then, continued on its way. One of them
wasn't their kid.
So the parents went to the school. Mom got there first. Dad wasn't far behind. And when they got there, they're like, "Where's my son?" And the people at the school said, "Oh, son went home with Dad." And she's like, "No, Dad's right here, and he is not with his father." And of course, they're getting upset, right? Like, how do you not know where my kid is? Like, that's your responsibility. When he enters your school building until he gets home, you should always know where he is. And then they weren't able to tell the parents where the transportation, where the buses were located or where the bus garage was. Yeah. They did eventually get a hold of the bus garage. They figured out where their son was. He was safe. He had apparently fallen asleep on the bus.
Oh, so he was on the bus. He just didn't get off the bus.
Yes, but the driver wasn't aware that he was there to make sure he did get off. A lot of craziness went on. The school actually called the police on the parents because they were so upset by this, which rightfully so.
They would be, yeah.
But pretty crazy. Now the parents are calling for the district to tighten up their procedures, which they obviously should if they didn't know where one kid was. But thankfully he is safe and is now home. I'm guessing he might not be riding the bus for a while, if that's even an option for mom and dad. It might not be. A home explosion in Washtenaw left one person hospitalized. On Wednesday afternoon, several explosions were heard and a house just went up in flames. The entire home completely engulfed and completely destroyed. And it was a large home. I've seen the photos of what's remaining. It's basically just the structure of the house still standing. A couple in their 80s lived in the home along with their dog. Thankfully, they did all make it out alive. The man had to be taken to the hospital, but he was listed in stable condition. The cause of the explosion remains under investigation. Security overseas, John, has been improved ahead of the first NFL game in Brazil. So they're obviously going to be hosting the Eagles and the Packers on Friday. And several Eagles players have questioned the security in the city. Apparently, players were advised not to walk on the streets holding cell phones. They were said, stay in your hotel room. Like, don't really go out and do a lot. Just kind of lay low.
Inside.
And they're like, well, why are you sending us here if we can't go outside? So the government there has basically said, you know what, we're going to make sure everybody is safe. We are going to up the police presence, reinforce security during the game, place police officers on the streets, on trains, on subway stations, at the hotel, at tourist attractions. And they also say they're going to carry out a sweep of the stadium before the games.
That was a major concern when those two teams were selected.
Oh, yes.
To go there. A majority of the players, I'm not going to speak for all of them, but I know the ones that I've talked to are not happy that they're opening the season over there.
Especially what's going on over there now. There's massive demonstrations about the government overthrowing. I mean, it's
unsettled
over there.
Yeah. Bill Belichick has joined Instagram.
Instaface.
Instaface, yeah, sure. Snapface is what he used, I think. So obviously he's never been known for his love of social media by any means, but he did explain why he decided to join in his very first post.
Is he going to post pictures of him and his 24-year-old girlfriend?
Well, I'm guessing she's probably helping him, right? Like, this is how you set up an account.
Right.
Push this button. This is a little heart where you can like other people's video. Like, she's probably walking him through everything.
Yes.
Because
and he's probably asking, do I have to love it?
Why can't I hate
Why
it?
can't it just, why is it not a thumbs up? Why is it a love it?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. If you've never been on social media, there's a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And,
I think he'll be entertaining. We'll see.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, it's another edition of The Thursday Touchdown.
Hey, the NFL week gets started tonight. We already talked about it. It's Chiefs, Ravens. We've got Lions, Rams, and who doesn't want to celebrate the start of the season? You should with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, and they have something special to kick off the season with. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. And then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. You can cancel at any time. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to download America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. All right. The Lions on Sunday. I know you guys, Jim will be back from his day off after Green Day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, so you'll get more into it. But I guess this is my chance to actually say what I think is going to happen. When the schedule came out, I said 11-6.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stand by 11-6, and I'll tell you why. First of all, their schedule's harder. They had a few nicks and bruises last year, like St. Brown was hurt for a while, Ragnell. They had a few little things. You can't guarantee that. And I don't think 11-6 means you can't get to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl. The Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. They were 11-6. So I think the Lions are going to be 11-6. They're going to be tied with the Green Bay Packers, but they'll win the division on a tiebreaker. And the Detroit Lions will go to the Super Bowl, and they will defeat the Green Bay Packers to get there.
Okay. Oh,
it's going to be an NFC North, NFC championship game at Ford Field. So that's where I think the Lions. Who are they going to play in the Super Bowl? Because I don't think the Chiefs is. You know what? The hell with it. I want the Chiefs to. Give me the Chiefs again.
Dethrone the champs.
That would be great. I'm going to go with the Chiefs beating the Lions in the Super Bowl. That's my prediction.
Wait, you said Chiefs beating the Lions in the Super Bowl?
Well, we had our other discussion, so I said I would guarantee. Yes, I have the Chiefs beating the Lions in the Super Bowl. I know I'm awful. I'm an awful human being for saying that.
Yeah,
I know. Sorry.
Wow.
I have the Lions going to the Super Bowl and losing. I am a bad person.
Well, you'll get your participation trophy.
That's fine.
Your NFC, your championship banner.
That's right. And if the Lions do lose in the Super Bowl, the next day you're just going to rip. They're about a horrible season it was. They didn't win it all.
Well, let's see how that game plays out. How did they lose? What went into winning or losing the game?
We're just forecasting.
Sure.
You want to forecast the game? Okay. It's going to come down to the end. Campbell's going to go for it on 4th and 3, and this time Khalif Raymond will drop the ball, and they'll lose. And Harrison Butker will kick a 62-yard field goal to win the game.
Oh, that hurts. No, you got to make it. What's the record now? 60, 65?
I don't
64?
I think it's 60.
He'll kick a 60. Got to be a record.
Yeah, that's true.
65.
That would be so Lions to have them lose the Super Bowl on another record field
kick,
goal. Yes.
Does this one, instead of hitting the crossbar and going over, does this one hit an upright, hit the crossbar, and then trickle over?
No, it goes through.
Oh, it just goes through.
Mm-hmm.
It's no drama.
No drama.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
I'm not going to disagree with the 11-6. I think that's very possible. I do think they win the division.
Mm-hmm. We agree there.
Well, yeah, I think their record is better. I'm still at 14-3, and I'm not backing off that one. We reserve the right to adjust as the season goes on, and as soon as they get 4, I'll back off of my 14 wins regular season.
And as soon as they get 12, I'll back off on mine.
There we go.
Yes,
we got it worked out.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing about that, and I thought Tariqa, when we talked to him, made a great point. I think we all believe that the Lions, one way or another, will be a playoff team. They're going to be in the playoffs. Whether they win the division or they're in as a wild card or they in as a number 1 seed, it doesn't matter. We think that they're a playoff team. And I also believe that all you got to do is get in. Now, you have a major advantages, having home field advantage. Mm-hmm. We saw what that meant for the Lions last year against the Rams, against Tampa Bay. But they have the talent that once you're in, just like Kansas City, once you're in, they can go all the way.
Yeah.
And so as long as they're in, that's something that I'm going to use throughout the course of the year, because there are going to be some losses. There's going to be some unexpected losses and maybe some unexpected victories. I think the unexpected losses are going to be more dramatic because there's really not that many games where you're like, oh, the Lions have no chance. This is a completely different Lions team.
There's not one game on the schedule that even Mr. Negative can say they have no chance.
Right. And so when you win some of those games, you'd be like, okay, that's what they were supposed to do. When they lose, if they lose in Chicago or if they lose in Green Bay, or, pick any of the games where you're like, okay, that it hurts.
Right.
But
they lost to Chicago last year in Chicago.
They're not going 17-0.
Right.
And so we should be of the mindset, we want the best seed possible. We want to win the division. And I think all of those things are possible, but because of their talent level, because of now their experience of winning playoff games, they can go into the playoffs and make it all the way to the Super Bowl and win, even if they don't, even if they're not a division winner.
All right, coming up after Chris Villar's update, I have a question for you that you're going to hate me for asking you this.
Oh boy, the agony over the next 2 minutes.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It was a battle of the bullpens last night in San Diego. The Tigers and Padres emptying much of their pens, trying to win a close game in the final innings. Eventually, Detroit could not score their extra runner in the 10th, and the Padres did. 6-5 the final. A lot of talk of a playoff atmosphere here in September. The Tigers fall to 5.5 games behind the Royals, though. They are now joined by the Mariners and Red Sox in that chase for a spot in the playoffs. Elsewhere in baseball, the Cubs hurling a combined no-hitter against the Pirates. They pulled their starter Shota Imanaga in the 7th with 96 pitches, saying it was a tough call, but they're protecting the rookie. Also, the Giants signed slugger Matt Chapman to a 6-year, $151 million extension. Many Detroit fans and definitely Jeff Rieger wanted him to be a Tiger maybe this past offseason. Is the Jamison Williams hype real heading into the Lions season? His quarterback seems to think so. At Jared Goff on with Doug and Gator. He's ready to get things going against the Rams on Sunday. Meanwhile, the NFL season officially gets going tonight in KC, an AFC Championship rematch between the Chiefs and the Ravens at Arrowhead. And the next edition of golf's The Match will pit PGA Tour versus Live Tour. Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy set to battle Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka on the TNT Special in December. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris Villar. 248-539-9797. Mike Tirico at 9:35. All right, John. Before we get into your Super Bowl predictions, and we'll take everybody else's as well, 248-539-9797. You said the Lions are going to go 14-3.
Yep.
Okay.
Is this going to be a would you rather?
No. Who is going to lose more games, the Detroit Lions or the Michigan Wolverines?
Same. 9-3.
Oh my God!
14-3.
Did you borrow my flip flops?
He's right. Maybe. Yeah. I'm still sticking with my Michigan 10-2 for now, but I am very lukewarm on that.
Yeah. I've watched the film a number of times. For them not to lose,
you look like somebody who watched a horror film.
For them not to lose 3 games, this offensive line's really going to have to play better. And yeah, would I like to have better performances by Donovan Edwards, by Davis Warren, by the group of receivers? Sure. But all of that is predicated on this offensive line playing at a much higher level. And some of it was simple communication. Some of it was missed assignments. And when we talked to Sharon Moore, we aired him yesterday. He somewhat talked about it in regards to, for this offense to operate at a high level, or even at an average level, you've got to have all 11 guys on the same page. You can't have 10 guys doing the right thing and one guy not, because that one guy is going to cost you on that play. You can't have 9 guys doing the right thing. It has to be all 11 on the same page. And when you have a guy going the wrong way or not performing the technique that should be performed, then it gets down to execution.
All right, but let me rephrase the question then, okay? It's a multiple choice, but there's only 2 answers. Who's going to lose more games, Michigan or the Lions? One or the other.
But what if it's the same?
No, one or the other. One or the other.
But the same can happen.
Of course,
it should be an option.
It's not. Not in my test.
You and your hypotheticals today. Hey, John, would you rather have the Lions go 14-3 and be the number 1 seed but lose the Super Bowl, or would you rather have the Lions go 9-8 and win the Super Bowl? I mean,
and my wife loses every pickleball game she's ever played.
Yeah. So answer the question. You can criticize the question all you want, but the question's still there.
I think the opportunity is there for the Lions to lose more games than Michigan.
Yeah, 17 is greater than 12. I grant you that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's my answer.
So the answer is the Lions.
Yeah.
Michigan's playing 15 games, according to John.
Hopefully. No, that means they won't get to the college football playoff championship game if they only play 15 games, right? Because the Big Ten championship game would be 13. Yeah.
A bye.
Quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, right?
Yeah.
That'd be 16 is what you hope
It's
for.
the new number.
Yeah, 16 is the new number.
Yeah. Not predicting that.
I know.
But I do think that is my 14-3 bold?
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely it is.
But I'm not going to back off of it.
No, I'm not asking you to back off.
You are asking me to back off of it. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you who's going to lose more games, Michigan or the Lions. That's all I'm asking you. You said 3, so is Michigan going to lose 2 or 4?
Well, I have to back off of 1.
Oh, I didn't know you. What was your Michigan prediction?
It was 10-2. I thought that they were going to beat one of, and now this is before USC showed like they did against LSU. I think they're a bigger problem now. They might actually be a bigger problem than Oregon. Oregon got great play out of their quarterback, but they just couldn't finish anything.
Correct.
And so, but I also think they're going to play better. They're going to figure things out. They have the talent. I think that the Lions more than likely will lose more games than Michigan.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was asking for.
But I think the Lions will go further in the playoffs than Michigan will.
Right. So the Lions will lose more. So the Lions will go 14-3. Michigan will go 10-2.
Yes, that is still out there. Yes.
I want to make sure my math is still correct.
Yes.
3 is more than 2.
Yes. That is still out there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, Sunday night, by the way. Okay, well, hold on a second. What's your Super Bowl prediction?
My Super Bowl prediction is Lions-Ravens.
Well, that would be fun.
It would be fun, yes. And the Lions, to make that even possible, they're going to have to solve the mysterious question of being able to stop a mobile quarterback. Because if I then follow that up with Lions win the Super Bowl, they've been able to find a way to slow down Lamar Jackson, which they could not do last year.
Correct. That's a great point. So you are also, because you have the Ravens getting to the Super Bowl, believe that Lamar Jackson will finally not be playoff Lamar anymore. He'll be good Lamar in the playoffs.
I think he'll be good. Yeah. Yes. I think he is. I think he's a very unique and special player. And I think he does provide, when healthy, something that is very hard to defend. And I think the change for me between last year and the change where I think it will play off into the playoffs is Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
That's a game changer for him. And if you're lining up and you look into the backfield, like Tirico said, and you've got Lamar Jackson at quarterback, Derrick Henry in the backfield, that's not a view that I would envy.
And one of the best tight ends in football, too.
Yeah, Mark Andrews. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, and you had mentioned it. You brought it. It's not a wide receiver core that's going to strike fear in anyone.
The Lions have better wide receivers.
Sure. But they're a team that always plays quality to great defense.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think that this is the year that Lamar Jackson has a presence in the Super Bowl.
All right. Sunday night, 8:30 kickoff. Everybody all watching the pre-games, the post-games from the Tom Brady debut on Sunday, the Browns-Cowboys game. Were you watching the game? And if you're watching it at home, like most people, I know a lot of people obviously are going to be at Ford Field, including me. What's your viewing plan on Sunday?
Yeah. Are you? Is there going to be a viewing party? I mean, obviously not for you because you're going to be there. There will be a small viewing party at the Jansen residence because the in-laws are in town to celebrate Teddy's 3rd birthday.
Oh.
It's not till the 16th, but this is the weekend that they could come into town. My father-in-law is going to go to the Texas game with me.
Oh, I'll get this. How early will they get there?
He will not be. Yes, live from Ann Arbor. He will not be on the initial truckload.
Okay.
That shows up at 5:30 in the morning.
Neither will I, but I'll be there by.
So he'll be there. I think he'll probably be there 7:30.
Okay, I'll see him then.
So he'll
Good.
be early. Yeah.
I like your father-in-law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
do
your
too.
Parents too.
And so yes, they'll be there. And we are going to have a little birthday party for Teddy on Sunday afternoon, which then obviously, and I call it a viewing party because it's not just going to be me and the kids.
Right.
It will be me and the in-laws, as well as anybody else that's still awake at that time. Not Teddy, hopefully.
So let me ask you that. I mean, this is...
And I am planning on smoking some meat for Sunday's day, not for the party, but for the game. So there'll be 2 parties. There'll be Teddy's birthday party, and then there'll be the viewing party.
Now, because the party is Sunday, you're going to be watching a lot of football.
Mm-hmm.
Does that curtail possibly like something that you would do for a young child's birthday party? Like, I don't know, hire a magician or something like that? Or
Do I look like someone that would hire a magician?
No, me neither.
Yeah.
But
there'll be no clowns showing up the house other than the ones that already live there.
Right. No bounce, a bounce house or anything like that? Okay.
No. I may fill up the little 4-foot plastic pool that we have for Teddy and let him go at it.
It's going to be a little chilly on Sunday, isn't it? Or Saturday, I know it will be.
Yeah, Saturday will be chilly. Sunday, I mean, he's tough. And he likes to play in the water. So, but it'll be strategically planned.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do cake and then swim party.
Oh.
We'll wash off the mess.
Now, Heather, did you have any
is
entertainment
Colin,
in Emily's parties at all?
Well, it's Christmas Eve, so there's always entertainment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, Santa's going to arrive.
Oh, that's right.
There's lots of entertainment going on at her parties. We haven't figured that out yet. We'll get there when she gets older. But yeah, Colin has invited some friends over. I don't know exactly who's coming or when they'll be there, but sounds like there'll be a viewing party for sure.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the question is out there. With the Lions season and all of the expectations that we have for this year's team, are you doing anything unique? And the time of the game kind of makes this tough because, yes, most people do have to get up on Monday morning for work. Are you going somewhere, or have you have the mindset that I'm so focused on the game, I don't want to be distracted, I don't want to be bothered, I'm going to watch this one in my own home, my man cave, and everyone else figure out by yourselves? Or do you want to watch it with somebody else? Are you going to go out to a bar to watch this and celebrate the start of the NFL season with other Lions fans? 248-539-9797. What are you going to do for the start of the Lions season?
248-539-9797.
A year ago, my wife and I decided we were going to finally put a new lid on the roof, new lid on the house, and protect our house, protect our family. We went with Rapid Roofing, and from the moment that they showed up, it was a professional experience. Drone went up. They went on the roof. They showed us pictures. They talked about everything that we needed to do and why we needed to do it. They gave us a very competitive bid, one that I checked out. Everything checked out. And then in one day, they showed up, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, replaced it, and then cleaned everything up. And if you've ever seen a roof redone, it is a gigantic mess around your home. They picked up everything up, even all the little nails, no flat tires in the Jansen house. So if you want the same service, you got to give Rapid Roofing a call. That's 1-888-360-ROOF, 888-360-ROOF, or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Mike Tirico at 9:35. Just Super Bowl predictions, and what are your plans for Sunday? Viewing party, hanging at home, watching the Lions open the season against the Rams. Obviously, if you're going to the game, that's where you will be.
If you're going to the game, I'd like to hear about the tailgate. You know, what are you doing anything different this year at the tailgate? You know, maybe some new food, maybe a new setup. Last year during the playoffs, we saw the hot tubs.
Oh yeah,
those were great.
Mm-hmm. Actually, what they should do this year is, if you're gonna have a tailgate, cook lamb for the Rams. That would be great. Lamb chops.
A little mint jelly to go along with
chops.
it. Yeah.
I don't like the mint jelly, believe it or not.
No?
Lamb chops are awesome.
It's got to be rare. And that's one of those that has to be rare. If you overcook it, it's
you don't want it
a little
too tough.
tough.
I'm more medium rare type of a guy. All right, 248-539-9797. We can't wait to watch the Lions game with Colin. Signed Mini-Me, Peter Dinklage, Kevin Hart, Tom Cruise, and Mitch Albom.
Mitch is
All
catching
his little
strays.
friends. Mhm. Yep.
You got to cheer on Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's an Amon-Ra St. Brown viewing party.
John, I'm going walleye fishing in Canada for a week. A mental enemy week. No lions, tigers, wolverines, or politics. Bob in Brighton.
I'm so jealous. Good
Okay.
luck, Bob.
Would you do that? Well, forgetting the fact that you have to actually work
On Saturday.
right? Okay, or football in general.
Yeah.
Would you ever take a mental animal week for this like week?
I wouldn't choose this week.
Okay, well,
but,
right.
Yeah.
Well, he's choosing this. Well,
yeah. Well, I mean, but
I wonder
if work dictated, like, okay, I'm working a different job, and then I would. I wouldn't have any problem. I
you're
could.
still
a
fan.
You're still a fan, yeah. No, I mean that would be amazing.
Yeah, but you're not watching.
Give me any week. I'd go over Christmas if I could.
But you're not watching the Lions or the Wolverine. You're not watching
DVR.
Okay. Now that's from Bob in Brighton, who I believe it might be the same Bob in Brighton, the Notre Dame fan. Now I wonder who's Notre Dame play this week.
Nobody until USC.
That's Rob in Brighton.
Oh, that's Rob in
Notre
Brighton?
Dame's playing Northern Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He can take a Notre Dame break this week then, which I'm sure he wouldn't. I will be, by the way, congratulations to him and Rocco Spindler. I don't even know if Rocco even played. I will be sitting home with the wife watching the game because I don't like people very much anymore. I will make some snacks and blaze a little weed and enjoy the game. That's from, should be Mike Valenti, but no, Roy.
Hey, you do you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Bringing the TV outside for a barbecue and bonfire with the neighbors. That's
Oh,
Chris,
that sounds
the
amazing.
lawn guy.
It's the weather is going to be ideal for a bonfire as well.
Let's take one more. Bill, what's going on?
Hey guys, my wife and I are out in Vegas. We come out the same week every year, first week of NFL season, and get a cabana at the MGM and watch football. We were out here last year when you guys were, and we invited you out, Stoney, but you guys were heading back. And so my wife and I and some friends from Detroit are coming out. We're going to watch the game either at Tap or one of the sports bars at the MGM after watching football in a poolside cabana all day at the MGM.
Well, you should go out and visit Mike and Rico. They love people so much. They'll be there today at the Circa and tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're on a tight schedule. Otherwise, we would. And my wife gets to show off her new Hutchinson jersey. He's in heaven right now being a Lions fan, so I have to deal with her for the next 4 or 5 days. But we were hoping you guys had been out here, done something again. But
well, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great day.
I'm going to tell you, if you ever get the chance, watching football poolside in a cabana where you're eating and drinking starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, watching football, you get hot, you waddle out to the pool, you want to come back, get the drinks. It's amazing. My best friend called it a bucket list moment. So that's our plan.
Are any preseason bets you're laying down? Any parlays?
We always do. My best friend and I, we sit there, we go to the sports book, we lay out who we're going to win the Super Bowl bets, and we're going to definitely. We were looking at the Ravens game tonight, but the over-under changed from 47 to 46, so we're staying away. But it looks like we may touch the Eagles game, and my wife is definitely going to probably do 3 or 4 bets on the Lions and parlay them all into one since she's expecting them to win.
All right.
Nice.
Good. Have a great time out there. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. You have a good one.
You too.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. It's now news time. Here's Heather.
So, workers at Marathon Petroleum's Detroit refinery went on strike Wednesday, demanding higher wages and no cuts to their benefits. About 270 workers and union workers, or members as well, walked out early Wednesday morning and began picketing outside of the refinery. They say they have been working without a contract since the previous one expired January 31st. And according to the union, Marathon right now has basically been paying for double staffing because they brought in reinforcement workers because they knew that this strike was going to happen. And they said, hey, instead of paying for double staffing, how about you pay the staff you already have what we deserve? The union is seeking higher wages to keep up with inflation. Police are investigating after an open casket was found on display at a Warren park. Very bizarre story. The Warren Police Department said that it was aware of this casket that could be seen in photos that have been circulating all over social media. The casket was placed at Butcher Park on Tuesday, but police don't know who placed it there or why they placed it there. So anybody with any information is being asked to call the police. Okay, so you guys know that I love the UP, and we have a cottage up in Ironwood, and it is like my happy place, right? There's just amazing sights. There's waterfalls, natures. You got Lake Superior, of course. There's great skiing up there as well. And there's Copper Peak. If you've never been to Ironwood, I highly suggest you go. Every year, we always go to Copper Peak. You can take the chairlift up to the top of the hill, and then you can take the elevator up into this big ski jump, right? And then you can climb the stairs all the way to the top and you have amazing views. Do it in the fall because you can see all the fall colors. Well, anyway, the goal and the hope has always been that this ski jump can be revived so that it can be in use again and it can host competitions and just draw a lot of people to the UP and to Ironwood. And this isn't the first time that there has been talks of like a revitalization for the ski jump. But on Tuesday, Copper Peak officials signed bidding contracts with a construction and engineering company and say that this is a monumental step forward. They had like a whole big event there on Tuesday, and the plan is to modernize this iconic ski jump. This ski jump is like one of the biggest, this like artificial ski jump in the world. This thing is huge. The state is kicking in $20 million in construction grants to make it happen. And if it all goes according to plan, Copper Peak is expected to reopen as a ski jump again in about 2 years. And it can host year-round ski jumping events. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Go check it out.
Oh, it sounds amazing.
I want people to check it out because I want it to thrive and I want Ironwood to thrive, but I also don't want a lot of people there because
you don't like people either?
Don't take my place. Yeah. Don't come and go to all the parks. I like it because it's so private. Like everywhere, there's nobody there. And it's
but
amazing.
There's enough acreage, trails, all that
There
stuff to handle the increased traffic.
Go check it out. It's absolutely beautiful. A Michigan prisoner accomplished something that's very hard to do. He served as his own lawyer and convinced a judge to throw out his conviction. So this 65-year-old man, Gregory Tucker, he was charged with a burglary charge after his DNA was found on a Coke bottle at the crime scene. And he argued that the DNA wasn't sufficient enough on its own and that there were several reasons why this Coke bottle could have ended up at this crime scene, which was at like a beauty shop. Anyway, he convinced the judge to overturn that ruling, but he still isn't free because he's still serving time for a different conviction. So he can't leave prison until the parole board wants to release him. But still, what he did was pretty rare. So good for him, I guess, being able to do that. A leaked contract has sparked some controversy surrounding the relationship of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. So this contract basically detailed when the breakup is going to be announced, which is September 28th, how it's going to be managed in the media. It said the announcement would be gracious, respectful, and, and mutual. They leave with mutual respect. Anyway, it was supposedly drawn up by this Los Angeles PR firm called Full Scope, which is also the firm in charge of Kelsey's PR. But they're saying, hey, this is completely false. They're denying everything. And they say they've now gotten their lawyers involved as well. I've seen the photos of this document.
I know.
It looks
like a regular document, but
it looks like any Joe Schmo could. anybody could have made that. It
Right.
like typed up in Word with Times New
Yeah.
Roman font. Like it doesn't look like
Right.
anything too official, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't buy it.
I
don't
don't
buy it either.
either.
Yeah, and I'm sure both of them realize they're going to have to deal with this nonsense.
Yeah. Yep. Police in Louisville are on the lookout for a serial porch pooper who keeps targeting the same house. So this pooper went viral last week and has now struck 2 more times since, bringing a total number 2s to 6.
Oh, wow.
So he literally just goes up to this home
Drops trow and goes?
right there on the doormat.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes, and it's being caught on surveillance camera, which is why this has gone viral because the homeowner posted it. He says he doesn't recognize who this guy is, doesn't know why.
No
this
mask,
person,
no hoodie. They can actually see him,
Yes,
but he
why-
just comes up there and...
And at first, the first time it happened, the homeowner opened the door and thought it was cat poop, but then quickly realized, oh, this is not cat
yes.
poop. They said they're now trying to deter this pooper. They've actually put out some kitty litter, but they also put out these like really loud, they call them loud sonic speakers to scare the guy off, which apparently is working, but he's still getting the job done, I guess, because he's still pooping. So
Interesting.
police
I wonder what his gripe is with them.
I don't know. Anyway, the police are investigating and asking the public to identify this man.
He's tired of his poop.
It's gross. Why would you do that?
I know. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, the man who will be calling the first game of the NFL season and the Lions game on NBC. Mike Tirico joins us. 97 won the ticket.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know you, understand you, and work with you to build a plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And unfortunately, maybe the whole season's playoff possibilities were wiped out as well.
Not looking good.
Tough loss. Have a 5-0 lead, and you lose the game. I thought they kept Montero in a little bit too long. I don't have a problem with the intentional walk to set up the winning run because the Rays is really good. I did question a little bit why he pinch hit in the 9th or 10th inning, I forget. He pinch hit Ibanez for Malloy. That kind of makes no sense to me.
I mean, that's
righty. It's they're both
we've
righties.
seen him do that before, where we don't, and a lot of times it's worked out.
Yeah, but usually it's righty lefty stuff. But this is they're both right-handed hitters. All right, tonight, Ravens Chiefs season kicks off.
Yes,
NBC just heard from Mike Tirico. What are you looking at, John? What do you think is going to happen tonight?
I mean, we have seen Kansas City lose the first game at home.
Yes, we have.
We have. Mm-hmm. I honestly, I think the Ravens go into Arrowhead and get a win tonight. I think that Lamar Jackson offensively, I think they are better than they were last year. Derrick Henry in the backfield is a game changer. Now, how effective will he be? How will they use him? The offensive line has some new components. They got 3 new offensive linemen up front. So, and obviously we know we got Zeitler here, so we won that deal. But I think they are able to generate enough offense, be stingy enough defensively. The question is going to be, how do they defend Mahomes? Improved wide receiver group. Still got Kelsey. I just don't trust that offensive line to protect Mahomes enough. Still have questions about their tackles.
Yeah, I get that. I don't think they would lose 2 openers in a row, but whether that makes a difference from last year or not.
Well, it does. It didn't make a difference to them last year.
No.
They still won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Even though they didn't have to face the Lions in the Super Bowl.
By the way, if you are a gambler, that so many people are, the Chiefs are a 3-point favorite. The over-under is anywhere between 46 and 47, so we'll call it 46.5. You obviously would take the Ravens and the points.
Sure.
I think it's going to be a close game as well, so I would too. I would take the under, even against Mahomes. Because I think the Ravens' defense is really good, and obviously the Chiefs' defense is really good.
Yeah.
And as we have seen, now you could probably make the same argument for defenses. Early in the season, we don't exactly see crisp football all the time, whether it's because some of these teams not the Chiefs because they play guys in preseason, but the people say the worst football you see is in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah, you're still working through some issues, and getting to know each other. It's a new team. Doesn't matter who you're playing for. There's going to be new components in a lot of different places, and some of those can be upgrades, but you still maybe aren't going to play to that upgraded level until weeks 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's some interesting prop bets. I'm trying to find some of them.
How long is the national anthem?
No, I don't think they.
Who was singing it tonight? Do we know?
Taylor Swift from
the box.
From the box, yes. That would be pretty cool, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes over 264.5 yards.
Over how much?
264.5.
I might take the under on that.
I think I agree with you, actually. Hard to believe, yes. To me, there are other player props as well. I'm trying to find. I'm not big on player props because of the injury factor. I don't know why. I'm always afraid of injuries when I do a player prop. Because they seem so easy when they're posted. Oh, this guy's going to definitely do that, but it doesn't work out half the time, or at least most of the time.
Yeah.
Or else, because if they worked out more than half the time, they wouldn't even have them anymore, right? Derrick Henry, longest rush over 13.5 yards, minus 120.
Heather, who is Coco Jones?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Why?
She's singing the national anthem. I just thought maybe you would know.
I don't know.
Stoney, who's Coco Jones?
No idea.
2024 Grammy winner.
Oh.
Can you buy an NFL opener satin jacket with her name on it? You guys don't know what that's in reference to.
if you can't do that, then she's
Then,
really not
she hasn't
been
made it yet.
A few years ago, the opener was Dallas and Tampa on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
And they put out a movie poster. The NFL put out a movie poster, and Tom Brady and Dak Prescott were in the background. And in the foreground was
Ed Sheeran.
Because he was doing like a pregame concert. And so Gator turned it into a movie.
Ed Sheeran. In a world where gingers rule. Ed Sheeran.
His favorite player, Andy Dalton.
Probably.
So, and then we went to the NFL's website, and you could buy an NFL Ed Sheeran satin jacket.
Wow. We thought you could, but they sold out.
For $275.
I mean,
so who is it
Even
tonight?
of the bigger
Jones.
sizes? I mean, sometimes those are the
Sold out.
last ones to be sold.
No, dog. All gone.
Gone.
So this apparently is the anniversary.
That's a lot of satin.
That is a lot of that.
The anniversary of our Ed Sheeran show.
If it weren't Ed Sheeran, I mean, I'd be like, I can't believe there aren't the jackets left. But it's Ed Sheeran, so obviously. Gone.
What do you guys got going today?
Lions bold ass predictions for the season.
Oh.
Bold ass predictions.
All right.
I wanna look at my third one right there, John. You tell me what you think of number 3.
Let's see. Where?
Don't read it out loud.
No, where are they?
It's right there.
Oh, okay. Number 3.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
You like that?
I'm with you.
You like that?
I'm with you.
All
I
right.
second that one.
We'll get to
Dun,
those.
dun, dun.
We'll get to those coming up.
Thanks for having me in, people. Carson Anderson coming up
Great to
next.
see you.
97 won the ticket.
The endless journey of the offseason is over. The full football weekend starts tonight with a great opener, Baltimore at Kansas City. Gator, how are you today?
Doing all right, Doug.
Yep. Football.
Yep.
The funny thing is, years ago, I kind of forgot about the boys, we were talking about in the crosstalk. Years ago, The NFL did try this pregame concert thing with Ed Sheeran. They haven't done one since, have they?
Listen, man. Once you go Ed Sheeran, you can't top it.
You can't top it, Doug.
Can't go back.
You can't. No.
Why try?
right.
Why
Yeah.
try to improve on perfection?
Everyone else said, I'm not following that.
Yeah, no. I mean, honestly,
I'm wondering because the NFL was selling opening night gear and Sheeran gear.
yeah. Well, unfortunately, they blew it all in one shot there. I mean, it's done.
They peaked early.
They peaked. They
can't-
totally peaked. I mean, Ed Sheeran.
It was Ed Sheeran.
This isn't like, oh, hey, we're gonna get Bono from U2 or we've got Taylor Swift. I mean, Taylor Swift last year, that was a cute story last year, but I mean, it's not Ed Sheeran.
Dude, that story's not over. Don't say a cute story last year. That story's going to get shoved down our throat.
Either way, it's still not Sheeran.
No, it's not Sheeran.
Now I'm pissed I didn't get that satin jacket they were selling.
Dude,
Tell me about it.
I tried to get Gator one of the Ed Sheeran NFL kickoff T-shirts. Like I was like, this would be a sweet Christmas gift, and they were sold out of those too.
Of course, they were sold out of those.
The NFL's website is all jacked up because they got a banner ad at the top, and you can't reach the menu bar. Because I want to find out if they got NFL opening night gear and Coco Jones.
Sounds right.
Who's the halftime performer?
Lolo Jones?
Lolo Jones.
No, I think it was Coco Jones.
Is it super badass Sweet Daddy Jones?
No, that's you.
Oh, okay. All right, so good night last night?
No,
because Tigers lost.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely not. No, I'm watching a game. They saw the Tigers get out to the 5-0 lead. I'm happy, and then I'm trying to catch up on some news stuff, and then I come back and it's 5-3, and I thought, oh no, now we're getting too tight. It's getting tight. I don't like this. San Diego can score runs in bunches. They're a really good baseball team, and I just had a bad feeling about it. But they were able to get out of a couple jams. There were some dumb plays, mental mistakes by San Diego that helped, which was great to get it to extra innings. But if you don't score that run in extra innings, you're done.
You're in big trouble if you don't get that runner home.
Runner at second, nobody out, and you can't get them home.
Problems.
You're not going to win.
No, and I watched the Kansas City Cleveland game beforehand. I'm sitting there rooting for the Gribe like crazy, which felt very unnatural. But we asked going into this series. We didn't ask for much. We did not ask for much. We just asked that they survive. And Gator, they're on the brink of not surviving. They're on the brink of getting swept. And, others have lost, which makes it not totally crippling what's happened, but they really got them. They got to get one of these San Diego games, man.
Well, it kind of feels like tonight's a must win. And they're 5.5 back now. But the interesting thing is that Minnesota and Kansas City are the last two teams in for the wild card. So it's crazy to think that the American League Central right now has 3 playoff teams in it.
Right. Remember when it was the Comedy Central?
Right. And you got 4 teams that are playing 500 ball or better. But Minnesota and Kansas City are the last 2 teams in. So now it feels like the Tigers have an extra life because they don't just have to hope for Kansas City to falter. You can hope for Minnesota to falter.
Yep.
Because they're both tied right now with that last spot. And the Tigers are 5.5 back of that last spot. And we know what's ahead of them. So they've got 6 really tough games, 7, I guess, if you include this one against San Diego, and then 6 against Baltimore. But Baltimore just lost last night to the White Sox. White Sox snapped their 12-game losing streak against the Orioles, so that's kind of fun. But they've got an easier schedule the rest of the way. They just take care of business, man.
Yep.
It's easier said than done. You've got 22 games left. I don't know if 15-7 gets it done. Probably have to be better than that, but I mean,
It's got to be the right 15. It's got to include a sweep over Kansas City.
Right. I mean, 17-5, I'd feel great about, but that's tough.
Oh yeah.
But that's what they have to do.
Okay. Last night, the Green Day concert at Comerica Park. In the middle of the show, the band members ran off stage because of a drone sighting overhead.
Yes, they did. I mean, they didn't know what was going on. They were told, get off stage, and they bolted for 5 minutes and then came back out once they figured out the situation, and I guess somebody was arrested outside the stadium manning the controls of the drone.
Yeah. Do drones scare you or freak you out at all?
I'm not a fan. I mean, I like what I like when they're used for professional purposes. I don't like the public having them, if this makes any sense, because I don't trust people. I trust if somebody's using it for, hey, I'm getting, we're doing this shot for the pregame or whatever it is, like that stuff, professional stuff, using them for informations to instead of the fireworks that people are doing now, and they did that for the Lions stuff. It's really cool. Drones are awesome for that, but I don't like, my neighbor Pete being able to have a drone and just fly it over wherever the hell he wants. And then if it comes in my yard and I smash it with a baseball bat, that all of a sudden I might be in trouble for it. I mean, I don't.
Because you're out there just practicing your swing.
You'd be planning on smashing
specifically on a drone that I see in my backyard. If I were to see one and I could reach it, I'd take it down in a heartbeat.
Really?
Yeah. Get out of my. You're not. This is my privacy. Get out.
Watch yourself, Pete.
I love it. I love it.
Doug,
talking to you, Pete.
If I hear a drone, I'm always on like alert. It's good alert or bad alert, but I'm just on alert. I'm like, oh, is that a drone? You look up and you hear it. You can't help it. Yep.
So I have a drone. I haven't flown it in years. I flew it over our property a bunch. I flew it over one of my kids' soccer games and got video. Got a goal from up there. That went in the team highlight video.
Well, otherwise, what's the point of having a drone if
exactly.
you can't use it for the team highlight video?
But what I've come to discover with the drone is that the stuff that I want to use the drone for, that I'd love to get shots of, you really are restricted in where you can fly it, which probably makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only fly it over my house so many times, and the rest of it, I mean, you are really you don't just take it to a game and fly it over a game.
You don't.
I was like, okay, I could go over to the Boyne Highlands and ski down the hill, and the drone can lock in on me and follow me all the way down. But you can't do that. You can't fly a drone over a ski hill. So I'm like, it's cool. I like it, but I don't have a lot of uses for it after kind of getting some shots of our house and the property, which was really cool.
Didn't you take? Your family has property out in the boondocks of Canada, right?
Yes.
Way out, far east as you can get to Canada. Didn't you take the drone out there and you had some awesome shots along the river?
Yeah, it was a little different. My cousin, Maureen, and Gouge, who are coming to town for the Texas game. Gouge sucks, Doug. He sucks. Yeah. That guy. He was an Ottawa Senators fan, and when the Red Wings acquired Marian Hossa, he actually called the show and came on the air and Hossa being a former senator, he sucks, Doug. He sucks, and he wouldn't let it go because he didn't do anything in the playoffs. And then for us, he really didn't do much in the playoffs. But they have a property on a lake in Quebec, and I did get some cool shots of like paddleboarding and the kids following the kids when they were tubing. They were fishing. There was fishing out there, and there were some cool shots there. Yeah. But it was over their property and. It wasn't, but it was, there are some cool things you can do with it, but anybody who was there last night, did you get any word? Because what it looked like was just like the concert stopped. People actually kept singing, and then it was like, I
don't know if I would have freaked out or if I would have just thought, oh, it's terrible. Something bad must have really happened. Like they just got some bad news and they had to rush off the stage.
If you saw like in a movie, like an adventure or movie where a band is on stage and they sprint off stage and everybody's just standing there, you'd be screaming in the theater, run! They left. It's obvious. Run! But in real life, did people run last night?
No, they cheered because they continued. I saw the videos that people had out there. So they get rushed off stage. The crowd has no idea what's going on, of course. And they just start finishing out the song because they were singing along the whole time anyways. And then after, because it was like 10 seconds after you realized the band was still not there, didn't come back, they just start cheering like, great time. They don't know what the crowd had no idea. But yeah, Doug, I think someone would be like, all right, dude, that didn't look normal. Right. Didn't look like it was part of the show.
We're going to start to walk back slowly.
Yeah. I mean, did anybody start thinking maybe I should get out of here?
Well, Gator, you go to a lot of live, concerts, maybe not this big all the time, but how would you react if you saw a band getting rushed off stage from someone from their crew?
I don't think like I just said, I'm not sure if I would, how to react to that. I don't think I would be panicked and like, gotta go. I think I'd be more like, oh, I wonder what's going on there. Like, did they see something in the front row? Or it's like, I wouldn't worry for my safety. Wouldn't be the first thing I think about in that moment.
If I were in the upper deck, I'd find the closest elevator and get the hell out of there.
Elevator, huh?
I'm joking. Yeah, no, I'm joking. Well, maybe somebody was there last night and tell us what it was like. In the meantime, we got a lot of football stuff to do, including at 10:30. The in-season edition of the Wide Night Omaha 4-Down Around the League Blitz thingy. It's back. We'll have our bold-ass predictions in the back half of this hour for the coming Detroit Lions season. Start thinking about yours because we record these for a reason. It turns out that very frequently what seemed bold at the beginning of the season, some of you will get something that actually comes true. So get your bold-ass predictions in for the coming season. We'll have ours again today at 10:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's NFL week at FanDuel. America's #1 sportsbook has a special offer to kick the season off. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with your YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. To download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. There are no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. NFL talk at 10:30 with the Wide Night Omaha 4-down-around league blitz thingy. Detroit Lions bold-ass predictions at 10:50. We'll have some NFL picks mixed in today, including NFL bold-ass predictions. Got a Who's on Top. Going to be a busy day. Got some college football preview stuff we'll get to for the weekend. So, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How are you doing this morning?
What's up?
All right, Steve.
Hey, that concert was great. I was there last night with a bunch of friends, and it was kind of crazy, just sitting there and right in the middle of the song, they just, ran off the stage, and everyone's like, what's going on? And my buddy actually got a picture of the drone that was actually flying over it, and where it landed right behind center field in that parking garage structure.
Yeah.
And it was just crazy that when it happened, and he walked up there, and he said that people were actually leaving the stadium because they didn't know what was going on. He's like, just people were just walking out and running. Some people run, but most of them were just walking out of the stadium and not coming back.
And they put something on the screens, right, that the show was paused?
Yeah, they said show is paused at this moment, information coming later. And when I've seen that in some places, and that means they're canceling it. So I think that's what a lot of people were taking, was that the concert was getting canceled.
Weird.
That's weird.
But great show. Smashing Pumpkins, Ronson, and all were great that night.
Well, cool. Glad you had a good time, and glad they got back on stage.
Yep, it was great. And then just to see them, I guess they didn't take long for Detroit police to capture the guy who was actually doing the drone over the stadium.
Yeah, glad I caught that punk.
Take that, Pete.
Ruin a concert.
Yeah, way to go.
Pete's out of control. Tom and Canton, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tom?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great.
All right.
Yeah, I was there last night with my daughter. We were up in section 344, and we saw the drone, got it on video, saw the band rush off stage, and a pyro had just gone off, so we did see smoke coming from the stage, so we kind of thought it was that at first, but reports, text messages, and social media talking about a drone, so we figured it was that, and then about 10, 15 minutes later, they came back on and said some choice words about no one's going to stop them, and one of the greatest shows I've ever seen. I've never seen them before, so it was pretty awesome after that. Little nerve-wracking at the beginning when all that happened, but settled down and got to enjoy the rest of the show.
So you found out through social media that it was because of the drone?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, hey, man, glad the show went off. And were you at any point scared?
No, daughter was looking a little nervous. She's only 13, but, just sitting there having conversations with her and keeping her calm and talking about what song she wants to hear and, keep it at that.
Distract her.
And wasn't too nervous at all, but it was a good time.
So that's kind of cool. She's 13 and she's digging on music from the late 80s, early 90s. Into the 90s.
I couldn't be more proud.
That's awesome. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
We got a text that said he took one guy said he took his two 14-year-old daughters with him too.
Nice. It's funny that came up because last night I was riding with my youngest son, and he was playing his music. I'm like, he goes, "What do you think of this?" I said, "It sounds to me like a random collection of noises." And he was like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then he goes, "Well, what do you like?" So I put on Deacon Blues by Steely Dan.
It's a great song, but I mean, if
I knew he wouldn't like
I'm
it, but I
guessing
was
he's
like,
not gonna
let
like
me pop something on that he'll not
Drink
like. But,
Scotch whiskey
Yeah.
all night long.
yeah. Anyway,
What did he say?
he said, "Well, let me give you something I think you'll like." And he put on a song, and I looked down. It was Peebo Bryson. He likes Peebo Bryson. I know, and I'm like, "What's next, Jodeci? Like, are you seriously into Peebo
Bryson?
Yeah."
Wasn't
He's
that on the T-shirt? Kang and Step Brothers. One of the Step Brothers wear a Peebo Bryson T-shirt, I think.
I don't know if
No,
he did.
it
I
was,
don't know. I must have missed it.
Pablo Cruz.
Maybe it was Pablo Cruz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you're unbelievable, Doug. Yes.
I got a movie reference. So anyway, back to the point. There are some guys in Michigan that use drones to find missing dogs. I love that. That's from Roy.
That's using it for good, right?
Yeah. Doug, use the drone to check your gutters and the roof. Next one, drones are great on vacation. Some really nice shots of Peru and Bali. Also been doing a progression video of the Hudson's Project. Regarding last night, I was there. No, it didn't seem like they got bad news. It seemed like there could have been a bomb threat or an active shooter or something else. They were literally sprinting off stage, and you could see the fear. And Comerica Park made no attempt to tell us what was happening, and we sat there for 10 minutes hoping it wasn't something serious. Next text. I was at the show last night. They hustled the band off the stage. The lights came up. Eventually, after about 5 minutes, they posted on the board that the concert was delayed. The crowd was remarkably calm, and virtually nobody was leaving or even scurrying for the aisles. And then when they came back on, Green Day lead singer Billy Joe Armstrong said, no MFers are going to get in the way of this show. And that was it. Everything was handled well and re-energized.
Weren't they only gone for like 5 minutes? I thought that's what the news said last night.
It said 10 minutes.
I know one of these guys said 10 minutes. I'm just saying that the news said last night the story was 5. Either way, it's not that long.
Yeah, 5. Let's say 5 to 10 minutes, Gator.
But that sounds good. But in light of the school shooting yesterday, maybe I would have reacted a little bit differently. Now I'm starting to put other things together. I mean, I guess, I don't know, crazy times we're living in.
Scott writes in, it was something unpredictable, but they were having the time of their life.
Oh, just see
Hey, let's talk some football. The Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thingy is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Football season starts tonight. It is Baltimore and Kansas City in the National Football League. Tomorrow there's an NFL game in Brazil, Green Bay and Philadelphia. There's some college games. Big Saturday here locally for Michigan and Michigan State. Lions tip-off Sunday, of course, kick off their season Sunday. And then there's a Monday night football game. So here we go. Buckle up. Your mark. Get set. Go. Let's do the blitz thingy. Gator, I received yesterday with the college version. So, NFL version, you go first.
All right.
Oh, don't sound too excited, Gator. Here we go, baby.
I'm focused.
Football.
okay?
All right, you focus. Stay focused. Here we go. Speaking of football, starts today in Brazil. Speaking of Brazil, the Eagles, Packers, right? Eagles cornerback Darius Slay said this week he didn't want to go to Brazil, and he was actually told to stay in his room because the crime rate is crazy. He even told his family, don't come. I'm going to be sitting in my hotel room playing video games the whole time. Now, he's walked it back a little bit because the NFL has probably told him, hey, dude, what are you doing? So he's apologized for anybody he's offended. But my question to you and Doug is, should the NFL take into consideration crime rate, safety issues, and all this other stuff when scheduling these international games?
They should, and I'm sure they do. They've got to have security measures in place and take precautions. I'm sure that goes on. However, I do think they should listen to the players, that the players want to voice an opinion about any concerns that they have. And I think it would just behoove them to do that so that everybody feels comfortable about this situation as they're going into it. We've heard horror stories about Mexico too, and they play in Mexico every couple of years. So I would imagine that the NFL takes it pretty seriously. I think, and there's no way they're going to want to throw these guys in a situation that it's not going to be good.
You wouldn't think they would want to put their product in peril of violent crime of any kind. I had a buddy that lived in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and he didn't come back talking like it was a war zone.
Did he come back?
He came back, yes, but he didn't come back talking like it was a war zone. So I think they'll be fine. I think this is probably much ado about nothing.
Did he choke you out?
No, he did not. Why would he do that?
Well, he's Brazilian.
Yeah, he knows jiu-jitsu.
He lived in Brazil.
Well, yeah. He didn't die in Brazil, so he must have learned something along the way.
He went to Mitchell Elementary in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Oh, Mitchell Elementary Academy?
Yeah, the Academy, yeah. Hoist Gracie School.
Yeah, exactly. I misspoke. The game's tomorrow, by the way.
Yes.
Ravens and Chiefs are tonight. But yes, the NFL should consider everything, of course. And I'm sure you're right. They do probably have security and then upgraded, for safety issues for the players and things like that. But let's be honest here, people. The NFL only cares about money, and growing the game just means growing their pocketbook. They'll go wherever they can possibly go to take the game, to get more television audience and get more fans. And so the almighty dollar will win again. They'll try to protect the players, but what kind of place are you taking players into if you're telling them not to leave the hotel room? Shouldn't that be kind of a red flag right there?
Well, they're not playing in the Ukraine.
Not yet.
I mean,
Not yet, Gator.
That's true.
All right, what team is going from first to worst in their division? It happens like every year, right, guys?
So I thought Cincinnati was the obvious pick, and maybe it is the obvious pick, but they'd have to pass Baltimore. And I don't think they're going to do that. So I tried to figure out which division has the potential to be a disaster and somebody with a fourth-place schedule can capitalize. I'm going with the NFC East being a disaster, and the Commanders win the East.
Interesting. I heard Mike Tirico this morning talk about Jaden Daniels and saying he's the real deal. And I love Jaden Daniels, but that's a big leap to go over. You'd have to
Scott, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. That being said, your first instinct was right. It's Cincinnati. They've got the best chance to go from worst to first. Obviously, the Burrow injury hurt him last year. And it looks like Jamar Chase is ended his hold in, and he's practicing and likely suits up, so they'll be fine. Cincinnati will have a chance to challenge for the first spot.
Yeah, Cincinnati seems like the obvious answer, and I'm not hating you on that, Gator. So I'm going to go really off the board, though. Really off the board. Not only do they go from worst in their division to first, they were the worst team last year. The Carolina Panthers I'm taking. This is more of like my disrespect I feel I have for the NFC South. Yeah, I just don't, that division, I don't respect it. I just don't. What if Bryce Young's Stroud year is his second year? not every quarterback hits the ground running like C.J. Stroud did. It's going to take him some time. He was 1-1 overall. He gets a new head coach, more offensive-minded. That head coach helped Baker Mayfield last year. Maybe he can help Bryce Young reach his potential. They did add some offensive pieces as well. I think Carolina's got a crazy outside shot to take that division. All right, who's the first coach that's fired this year?
Robert Saleh.
Whoa.
I'm going out on a limb that it gets too uncomfortable by Thanksgiving and he's going to be gone by Christmas. I just think that is a dumpster fire. I understand that there was close to being a playoff team last year, despite the fact that the team only threw 11 touchdown passes. That's right. The Jets threw 11 touchdown passes all of last year. And they almost made the playoffs because their defense was that damn good. But I just think there's just going to be too much acrimony with Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers, and it's going to blow up.
So I go back to the NFC East, which I think has potential to be a mess.
It is a well.
Is it Dable? Is it McCarthy? Is it Sirianni? It's a race to who can get fired first. But Gator, on Monday, October 14th, following a loss to the Detroit Lions to drop to 2-4 after a bourbon-fueled altercation with owner Jerry Jones, McCarthy gone in Dallas to be replaced by Mike Zimmer, who is the defensive coordinator.
Not bad, not bad.
And then ultimately Bill Belichick.
You know what? My first thought was Nick Sirianni. But I just feel they have just too much talent to lose enough games for him to get fired in the middle of the season. Maybe at the end of the season if they don't realize enough success.
He might get fired, but that won't be the first one fired.
Exactly. So I'm not going to go Nick Sirianni. I'm going to go with the Saints head coach, Dennis Allen. That's right. Back to the disrespect of the NFC South. It might not be the fact that Carolina is that great this year, but the rest of the division is going to have to suck as well, right? And I think Dennis Allen is just going to start the Saints off horribly, so bad so that they're going to have to let him go during the season.
We're relying on Derek Carr, right?
Yes, they are. All right, well, we finally see a 2,000-yard receiver this year, and if so, who's it going to be?
Well, I'm going to say no on the 2,000-yard receiver. But if we are going to see one, I'll go Jamar Chase. With a healthy Joe Burrow puts up huge numbers in Cincy.
I agree that we won't see one this year. I think that extra game is just simply an extra opportunity to get hurt. I love Tyreek Hill, but he's banged up.
Quarterback issues there.
There's no quarterback issue there, but he's banged up. I just don't see it happening this season. I think we might see it in the next couple of years, but some of these quarterbacks just need to get some more work time with these receivers that they have.
So I thought one of you guys would say yes, if not both, because I think the popular answer would be yes, but I agree. I don't think it's going to happen either. It's really, really hard to do, guys.
Yeah.
I did the math on this, right? That's right, Gator. I did the math.
I'm glad you did.
You need 8 catches a game at 15 yards per catch and play the full season, by the way. That's all 17 games. That's not easy to do. CeeDee Lamb might be, if anyone does it, I think it's CeeDee Lamb, but he had 135 catches last year, and he still had 1,700 yards. I think he played every game, too. It's really hard to do. More weapons for all these quarterbacks. I know it's a passing league, but they're spraying it around more.
I thought Justin Jefferson might have a shot, but it's
now with this quarterback,
not with the quarterback situation they have.
Yep, I agree. All right, who's getting way too much hype and is going to disappoint this year, and who's not getting any hype at all, and it's going to surprise people?
All right, so this is interesting because I'm not sure who's really getting hype and who isn't getting hype, but I'll answer the question. I went with Devontae Adams because everybody thinks that he is one of the top 3 receivers in football. All the receivers just rave about him. And yet, he's stuck in Vegas with a crappy quarterback situation. I just don't think he's going to live up to any of it. I think when the second he got moved over there was just a death sentence for his career. He's got to get out of Vegas. As far as someone who I think is underrated and going to have a really good year, I know that we joke about the Achilles injury a little bit with guys coming back, but I really think that Kirk Cousins has an opportunity with the weapons around him. He had weapons in Minnesota and put up some really good numbers, but he's got a solid running game too right now with Bijan Robinson, and I just think it's a winnable division too. And because it's a winnable division and he's got the weapons, I think he can end up winning the division. And he'll get heralded as what a great season he had.
It's really hard with the hype question because I feel like the NFL, we know and hear about everybody. So and there's a lot of respect for a lot of skill position players and all that. So I'm trying to think of somebody that's off the radar that used to have hype and now people have given up on, but is going to get some help. And Kyler Murray might have a bounce back season this year in Arizona. And as far as too much hype, I'm going to say that the Super Bowl favorite Green Bay Packers are going to let down Green Bay. I can't swing a dead cat anymore without seeing. God, I probably shouldn't say that anymore, but without seeing a Green Bay selection to win the Super Bowl. In fact, CBS Sports had a bunch of experts pick today. The most popular pick is Green Bay to win the Super Bowl. Green Bay's going to let down.
Yeah, Sports Illustrated going downhill again.
Doug, I was very close to picking Green Bay as well. I think Jordan Love's good, but I feel like this is too much praise too soon for him and that team. But ultimately, I went with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. I mean, there are some media members picking the Jets to go to the Super Bowl this year. NFL put him on so many primetime games this year. Aaron Rodgers, has he even met his teammates yet? Does he even like his teammates? This guy's in a darkness retreat every other week. I'm not sure he has any chemistry with these guys. He almost ran for VP of the country, So, I think the Jets and Aaron Rodgers specifically is going to let a lot of people down with all the hype. As far as not getting any hype, I'll go back to it. Bryce Young, I just feel like he's been completely overlooked because of the year Stroud had. He's very young, 1 year into the league. New coach, better suited for him, more weapons. Like I said, they picked up Jadeveon Clowney on defense. I think Bryce Young has a much better year than people expect. All right, last one's a little fun here, guys. There's an alleged leaked contract of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's relationship going around online. It was put out by Travis Kelce's PR company, but they've already come out and debunked that and said this is not true. But what was shown on this leaked contract was the actual date of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's breakup. It lists the date as September 28th, 2024. Coming up, guys. Let's just play a game here. Just give me the exact date they actually do break up.
Okay, so I'm looking
We'll come back and revisit.
Yeah, how history will repeat itself here. And I'm thinking about history, all right? And I remember when Carly Bobby left her husband, Ricky, after he was no longer able to drive. She left and...
He thought he was on fire and he was naked.
Yeah, and so she then latched on with Cal Naughton Jr.,
Hell yeah.
who was winning races at the time.
Shake and bake.
So when the Chiefs get bounced in the playoffs this coming year, she will then latch on to Detroit Lions tight end Parker Hess.
That's funny. Well, I'm expecting Sam Laporta. That goes Parker Hess.
Or Brock Wright.
Hey, Brock Wright's...
Well, Sam Laporta's engaged too.
Fair enough.
February 7th.
I like it.
February 7th?
February
What year?
7th?
What was it? 2025?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, I don't believe it. This is true love, and true love lasts forever. They will never, ever, 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 ever break up.
I love it. I love it. You're a romantic, true romantic at heart.
That's me.
Peter. All right, guys. So I went back and checked out when another high-profile couple called it quits. Giselle and Tom Brady. They did it in October, so I'm going to go October 28th, 2025.
There you go. All you need to know heading into the NFL season. And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Bold Ass predictions coming up next for the Detroit Lions season. Get yours in at 248-539-9797. We archive these and revisit them after the season. So 10:50 we'll have ours, and we want yours. Give us a bold prediction for the Lions season. 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, you want a great place to watch the big games? Like the big game is on tonight. You got playoff chases going on as well. You got some college games over the weekend, and we know what's happening on Sunday. The best place in town to watch any game is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. The food's incredible. They got the best wings in town. And if you want to save the hassle of parking and driving to this Sunday night's football game, 24 Seconds Detroit Football Shuttle is on sale right now. It's only $40. Gets you transportation to and from the game. Plus, they got great specials for Detroit baseball. Only $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and only $4 for drafts of Miller Lite for Detroit football games. And college football, it's here, like I said. Michigan State, they're going to have specials for those also. And on Thursday nights, they have trivia. 24 Seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you're having a party, book yours right now on the 24 Seconds rooftop deck. It's awesome up there. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 Seconds is hiring cooks and servers right now. Every seat's a great seat, flat screen, high definition TVs throughout the place. This is where you're going to want to go. Make sure you check out all the specials and happenings on the webpage at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
We were talking earlier in the week about how, to me, I'm done with the Stafford used to be our quarterback story. And as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't need to come up any more than Baker Mayfield being the quarterback of the next opponent will come up. And, Dak Prescott's the quarterback of the, next opponent. Like, it just, to me, it's just, this is the quarterback that we were playing this week. We've done the whole Stafford thing, and I don't feel the need to do it anymore. But that was Monday when I was by myself, and I said, I'm going to run it past Gator and Kang. And when I ran it past you two, you're like, yeah, you're living in a dream world if you don't think this is a story. I found what appears to be the NBC Open for Sunday Night Football that has Eminem narrating a script talking about this used to be our guy. We were all in with you. And we parted ways and things were good for you. But lo and behold, the guy that we got this is going to be a big part of the storyline. I am living in a fantasy world. I'm not pushing the the narrative for Stafford, but I brought it up because I sent you to the video and Kang sent back. Now I've lost the text. Kang sent back, yeah, Doug, they're not doing this for Baker Mayfield. Nope, they're not.
Listen, I totally get what you're feeling, Doug. Like, I think we're all kind of tired of it, of course, but the problem is it's always going to be part of our history, and it is recent, and so maybe in 3-4 years they stop doing this. I don't know when, but right now they're going to play into it, and I love the Sunday night opens because it gives you big game feels. You sit there at night and you get the number one broadcast crew and you get the national spotlight. But they're going to bring up stuff that we've been through because that's the big story around the country, around other NFL fans, right?
Yeah.
Stafford coming back.
Yep. And so be it. I'll endure.
Does any part of you guys, and this is going to sound a little, maybe a little too much. Is any part of you just wish that, okay, let's get it on, get it over with. Like, go ahead, show the video, make it short and sweet, 30 seconds. Thank you, Matthew. We appreciated your time here. Let's go Lions. And for the crowd to just acknowledge Stafford with cheers for a nice 5 seconds, and then that's it. Is it possible to get that done so we can pay some respect to the guy that was here for a long time, and then that's it, and then move on as
real
quickly.
Tight,
yeah,
super tight.
Yeah, hey, we got a schedule to keep. Let's go.
Yep.
And now here are Detroit Lions.
I think the Lions are kind of in a tricky situation because my guess is he gets booed. Like if they put him up,
he's gonna get booed.
Yeah, but they're gonna try to if you try and honor him, you're bringing attention to him and prompting the fans to boo him when it's probably the classy thing to do to honor him.
But we're beyond class at this point. We had a playoff battle. They won the playoff game, and
we all agreed, don't do it then. Because
that was different. Yeah, that
you can't do it then. And I think
it's doable now, Gator. I do. I think that he can get his 10 seconds and then move on. I honestly do.
Without getting booed?
Yes.
Showered with boos?
This is a regular season game. I know it's Sunday night, but I think it can happen. Maybe
he's going to get showered with boos.
I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out, but I think it can happen. I thought you were a true romantic at heart.
I remember.
I am. That's why I said, is it possible? I'm asking and I'm answering at the same time. I don't think that the Detroit fans would take time out of their busy schedule to boo the opponent to pay homage to him for even 5 seconds.
Let's not forget. Let's not confuse it here. No, we're not booing him. We're booing his children.
Right.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that's ridiculous.
One for each quarter.
Yeah. All right. So, are you ready? Are you ready for bold ass predictions for the Detroit Lions season?
Sure.
It's been a minute since we've done these. Now, we want yours as well. We will record all of your bold-ass predictions at 248-539-9797. Archive them and bring them back after the season. Because when you get to the end of the year, you're always amazed at how many of these come true. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
All right. Lions bold-ass prediction number 1. Parker Hess will score 3 touchdowns for the Lions this year.
It's a big year for Parker Hess.
Huge, man. Jeez.
Yeah. Who do you have him hooking up with?
Taylor Swift.
There you go. Bold ass prediction. Aiden Hutchinson will have 15 quarterback sacks while Davenport and Houston combine for 15.
Wow. At the trade deadline, the Lions will trade for Devontae Adams.
Wow.
They're one of the few teams with the cap space. He's going to be an unhappy customer. Oakland. Vegas has 6 of their first 8 games or 5 of their first 8 against playoff teams. They're going to get a bad start. He's going to want out. Lions swoop in.
Wow. Gibbs and Montgomery combined for over 2,200 yards rushing.
The Lions will clinch the division and the number 1 seed with a Week 17 win over San Francisco. The Lions seal the deal on an Emmanuel Mosley interception on San Francisco's final drive.
I see what you did there.
He's back.
He's back. At some point, we hope. Lastly, Doug, Jared Goff will score 2 rushing touchdowns in the same game.
Oh, come on. Did he cross the line there, Keg?
These are bold, man.
Yeah, that is bold. All right, get your bold predictions in. They have started to come in. Shot in Sterling Heights says, bold-ass prediction, or he writes BAP. Give him credit. BAP. Not only will Penei Sewell have a reception, he will have 2, and both will be for touchdowns.
Wow.
Max in Bath, Michigan. Bold-ass prediction. Jake Bates will break the longest field goal record on a walk-off game-winning field goal.
I like it.
Lions will score an average of 7 points in the third quarter. That's from Chris in Gibraltar. Okay, that's a random-ass prediction.
I'm not sure it's bold.
Ooh, I like random ass prediction.
It's not dumbass.
All right. It is recorded and archived.
7.
Yep. Lions bold ass prediction. The Lions will win the Super Bowl without winning the NFC North. Book it, Mason writes. I like the book it.
Yeah.
We could change this to the book it bold ass prediction. Because of a 3-2-1 null.
Book it.
Yeah, book it.
Did they find that guy yet, Doug?
I haven't found him yet. He will be outed. They might have found him. I stopped paying attention, but they might have found him. 248-539-9797. Get your bold ass predictions in right now here on Carson Anderson. And again, we're recording these. I've got the file open here, Gator. We got a file open, and let's get to your phone call. Sean in West Bloomfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sean.
I got a bold one, boys.
All
You
right.
ready?
Yep.
Jameer Gibbs will lead the entire NFL in all-purpose yards and become the consensus best back in the NFL ahead of Christian McCaffrey.
Wow.
I like it. Got a bright future, that young man does.
Sure does.
Yep. I could see it. I don't know if I could see it. That's pretty elite.
That's
but I
bold.
could see him taking a massive step forward. He is so electric.
Stay healthy.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Let's go, boys. It's time.
It is time. Thank you, Sean. DJ, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
What's going on, fellas? Y'all all right?
We're good, DJ.
This the other DJ from Detroit. The one I won a bet from you, the Stafford bet a few years ago.
Okay.
No, I'm about to know. I'm all right gonna have 2,000 yards and 150 catches for sure. But y'all said that during your little first segment. I was wondering, like, y'all crazy. Like, he gonna have 2,000 yards. He gonna be the best receiver in the league.
Well, that would be like the best receiving season ever. But,
That too.
I don't know if it makes us crazy for not thinking he'll have the best receiving season ever, but I got you down. Amon-Ra, 2,000 yards, 150 catches.
Lot of mouths to feed in this offense.
Yes, there are. We'll get to more of your BAPs, plus phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The NFL is officially back. The Ravens and Chiefs kick off the entire season tonight at 8:20 from Arrowhead. It marks a rematch of the AFC title game, the debut of Derrick Henry at the Baltimore Ravens backfield, and also Lamar Jackson trying to improve on his 1-4 record against Patrick Mahomes. While the Lions wait a few more days for their chance, Amon-Ra St. Brown and his brother releasing a new podcast, one of the debates being, who is the Lions' biggest rival? Cam Jordan was a guest with them, saying that the Vikings-Packers storied history prevents Green Bay from being Detroit's rival. Detroit coordinator speaking today, Aaron Glenn, said that Aiden Hutchinson ready to set his sights on being the best defensive player in the NFL. That's how good he's been this offseason. College Division II openers happening in state. Saginaw Valley State, Grand Valley State, Wayne State, Northwood University among them. Kickoffs between 6 and 8 p.m. And the Tigers' deficit in the wildcard race now 5.5 games after their loss late last night. They have the Red Sox and the Mariners tied with them in the standings at 70 wins and 70 losses. Detroit trying to avoid the brooms at Petco Park. The final game against the Padres at 8:40. Casey Mize gets the nod. Tigers bats will face lefty Martin Perez with the call right here on 97.1. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carson, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. It's bold-ass prediction day here on the Carson Anderson program. Lion season. What's your bold-ass prediction for this coming season? Now, you can't cross a line. We like it's kind of a finesse game. You know, you try and wander up to the line as close as you can come to the line without going over said line. Because if you go over the line, Gator, what is it?
It's a dumbass prediction.
There you go.
It's Kang.
Dumb.
Yeah. So we don't want that.
No.
So we would, like we said, finesse game. Right up there. Right up to the line. But don't cross the line. 248-539-9797. What's your bold-ass prediction for the coming season? Let's go to Pete. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Pete.
Could this be a dumb one? After getting blown out by the Rams and their injury-prone season, they go 6-11.
Why would you hurt us like that?
I just feel it in my bones. It was so good last year. I just want them to do well. It's reverse psychology.
So you're a jinx and you want to be the reverse jinx. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, I hope. I mean, it would be
stepping us up when your name was Pete.
If you
probably have a drone, don't you, Pete?
Injury-riddled season, 6-11, huh? Well,
we had a chance.
Yep. It's been a fun run. No, look, injuries are part of it. I mean, it hovers over every team that has a positive outlook on the season, is because it's just they play such a big role in determining who has good seasons and who doesn't. I don't want to really dwell on his prediction.
No?
I don't. But could that happen? Of course.
So I just noticed something. It was late breaking in the show yesterday.
Yeah.
And I haven't had a chance to scroll back up on the chat on the Twitch stream or the YouTube stream, as you can stream video live of our show on twitch.tv.
Good cross-promotion, Gator.
Search 971 The Ticket, and you can check that out. Also on YouTube. But yesterday, late in the show, we learned that Kang had broken his headphones.
Yes.
Have you seen how ridiculous it is right now?
Yeah, Kang, did you forget and not get some new headphones?
I'm not since I left the show yesterday. I did not forget, but I did not have time to go get new headphones.
I mean, he's got the one headphone is just turned to the side. It's like a little Princess Leia-esque right now.
You have you tried, and then this has been known to work-ish. Have you tried tape?
Oh, there's electrical tape on here, but it did not do a good enough job, clearly.
Okay. Well, you can check it out if you're watching on the stream.
I mean, it's ridiculous, right?
It's just hanging there.
Sticking out.
Somebody did send us something over earlier that Kang looks like, because you had your hand on it, like you were holding the headphone on your head, and somebody said, Kang looks like he's currently singing to the world.
That or are you a DJ? Kind of.
Oh,
cutting and scratching?
Wasn't Pitbull here last night?
Dale.
Yeah, you don't.
Sorry, Mr. Worldwide?
Yeah.
Mr. 305?
Yeah, it looks great, Kang. Looks great.
Yeah, I feel stupid now. Thanks for pointing it out.
He snapped the one side of his headphones for people listening, obviously, which is the majority of you, and it now kind of it's kind of flapping around on the side of his head.
I will guarantee you this.
The cans, as they call them.
Yeah, and I'll guarantee you that unlike Stoney, I will, if this does not get fixed by the end of the week, I will purchase new ones instead of borrowing
You're not
Heather's.
going to borrow Heather's?
That's
Okay.
right, man.
Fair enough.
More bold-ass predictions coming in. Bold-ass prediction, Jared Goff will throw out the first pitch of the American League Divisional Series in Detroit.
Yes! I like it.
Another one here. Jared Goff will have the fewest interceptions in the league. That's from Alex in a van. Josh in Clay Township. My bold prediction for the Lions is Amon-Ra will win NFL MVP this season. Jeff in the truck. My bold prediction is Jahmyr Gibbs will lead the NFL in all-purpose yards. My bold prediction for the Lions, Sam Laporta will lead all tight ends in receiving at the end of the season. That's from Nate the Mailman.
That is going to be hard to do when you're splitting time with Parker Hess. I mean, we can all agree on that.
Yeah. Maybe we can. Look, I didn't just pull that out of my hindquarters. I have reasoning behind it.
No, you did not. There's logic.
I'm gonna sit on the reasoning for a while and circle back to it later.
There's logic and reasoning.
There is logic and reasoning.
Out of respect for those involved, right? I mean, you don't.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah,
This is love.
yeah. I'm not. No, I'm not.
It's not just love. This is true love.
Well, you believe in true
Well,
love, Gator.
Hold on.
Doug.
This isn't like Jack Campbell stuff. This is just they kept
Well, that's-
Parker Hess for a reason.
That's just weird love.
It's just awkward love.
That is awkward.
Yeah.
That's unrequited.
We don't know that Jack Campbell will listen to this show and love it. Likes everything.
Shut
I
up,
have to
guys.
say.
Doug is talking.
Yeah. We don't know that, right?
We can find out.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't listen.
We
All
got to
right.
practice.
Yeah, they're almost always at practice when we're on the air. They don't even know who we are. All right, next up, bold ass predictions. The Lions will have 5 offensive players named to the Pro Bowl: Goff, Gibbs, St. Brown, J-Mo, and Laporta, but none will play in the game because the Lions will be too busy preparing for the Super Bowl. That's from James in Detroit.
He forgot the offensive line.
Yeah, he did.
You got Sewell and Ragnow will be there. Maybe Decker.
None of them will be there. They'll be too busy getting ready for the Super Bowl.
That's right.
My corrections. That's James in Toledo. Bold ass prediction. My bold ass prediction: Sam Laporta has 1,450 yards to break the single season record for a tight end. That's from an unnamed texter.
That's a huge jump in production.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so good last year, and nowhere near that number.
He didn't even get 1,000 yards last year, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, he did not. I mean,
And he was great last year.
He was great last year. He was second on the team in receptions with 86 for 889 yards.
What a great pick. I mean, what a great pick. Bold ass prediction for the Lions: Amon-Ra St. Brown will win the league MVP. That's from Robert in Livonia. Unnamed texter. Bold ass prediction: Dabo Swinney will join the Lions and lead the team in receiving.
Nice.
Start him in all fantasy formats this week, people.
Yeah, Dabo. For people who missed it, yesterday Kang got Debo Samuel and Dabo Swinney's names mixed up.
It happens.
He had Debo Samuel on the hot seat at Clemson.
Debo, Dabo, whatever. Do you want to get my bold ass prediction for the Lions, Doug?
Sure. Go for it.
Sione the Truth Vaki will return 2 touchdowns on special teams this year.
I love it. Here we go. Give yourself some props.
Yeah.
And then he will serenade the team after because he gets a game ball.
Is that your one, or do you have more than one?
That's the only one I care about.
All right.
Deeply.
No, the other serious one is Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm thinking 1,200, 1,200.
What?
Wow.
That's right. 1,200 receiving yards, 1,200 rushing yards.
Wow.
I
Wow.
1,200 receiving yards?
Wow. Just wow. I mean, what?
Things might have to happen for that to happen.
Did we turn on one of our own guys here? Did he cross the line, Gator?
That's a bit much. Jahmyr Gibbs had 316 yards receiving last year.
Times 4 this year.
All right.
And he had 945 on the ground. I could see the 1,200 rushing, and even that's going to be a little bit of stretch because of splitting time with Montgomery. So, but if there's an injury, I don't want there to be an injury. But if there is, one guy's going to get more carries.
All right, speaking of predictions, I mentioned the guys at CBS Sports. All did their Super Bowl predictions. There is some Lions mention. There's another trend. We'll get to that today at 11:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97. Want to take it open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll continue to take your bold-ass predictions throughout the show. College football this weekend. Michigan State, Maryland, Gator. What's your thoughts heading into that game?
Duck and cover.
Really?
No, I don't know. It's I like Michigan State, the defensive effort they put forth last week. I think it's a vastly improved defense, but they took a couple hits with injuries, which is going to test the depth on this team in the secondary. But I really like the depth they have in the front seven, so they get after teams. But Maryland's been this tricky team over the years. They always have speed, like ridiculous speed, it seems. It's like Maryland's always got a guy. Indiana always seems to have a guy. And Michigan State's offense just, obviously the first week of the season left a lot to be desired. Expecting better things out of the running game, and Nate Carter couldn't get going. They brought in the other running back, and he had the 63-yard run, which was great. But they need to have an established running game. I'd like to see them just go between the tackles more rather than try to string things outside, and just quick hit, man on man up front, and make some, put your helmet in somebody's chest and knock them back a few yards, and get some consistency there. And obviously Childs has to play better, and I suspect he will. I think Michigan State will play better, but right now my gut tells me that Maryland wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, Maryland's really good. They're not great, but they're good. And they played a bad UConn team, call it what it is. Billy Edwards looked really good. They got good wide receivers. Roman Hemby has always been, I mean, from day one when he showed up, he has impacted that team positively. So, he's tough to bring down. He's a good running back.
But the thing with teams that are untested with new players coming in is that you don't know what the learning curve is going to be. You don't know how big of a jump a team can make from 1 week to the next.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to expect from Michigan State's offense. They could have an incremental jump, or it could be a non-existent jump. And I think the same thing kind of goes for Michigan with their offense. But we're talking about the Spartans here. I don't. There's so much unknown with Michigan State, and I'd like to see a lot more of Nick Marsh, a lot more of Velling, the tight end, and let's get the playmakers out on the field and get the ball in their hands.
So a couple of Michigan and Texas coming up this weekend. It's funny, leading up to the season, whenever we previewed Michigan, I kind of say, and I hate being broken record stuff, but you're like, okay, one of the big storylines here is, can the defense keep Michigan in games while the offense gets up to speed? Can the defense carry the day while the offense goes through its growing pains? Can the defense do the job while the offense is learning? And I think last Saturday was an exact, tangible example of what that looks like. Can the defense keep them? They held Fresno to 10 points. Their one touchdown drive came when Michigan had a number of, they got down on the depth chart a little bit, but they did give up the drive. But they held them to 10 points. And the offense, funny thing about the offense is I think people came away very concerned about the Michigan offense. Michigan's last 6 drives were 11 plays, 10 plays, 9 plays, 9 plays, 7 plays, 75 yards, and a touchdown. They put together drives. They just weren't finishing drives, which is part of what you hope is a growth curve, that as you get better, you finish those drives. And as the game went on, their offensive drives were better. But this is obviously a much bigger task. We talked about how they fully believe it's real easy to get better on the offensive line because the mistakes were somewhat rudimentary and things they didn't know were going to happen until they actually got in there with live bullets. But so now they're in a game. They see what some of the issues are, and everybody I talk to that knows about line play says they are easily correctable. And the biggest jump comes from week 1 to week 2. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to beat Texas, because Texas, same thing. They know what to correct to, and they'll make a big jump forward. Texas's speed on the outside is scary, but so was Washington's, and so was Alabama's last year. And the secondary is many of the same people. Jair Hill looked really good in his first start at the corner opposite, but their speed is scary. Their quarterback is really good, Quinn Ewers. Their running backs, it doesn't look like they lost a step, even though these guys were down on the depth chart. So, they're legit. And their defensive front is big and physical. They got a middle linebacker that looks like a defensive tackle. Number 0, he's incredible. And their secondary's good. So Michigan's going to have to play incredibly well on defense and win the special teams battle, is in my opinion, what they need to do.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Michigan. I mean, Texas, look, this is one of the blue bloods of football. So they're going to have depth. They're going to have high-end talent, and they have both. And for Michigan, they haven't had an opponent like this early in the season since like 2018. They started the season at Notre Dame, lost that game, and then won like the next 10 games in a row or whatever it was before losing big at Ohio State. But it's been a while since they played somebody like this early. And, is Texas battle-tested already? Not really, but they did what they had to do last week, and they look good doing it. Everybody knew their offense was going to be good. Everyone knows Michigan's defense is going to be good. This is one of these classic matchups, right? Great offense against a great defense.
And the theory is defenses are going to look at Michigan and just say, we just need to take away Colston Loveland. And the Michigan people insist, if they pay too much attention to Colston, we have other guys that can burn you. They didn't really show much of a downfield passing attack in game 1. I mean, it might make sense to come out just slinging it and try and loosen up the defense. Take your shots, even if they're incomplete. Take some shots downfield. But, when I brought it up, Davis Warren said this week, our defense all fall camp tried to take away Colston Loveland. And we have a pretty good defense, and I could still get him the football. So they think he can still be effective even if he becomes a focal point of the Texas defense. Here's a question I have for Michigan fans, and maybe this is an easy answer. Does Kalel Mullings, in your eyes, clearly get the first shot, or do you go with big game Donovan Edwards, who always seems to, I shouldn't say always, it's not always, but Penn State last year, Ohio State, 2 years ago, Penn State, Ohio State 2 years ago, Penn State last season, Washington last season. He has a propensity to show up in big games. And he's got the physical tools, but, there's this weird thing where he's can't seem to break off the mid-range run. Like he's either going to the house or it's 1 or 2 yards. But there's not enough 5 to 7 yard runs where Kalel Mullings has a bunch of those. But do you give big game Donovan the first crack at it, or do you go with Kalel Mullings?
I think you still do. And Michigan State's got the same question with K'Ron Lynch-Adams, who was the running back that had the 63-yard run, and Nate Carter, who's the guy that I expect to be the guy. And they gave him a ton of carries. Nate Carter had 19 carries, but averaged 2.5. K'Ron Lynch-Adams had the 9 carries for 101 yards. Even if you take away the touchdown run, it's still like 5 yards per carry. I mean, he did really well. So it's both teams are looking at something similar here. The other guy got it done last week.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, that's not the one you're really counting on.
Kalel said something before the season because he played some running back in high school as well, obviously, and he gets to Michigan and they make him a linebacker. He started games at linebacker. I think he started the Colorado State game 2 years ago. He was a starter at linebacker. Now he's starting at the running back spot. And Hassan Haskins did the same thing at Michigan and became this big, bruising, impossible to bring down back. Kalel is really, really freaking good, and he's kind of a classic Big Ten bruiser who's got enough speed that they got him deep on kick returns. He is their primary kick returner. He brought one from 5 yards out last week.
I think I asked this question about him last year, maybe off the air, but I'll ask it again.
Okay.
This year, on the air. Was he named after Superman? Son of Jarrell Kal-El?
I'll have to ask him. I did find an interesting little tidbit, but these are good questions.
I mean, that's a bucket-worthy question.
Well, wait a sec. Superman
was the son of Jarrell, and his name was Kal-El.
Okay. I will ask him if you'd like. I'll ask him, were you named after Superman?
Is there some sort of Superman
I will try and find
connection?
Out. I will try and find out.
And if so, what is your kryptonite?
You might not want to go public with that.
No, probably not. But maybe you might say something like liver.
Yeah, I mean.
And it's like Fonzie.
Yeah.
That's different.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Michigan State fans, if you want to get into your gut feeling heading into this weekend, they're both big underdogs. But, it's early in a college football season, and a million different things can happen in a college football game.
When was the last time Michigan was this big? What's the spread on this one?
7.5.
When was the last time we were 7.5 point dog at home?
Probably one of those Ohio State games over the years. It's been a while, but I don't have that information at my fingertips.
I've given you 2 bucket-worthy
yes, I'll see
excursions to go on.
I'll see what I can find out. Hey, man. Just wait till you. There are some guys I can't wait to make plays. Let's just say.
I hear you.
Fred Moore and Christian Boivin are a couple of my favorites. Can't wait for them to make
It's
plays.
a deep bucket, folks.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. If you want to get into your feelings on what's your gut telling you about this weekend, Spartan fans, Wolverine fans. We'll continue the NFL talk. I missed it. We were going to go to CBS Sports predictions. We'll get to those today at 11:35. A trend. There is a trend. I don't know if it's annoying, but there is a trend when it comes to late here in the preseason, what people are picking. That's at 11:35 here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Greg in Dearborn. You're on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey. Oh, I just want to, Gator, man, I'm really sorry about your dad. I always liked all the stories that he would have where it seemed like if you were ever, like, in trouble, he would just be kind of, like, real cool about it, and it was just never a big deal, you know?
No, he was great, and he was definitely missed. I appreciate your thoughts, Greg. Thank you.
And Gator got in a lot of trouble.
I did not get I was a good kid for the most part.
But I was just calling regarding the question you had. I kind of, it's an overreaction, but I kind of just want Donovan Edwards to only get the ball passed to him out of the backfield. I've been kind of yelling this for, I don't know, maybe 2 years now. Mullings does kind of scare me because he kind of runs upright and holds the ball like proverbial loaf of bread. I want to see just the fake, maybe one run to Donovan to keep him true, and then pass it to him out of the backfield.
Well, he is the one thing that doesn't seem to have taken any steps backwards is his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. And given their lack of explosive plays in the passing game, maybe he's more of a weapon moving forward in that regard. But yeah, I don't know that I don't know what's happened. It's one of the great mysteries because how a guy can just be either home run shot or 1 or 2 yards is really odd. There's just if he could just find, maybe it's something about his running style, or he's not seeing the holes the way Khalil Mullings did, or Blake Corum prior to that. I don't know what it is. I'm not a running back coach, but it is odd because he's had like probably 3 or 4 of the biggest runs in Michigan football history.
Right. And then I could definitely craft a win. I'm not feeling 100% great on it, but whatever that offensive line pairing was in the fourth quarter when Khalil was just, running down the field right down their throats, I think Crippen came in. But they could definitely build on that, and I believe Sharon knows that, and he can definitely make that happen and kind of slow the game down, churn it, maybe hit the under and squeak out a home win.
Well, their defense is going to have to play great. Their offense is going to have to take big steps forward, and I just, Dominic Zavada in the kicking game is, he's a weapon.
He's got a leg now.
Apparently out to 60. And they may need every bit of that weapon for this game. All right. So I promised we'd get to this, Gator. I saw this today, and then you got a little follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
The CBS Sports NFL writers, Prisco, Brinson, that whole crew.
Brinson.
They all made their picks, and they went through and they picked more than just the Super Bowl. But we get to Super Bowl winners and losers. All right? So you get the 2 teams they got going to the Super Bowl. And I've just seen more and more of this as we get closer and closer to the season. We'll start with Prisco, Pete Prisco, CBS Sports. Super Bowl matchup, the Buffalo Bills and the Green Bay Packers. Prisco picks the Packers to win the Super Bowl. Will Brinson picks the Super Bowl matchup, the LA Rams and the Buffalo Bills. And he's got the Bills winning the Super Bowl.
All right.
Ryan Wilson's got the Houston Texans and the Detroit Lions. The Lions win the Super Bowl.
Oh, my.
Way to go, Wilson. John Breach has the Lions and Bengals reaching the Super Bowl, with the Bengals winning the Super Bowl. Jared Dubin has the 49ers and Chiefs reaching the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs reaching the Super Bowl. And Tyler Sullivan has the Packers and Jets reaching the Super Bowl, and has the Packers winning the Super Bowl. So they got 6 writers. 2 of the 6 picked the Packers to win the Super Bowl. And Gator, you just found this story on The Athletic?
That's right. And a story from Mike Sando. They talked to 5 NFL executives who ranked the NFC teams.
Yep.
They ranked the AFC teams earlier in the week. This time they did the NFC teams. So just ranking them 1 to 16. Number 1, San Francisco.
This is the average, or
4 of the 5 execs had them number 1.
Okay, so the average ranking for the 5 NFL executives has the 49ers as the number 1 team in the NFC.
That's correct.
Yep.
Number 2, The Green Bay Packers.
Okay, so here we go again. Now, I expect Green Bay to be a very respectable outfit. Okay? But they have become, I mean, I almost want to say the favorite in the NFC North.
But here's where it's interesting. So they come in second on 3 of the ballots, 5th and 6th on the other 2.
Yep.
The Lions are third. The Lions come in first on 1 of the ballots, second in 2 of the ballots, 5th in another, and then 9th.
Okay.
In the last ballot.
So Brad Holmes.
You think Brad Holmes is the executive was asked?
I think he's totally skewing this.
So the guy who has the Lions at 9th.
You've got his entire ranking, 1 to 16.
Number 1, San Francisco. Number 2, Green Bay.
Yep.
Number 3, the Rams. Number 4, the Falcons.
All right.
Number 5, the Bears. Number 6, the Commanders. Number 7, Seattle. Number 8, Dallas. And number 9, the Detroit Lions.
I just hope we find a way to win a game.
Exactly, right? So then it goes down and it has a little story on the Lions, and it says the exec slotting Detroit first in the NFC loves the way the Lions have built a 4-down offense with an in-your-face ground game behind a strong line. It says, quote, there's a physical element to it. They marry their pass game to the run game really well, and that's really hard to defend. I think they've added enough pieces to the back end of their defense to at least be league average. And if you are that and you're still scoring points, then you are going to be a difficult team to deal with. Then it says the exec predicting the fall for the Lions and thought that the league would catch up to Detroit this season. He thought no team's offense had been studied as closely over the first 2 seasons as the Lions, and the defenses would be better prepared. It says, quote, they treat 3rd down like 2nd down. And that was something that became very public as they went deeper. Teams are going to pick up on that, and they play a tougher schedule, and there's more pressure on them, and we'll see what it looks like. So his reasoning is interesting. That he thinks that because the Lions were so successful offensively for the last couple of years, that no team has been scrutinized over more when it comes to game planning against. How do we stop this offense? How do we stop this offense? And he thinks that because they take so many of those chances on 4th down, that it's just going to catch up to them. I choose to disagree because I think Ben Johnson changes things up, and I don't think he's going to be all that predictable. I think the only thing you can predict is that, you know what, they can run the ball, and they can throw the ball. Good luck defending it.
Right.
Like, okay, it's a great offense. We've studied it. Doesn't mean you can stop it. You know, the players are great. But as far as they treat 3rd down like 2nd down, I don't know.
Look,
I mean, we've talked about the addition of the kicker, how that might change things. We've talked about the defense being better, how that might change the thought process of Dan Campbell.
Well, I hope the Lions adopt the mentality of a scrappy underdog. Let me change that. Should the Lions adopt the mentality of the scrappy underdog, since it seems like Green Bay has become a super vogue pick? We got more people here with the CBS and the Athletic saying good. I mean, they 3 people, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 people picked Green Bay of the 5 executives, took Green Bay as the 2nd best team in the NFC.
That's correct.
Out of 5.
Yeah.
And then 1 had the Lions, 2 had the Lions the 2nd best team, but the other one had the Lions first, right? So somebody had the Lions first and Green Bay 2nd.
So those 3 guys had the Packers at 2nd. One of them had the Lions 1. The other guy had the Lions at 5, and the other guy had the Lions at 9.
5. So 5 and 9. Should they adapt the mentality of a scrappy underdog? Nobody thinks we can do this, or because I mean it's not true that nobody thinks they can do it, or should they just say no? We're the bully. F you. We're going to do things our way. Bring it.
I mean, be true to what you are. These guys know what they can do. They know what they're capable of. Dan Campbell knows his team better than anybody else, and he trusts in that team. Just go do what you do, man.
They act like they figured out like the Lions and that's it, right? Is that what the article is kind of saying? Like the
kind of like the team's been studying for 2 years, and they'll be able to figure it out.
Listen, first of all, people know that Dan Campbell liked to take some risk here and there. That was
not a secret.
By the middle of the season, I don't think that was a secret anymore, especially in year 3, right? it just makes you. It opens things up for the Lions. Doesn't mean you're going to stop them, but now you have to play the run and the pass. What, were you not doing that before?
Yeah.
You know.
Were you not trying as hard on fourth down because they surprised you?
Oh, they might run on second down because they weren't going to be before? No. You still got to stop them. They still got all. I mean, yes, the NFL is about schemes, but the players have to execute the game plan. And the Lions have those players that have been in the system now. No Ben Johnson, no Dan Campbell. It's easier said than done. The league's just caught up to the Lions.
But the Green Bay love.
Yeah, that's out of control.
Is it? It's out of control, isn't it?
It is. I think it is too.
It's what can I do that's different?
Exactly.
And it's expediting the love for them because they think they're going to be great soon. So I'm going to jump on board early. Is that what's going on here?
And so here's a quote from one of those executives who ranked him second, Green Bay. It says, "I'm a little hesitant because the quarterback needs to do it again, but they're going to run the football and they invest heavily in their defense. I think it's a good recipe." So you say you have major questions about, or that you're hesitant that the quarterback can do it again.
But you're picking him in.
But you're going to pick him to be second. Well, you do you. Go ahead, big guy.
Yep.
Go ahead, Pete.
The Green Bay, look, that's cool. That's cool. I'm cool. I'm breezy. But yeah, it's getting out of control. Hey, guys, we finally made it to pro football season. Action starts tonight, and Twin Peaks cannot wait to invite football fans back into their lodges for such a joyous occasion. Starting tonight, you'll want to be there early to grab your seat for a heck of a game on Thursday Night Football. There's a good game on Friday night. Then, of course, Sunday night, the home team, Sunday Night Football. Just in time for football season, Twin Peaks has added 2 new wing sauces, tikka, and chili crisp. They'll enhance your already incredible wing experience. At Twin Peaks, pair that with a Sam Adams Oktoberfest draft poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. Well, you know you've come to the right place. And if you need more convincing, it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. There's 50-plus TVs at each of their lodges, creating a great game day atmosphere that you can't beat. They can show up to 8 games all at once. There's incredible scratch-made food, freezing beer, craft cocktails, cheap shots, beautiful women serving it all up. Why would you go anywhere else? Plus, you got a monster college matchup at noon, another local game at 3:30. Take it all in at Twin Peaks. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Gator.
Doug?
We have a national day today.
Oh.
This is something that is probably more of a weakness for me than a strength. Could be, I don't know. It could be looked at both ways. Today is National Be Late for Something Day. Now, I operate.
Here we go.
I can't be late for stuff. I hate being late. There's some deep-seated insecurity that inside about I don't want to ever be late for anything.
Well, I think with our job and what we do for a living, I think it starts right there. And you've been doing a job like this for a long time where go on the air at whatever time it is. You have to be there before that time. Otherwise, what happens? What's the recourse is you lose your job more than likely.
I haven't talked about this, but I have had the recurring dream that I'm late and the game's about to kick off and I'm supposed to be there.
Oh, I think we've all had
play-by-play and I'm not there.
Yeah, I've had dreams where like we're doing a show and we're all just kind of sitting around and like the commercial break is clearly done and none of us are paying attention and we haven't come back on the air yet. I've had nightmares like that. Well, yeah, more nightmares than dreams, but so I get it.
I wouldn't call it a nightmare. Yeah, I get wildly uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's just a recurring thing that you don't like and I see that.
So, but the thing about it is I operate in such a way where I'm always strategizing and calculating back time. All right, if we got to be there at 1, it's a 25-minute drive, but let's give 5 minutes of wiggle room. So we need to leave by 12:30, which means I got to start rounding up the family at probably about 12:15. All right, it's time to go because I know that's a process. So if we have to be there at 1 with a 25-minute drive, I will start the process at 12:15 to get them out the door. And there's no one else in my household that operates with the same sense of urgency as me. Like even going up north, like here's one of my big ones. And this leads to some tense car drives. When you're going up north, there becomes a time on a Friday where the roads are really bad. Now I get out of work.
With traffic. Yeah.
Yes, with traffic. I get out of work at 2. And I'm home usually by 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we need to be on the road by 3:30 to avoid the traffic nightmares. I mean, we've done this so many times. I know 3:30, be on the road by 3:30, and you will most likely miss the traffic nightmares. My wife is a teacher. She gets home around 3:25. So the point is always when you leave, let's take care of all the packing on Thursday.
Sure.
So that when you get home from work on Friday, it's get in the car and go.
Right. Load the car up on Thursday.
Yep.
If you can.
I don't know that we have ever left before 3:30, even though I stress it every single time. The kids don't give an F. Like they're like, God damn, why are you stressing? And I'm like, well, you're not the one. You're sitting in the back on your phone. You're sleeping. You're watching a movie. You're on Netflix. You know?
Yeah, there's no pressure on you.
There's no pressure. I'm trying to get us up there. And, the old maximize your vacation time. I don't want to spend it sitting in my car.
No, your kids are taking things for granted.
Yep.
We all do it.
They're just spoiled.
We all do it for some aspect. We take things for granted because they just get done, and we don't even care or know how it happened. That's what your kids are like.
Well, the thing is, too, is that, and my wife has this issue. Like, she was sitting around. We were in the living room the other night, and we're watching the Tiger game. She gets up, walks over, and opens up a cupboard and just starts emptying everything out of it. Like we have the entertainment center. She opens up one of the cupboards and just starts pulling everything out of it. We were sitting there peacefully. There's some reason there's a bunch of cupboards on our entertainment center. She just chose one, opened it, emptied everything out.
Hey.
And then put it all back in, got rid of a few things.
There you go.
Closed it up. And I just watched in amazement. Like, why?
Why not?
But here's the thing. The reason I bring that up is because when she gets home at 3:25 and I'm like, we got to be on the road by 3:30, she'll be like, cool, let me just finish this one project. And I'm like, no.
Right.
No,
that part
you
I
do
get.
not finish the project now.
The fact you did it the other night randomly is actually, I get that's actually kind of cool. You're using, hey, I've got time. I'm just, how about I do something right now that can be helpful? There we go. But when it bleeds into.
Yes. When it takes a priority.
That's a problem.
And I would bet I'm talking about airing your dirty laundry. And we fight about being late to stuff more than anything else.
I
think it's a pretty healthy marriage. But
sounds like National Complaining Day from Doug.
I'm pretty good at being on time. I don't like to be late at all. When it comes to appointments and stuff like that, I want to be there. And I was very upset one time. I was driving a friend to the airport, and she also was very much on time. And she told me when the flight left. I'm like, okay, so I need to get you to the airport, let's say by noon.
Yep.
I said, okay, I will pick you up at 11:45, and we'll make sure that that gives us time to pack the car, and I'll drive you there. Okay, sure.
Wait. You had to be at the airport.
Well, I said I was going to leave. Let's say leave at noon. Okay. So I got there plenty of time, get the car loaded up, start to drive, and then she's like, "Hey, why don't we go over to McDonald's and I want to get like a coffee or something." So I don't, know if we have time for that. She's, no, we have time. Like, okay, and do that. Gets the coffee. Gets
But this is her flight.
Yeah, this is her flight.
Okay.
And then get on the freeway, start heading over there, and then there is clearly something wrong with the traffic. All of a sudden, it's all backed up on like 275 heading towards the airport. And I'm nervous, and she's not freaking out. I'm like, you told me when the flight leaves. I'm trying to get there. I'm sorry. She's, no, we're fine. But then like 10 minutes later, we still haven't moved. And now she's starting to freak out. Long story short, I end up rerouting and finding a way to get there, and I'm speeding through all these ways to get and drop her off. And then she lets me know later that she had fudged the time to me.
Wow.
Because she wasn't sure that I was going to be there in time. Ooh. And I'm like, I was. And you wanted us to go over to McDonald's. Had we not gone to McDonald's, we might have passed all this stuff. Now, fortunately, she got on the plane in time and took off and all that. But I didn't find out for like weeks later. We're at a Michigan tailgate. And she tells me, and I'm like, what's that?
We go through flight stuff where I'm like, okay, we have to be there 2 hours ahead of time. And I'll lie to them about when the flight's leaving. Because my wife will be like, okay, right, we're out the door, but I need to paint the laundry room. Not the whole thing. I just need to cut it in. And no, not now. Not now, you don't.
Paint the laundry room.
Yeah, see, my wife celebrates National Be Late Day every day.
Yeah.
Just like yours, Doug.
Okay.
Sounds like.
It's like Mother's Day's every day,
but
right?
She's really meticulous about her vehicle. I know that. She wants it to be super clean. But
Kind of.
being on time, wow.
Kind of. Things have changed.
Yeah.
Being on time is not in her.
It's not a strong suit.
It's like we're trying to be late. Like, are you trying to be late?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Doug. In fact,
So
I'm so
today's
bad. Once we get in the car, I'm like, we're not stopping for anything. Like we are just headed to destination.
The kids all make fun of me that like Dad never stops to pee. We can never stop to pee, and we can never eat.
Nope.
We just got to keep going. And I'm like, well, have we left on time?
Right.
This is on you.
Everyone meditate, it will go away.
Yeah. Well, anyway, do what you do on National Be Late for Something Day. It's not a day I celebrate.
I wouldn't.
I will not be late for the NFL game tonight. Was it 8:20? I better look it up.
I believe it's 8:20.
8:20. It's Kansas City playing host to Baltimore. Gator, do you have your Super Bowl picks?
I can.
Okay. Kang, do you have your Super Bowl pick?
Lock and loaded.
All right. We'll get to our Super Bowl picks next hour. Also, another edition of Who's on Top. We got some NFL bold-ass predictions. We'll continue taking your Lions bold-ass predictions here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. And there it is again. Pete Schrager, NFL Network, has correctly picked the last 5 Super Bowl winners, which is awesome. I mean, that's bravo. That's hard to do. Well, who's he got this year for the NFC? Winning the NFC, the Green Bay Packers. I'm telling you, man, the Lions are suddenly the underdog. We spent the whole offseason being the overdog, and now we're the underdog.
It's so interesting how these things work.
Yep.
Like there's a team that's hot as hell in the summer. You're right. Leading all the way even through training camp. And then like a week before the season, the narrative changes. And nobody's giving a real reason why. Why has the narrative changed? Why are the Lions suddenly falling out of favor? Well, it's more that the Lions out of favor. It's why are the Packers all of a sudden
getting
all the rage?
Elite love. They're getting so much love. And fine. It has no bearing on what's actually going to happen. But it's a fascinating psychology leading into this season. Yeah. CBS Sports, 6 experts, 2 of them picked the Packers to win the Super Bowl. The Athletic, as the Packers ranked as the second best team in the NFC ahead of the Lions. And multiple people gave the reasons why they're ahead of the Lions. Now you've got Pete Schrager picking Green Bay. Yeah, what happened in the last couple weeks?
So the Packers begin their season tomorrow night in Brazil.
Yes.
Against Philadelphia.
Yes.
I'm just looking at the rest of their schedule and seeing who they play that could present problems. Obviously, the Lions have a really tough schedule, and they'll play some similar opponents to the Packers because of some of the stuff the division. But it's the other games. The Lions play out of division some tougher games than the Packers do, but the Packers, they don't have it terribly easy either.
No, I mean, look,
they play Miami. They play Houston. Philadelphia ain't going to be easy for them.
Houston and Green Bay are both teams with young quarterbacks that really blossomed last year as the year went on. But is it a given that they're just going to pick up where they left off?
No, it's not a given. I think it's a pretty calculated risk. And I don't think you're assuming quarterbacks can take a step back. And even with Jordan Love, because he's been there for years. That was his first year starting, and he was great.
Yep.
And the way he finished up the season was amazing. Because he's been in the league already, I suspect that he's really good. I don't think he takes a step back. I don't know how much of a step forward he can take.
Yeah.
I don't know what his ceiling is. And CJ Stroud scares me because they added Stephon Diggs to the mix, and that's just another great weapon to have offensively, among other players they added.
Well, Doug, I mean, kind of said it earlier. This is just trying to be, right on the next guy. I want to be the first on, I told you Green Bay was going to be good. Last year, I think a lot of people picked the Lions because they didn't make it yet. I want to get on that bandwagon first and call my shot. This year, the Lions aren't sneaking up on anybody. They're favored to win the division. So who would I go after next? Oh, Green Bay, they're an up-and-coming team. The Texans, they showed a lot last year. They're an up-and-coming team. There's a saying in card collecting, hype outsells production. And I think this is what it is. People are selling hype more than it's boring to say the Chiefs are going to win it again. It is.
Yeah,
Who's the next team?
It's already become boring saying the Lions are going to win it.
Exactly. So now how do I get people to listen to what I'm saying, click on my story, listen to my, podcast? I'll pick a different team that not everybody's picking, but it seems like Green Bay is that popular team this year.
Yeah. And not this year. In the last fortnight, they have become the team. More and more people are jumping on the Green Bay bandwagon, which is fine. Go for it. All you want. Fascinating psychology, though. Hey, we got our bold-ass predictions today. My bold-ass predictions, Parker Hess will score 3 touchdowns for the Lions this year. The Lions will trade for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline. And the Lions will clinch the division in the 1 seed in Week 17 with a win over San Francisco. And they'll seal the deal on an Emmanuel Mosley interception on the 49ers' final drive. Gator, your 3 bold-ass predictions?
Aiden Hutchinson will have 15 sacks, while Davenport and Houston will combine for 15. Gibbs and Montgomery will combine for over 2,200 yards rushing. And Jared Goff will score 2 rushing touchdowns in the same game.
Well, these are bold-ass predictions. What are yours? Here are some that have come in from Naren in Windsor, bold-ass prediction, the Lions trade for Max Crosby at the trade deadline.
Ooh, well, that would be interesting.
That would be quite an addition. Bold-ass prediction is that place kicker James Turner returns to the Lions this season. Bold-ass prediction, Aleem McNeil will be second on the team in sacks with a double-digit sack total.
Wow. From the middle.
Yep. Bold-ass prediction, Jamison Williams will lead the Lions in touchdowns and reception yards. Get your bold-ass predictions in, 248-539-9797.
Ben Johnson had some pretty bold things to say about him.
Yeah. You got the quotes in front of you? Is this today? Are we doing at this hour? Can we play at this hour?
This is from earlier today,
okay.
Where he was speaking to the media, and I want to make sure that I get it right here. Sorry,
It's quite all right. I haven't seen this quote, but you had mentioned this Ben Johnson quote, and this is the Lions offensive coordinator speaks to the media Thursday before the games.
Exactly, and he said that his confidence level with Jamison Williams is as high as it's ever been.
No, I mean,
and it gets better with every rep.
It's to the point where it feels like a given, and it's still an unknown. The unknown given of Jamison Williams. Just imagine last year's, because that's why I'm so optimistic. It's last year's team. Last year's team, which is the best Lions team in our lifetime. Last year's team with probably a better secondary and perhaps better at the defensive tackle spot. But last year's team was damn good. This year's team, it's the same offense, and it might be better. It might be better. And the defense has added the defensive tackle spot and the secondary has really had an influx of talent.
Yes, and the linebacking core is got another year under their belt of experience. Very important that Jack Campbell has that first year out of the way.
But even if they're just as good as last year in a lot of these areas, they're still going to be damn good.
Well, it's a Super Bowl contending team if all they were is what they were last year.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like the Niners were leaps and bounds better than the Lions. We know what happened in the second half of that game. Some fluky things happened. So this team could have been playing for a Super Bowl last year. We know that. And I think that this is a better team than what they were last year.
Let's get to your phone calls at 248-539-9797. Mark, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Mark.
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, relative to the Packers prediction for the Super Bowl,
yeah,
I say let that stand and let that be the motivation for the Lions to kick them around a couple times this season. So that would be let them be the underdogs in that.
I'm sure I have actually no issue with it, and I don't know how that they digest this information if they care at all. It's just Gator's point is such a good one. We spent the bulk of the offseason with the Lions being the team to beat in this division, and then as we get closer to the season, it feels like more people than not are jumping on the Packer bandwagon to not only win the division, but to maybe even win the NFC. It's a fascinating preseason psychology.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I got.
No, appreciate it, Mark. And the Lions can use this information, right? They can if they want. They might not care. You can adopt the, no, we're the man. Stick your chest out and act like it. Or you can say, well, we're still the underdogs. We got to scrap and claw and get everything. Nobody believes in us, guys. There's plenty of people that do believe in them, but you can play that card if you want.
You can.
The Lions are not just bringing the same team back. They're bringing, like you said, Gator, I think a better team back, because when Ben Johnson says that about Jameson Williams, it's not like this is coming out of nowhere. The last we saw of Jameson Williams, what did he do? He scored 2 touchdowns in the NFC Championship game, and they were like explosive type. Well, the one was a end around, right?
Yep.
And the other one was in the back of the end zone to bring him within one score. He was starting to ascend, and that's not without playing a full season, not having a full off season, like, no distractions, no suspension, no injury. That's why he's expected so much. You also factor in that Josh Reynolds isn't going to be here, so he's going to be starting, getting more targets. Plays are going to be drawn up for him, specifically for him. I think everyone's expecting not just the team last year, but a better version. And a better version means you're going to the Super Bowl.
It's just the same dudes and then some.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Martin, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Boys, who's ready to ride that hype train? Tell Green Bay they can go shove it where the sun don't shine. You can get on Green Bay all you want. I don't care. Let me tell you what's going to happen. My bold-ass prediction, let's see how smart you boys are. Jared Goff will throw for over 4,500 yards. Lions will lose on week 5 and go on a 15-game winning streak. You know what that means, right, boys?
They win the Super Bowl.
City! Let's go, baby! They'll lose in week 5 and go on a 15-game winning streak. Win the next 12 and win their next 3. They're going to win that Super Bowl, cuz. Lock it.
Okay.
Lock it.
You just tell me they're going to finish the season on a winning streak. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's right. They're finishing it on a 15-game winning streak. Green Bay, tell Jordan Love the defense will figure you out, cuz. They looked at you. You were hot last year. People didn't realize how you were playing. Now the defenses know what's going on. And that's what's going to happen to this Green Bay team. They will not, and I promise you, I will shoot the boot. I will do whatever you guys want. They will not win the division, let alone go to the Super Bowl. I will do whatever you guys want. Green Bay will choke this year.
Okay, hold on.
Don't.
So would you take a red solo cup? Would you take a red solo cup? Martin, would you take a red solo cup?
No! Don't
listen to Gator.
Would you do what 321 Noel said he was going to do?
Don't do this.
I didn't hear what was he going to do?
What? Oh, you didn't? He said.
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, my God. 321 Noel, after Florida State, he went viral because he went on the internet and made this post that if the Noles lose to Boston College, I'll get a red solo cup, fill it with dog poop, and eat it with a spoon.
Oh, are you high, Doug? Are you high? Doug, come on now. Talking for a guy that doesn't even eat meat, you want me to eat dog poop? What's wrong with you, dude?
I don't know what's wrong with Doug. I told him, Martin, I said, don't do it. Just don't do it.
321 Noel.
How do you work with this guy?
I don't know. I question this every day for the last few days.
Well, just go with the shoot the boot then, Martin.
Thank you. Thanks, man. Have a little fun with this. What am I, a sick man? Do I look like those? Oh, Doug, you know what? Gator, you just became my favorite, man. I love you, Gator. I don't know about Doug.
Thanks, Martin. I
Take
appreciate
care,
it.
Martin. Did he not say I'll do anything?
Doug?
I did not. I have a question. Did he not say I'll do anything?
Look, did Meatloaf sing the same thing? He'd do anything for love, but there was one thing he wouldn't do. He wouldn't do that. Okay?
Now we finally know what it was.
All these years later.
97.1 The Ticket. Gator, you got some NFL bold-ass predictions?
I do.
Kang, do you have any NFL bold-ass predictions? I know you had some Lions ones.
Yeah, I got one.
All right. Let's do some NFL bold-ass. This is for the whole season. You ready?
Yep.
All right. The Jets are going 6-11. Book it.
Book it, he says.
Book it.
Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams will duel all season long to see who claims the Rookie of the Year prize. Spoiler alert, it's Bo Nix.
Oh. With the first pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select. Actually, I have no idea who they're going to select. I'm just saying they're going to pick first in the draft.
Justin Fields will lead the Steelers to the playoffs.
Wow. See what you did there. The NFL will stun the world Super Bowl week, announcing a plan to add 6 expansion franchises, 1 per division by 2027.
Wow. I don't like
exploratory
that.
group.
I don't like
talk
that.
about adding teams. It's the ultimate NFL money grab, right?
That is. Aaron Rodgers will shut out the media before Thanksgiving.
I could see that one happening.
He's going to have to be there just not to get fined, though, at some point, right?
I don't think he cares.
I don't think he cares either. Kang, what about you? What do you got?
Well, earlier, have you heard the around the league blitz thingy that we do? I got Carolina Panthers winning the NFC South.
Bet you do. That's big.
And this one's no surprise. Anthony Richardson wins Comeback Player of the Year.
Yeah, there you go.
Is. I'm looking forward to watching him play now.
It's great because you got on board with Anthony Richardson, and you're staying there.
I got to.
And then you went to Vegas, and every year, for people who don't know, Kang goes to Vegas in the summer and makes a bet on a long shot. Let me just say something about this. The rules are, his own rules are, I'm putting down a sum of money on a long shot to win the Super Bowl. And he does this every year for fun, okay? It's his own thing, right? Every time we mention this, we will start to get texts from people going, Indianapolis isn't winning the Super Bowl. And Kang's like, dude, I'm picking a long shot.
Yeah, no kidding.
Cut me some slack. Every once in a while, a long shot comes in.
Like if the Colts have a bad preseason game, people will get my mentions real quick.
Yep.
A nice call on that Super Bowl. I'm like, well, they were 55-1, right?
Yeah,
I didn't say.
I'm hoping my $20 bet pays off.
Yeah. I didn't Red Solo Cup book it.
No, you didn't. By the way, that's next level shoot the boot.
Yeah, it is.
The Red Solo Cup book it is.
No, we're not doing this.
Let's go to
stop.
Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy NFL Eve.
Here
we go.
Well, it's NFL Day.
Hey.
It is.
Well, yeah, NFL Day, I suppose. All right. So I called you guys at the end of last year, before the game. I am all in on Jahmyr Gibbs. He will get MVP votes this season. I don't know if he's going to win the whole thing, but he will be on the others receiving votes graphic when the NFL.
I like it.
I would have liked it a lot more if you said top 3 at MVP voting or top 5 at MVP voting.
Well, it seems like nobody's even including him with the running backs. Like the NFC, you got McCaffrey, you got Bijan Robinson, you got Barkley, and people aren't even talking about him. I think it's.
I will give it to you. I got you down here, Matt. The one thing about Jahmyr Gibbs, remember when he was drafted, and there was just this narrative that people didn't want to you can't take a running back that high. You can't take a running back that high. And my point is always, if that person helps you win a bunch of football games, you could take anybody that high, with the exception maybe of a kicker. You could take anybody if they're actually going to help you win football games. And you could see how Jahmyr Gibbs and the speed and the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield and the wiggle and the speed how he helps you.
Fast too.
Yeah, he is fast too. How he helps you win football games. He does. He just flat out does.
Yeah, and the fact that he's out there and performing in practice every day and getting the job done, I'm just so excited about because the sky really is the limit. We barely scratched the surface of what he can do. As soon as the ball's in his hands, people get on the edge of the seat like, okay, here we go. Now the play has started. Where are you going with this? And he's going to turn everyday plays into 50, 60-yard gains.
Yep.
hey, here's a quick slant across the oh my God, he's gone.
Splits the defenders and he's off to the races.
Everybody's going one direction. He's going the other direction, and he drags the players across the middle. They can't keep up with him. He turns the corner. They dive at his feet, and they miss, and he's gone up the sideline.
Gone up the sidelines. Yes. Gotta love it.
He's going to go home and order up a pizza with pepperoni on it.
With pepperoni on it.
You guys sound like my daughters, man. My oldest daughter would say something. The youngest one, yep. It says the exact same thing right after.
Pepperoni!
That's right. Hey, he helps you win games. Laporta, tight
And
end.
then he's going to
helps you
go
win
in the
games.
fridge and realize he went out and he got some Romano cheese, some shredded Romano cheese, because he had pasta last week, and that'd be great on a pizza, and he puts it on a pizza.
On the pizza!
Next level.
Totally next level. Little red pepper flakes.
That hurts my boom boom. I got to stop.
Okay. You back off those, huh?
Yeah.
All right, anyway, bold ass predictions coming in 248-539-9797. We take yours. We put these in the archives and go back and visit them after the season. So make sure you get your bold ass predictions in today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Tigers did lose last night. Damn it. The goal was to survive the series against San Diego. Getting swept would not be survival. And the goal winning this game would be great just to get back on the winning track. At least they scored some runs last night because the offense had started to worry me a little bit. But bottom line here is, Gator, there's going to be a sense of urgency tonight and beyond because they have to take care of business against Oakland and Colorado. You just found something wildly encouraging with our Tigers. We will get to it in the 1 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Fortunately, the Tigers will know tonight because there's a 1 o'clock game today with the Twins at Tampa Bay.
Okay.
And the Tigers are no longer they're not just chasing Kansas City. Kansas City and Minnesota have the second and third wild card spots.
Yep.
And they're tied.
Yep.
So the Tigers are trailing both teams by 5.5 games, which I think is great. So if the Twins could lose today, and if the Tigers win tonight, then boom, they make up a game. And Kansas City does not play today, so we'll save that for the weekend. But this is this does feel like it's must-win territory here. You know, if you don't, and let's say they win, then it's like, okay, then they'd be 6 back with perhaps
They're
6.5
running out
if
of
you look at
time.
when
They
Kansas
can't
City
take on any more water.
No.
They might not bail water out, but they can't take on any more. So
not up in here.
No, not up in here. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. When you're out of town and you want to know what's being said about your team, download the Odyssey app today, and you can stream our show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket, AUDACY. Also, you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Not quite as convenient as the app, but available as well. Additionally, you can stream with video by going to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. You can watch the show there. Myself, Gator, C. Kang's ridiculous headphones that are broken. Post on the streaming chat as well. Participate there. Same thing with youtube.com. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. We have got another edition of Who's on Top scheduled for 12:35. We got a list. You helped Gator round out the top 10 in said list. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. interesting stuff being said about our Detroit Tigers. We will get to today at 105. NFL has a stage today. Ceiling and the floor put out by CBS Sports. There's the ceiling and the floor for every NFL team. The ceiling for the Packers is 12-5, win the NFC North and win the Super Bowl. The floor is 12-5, win the NFC North and win the Super Bowl. That's actually not what it says.
I to be fair, I think the Packers are going to be very good.
Agree. I completely agree.
I mean, they're a really good football team. I happen to think the Lions are a little bit better. They may split the season series, but I think the Lions win the division. But I don't want it to be swept under the rug like we're joking about the Packers and don't think that they're a threat. I think they're a legitimate threat. I think that what Jordan Love did last year, and particularly in the second half of the season where he was the best quarterback in football, it's frustrating as hell because the Packers just did it again. And they've got such a young team around them. They've made additions to the defense, and I think it's a really, really good football team, and it's going to be a really spirited and competitive division for years to come.
Well, look, I mean, I do believe, let's be clear here, because we're joking a little bit, but it is the recent trend. Well, there's no doubt it's a recent trend is jump on board the Pack train. Lions and Packers, especially if the Lions can get the better of the Pack, and there's some back and forth, but as long as we're getting the better of the Pack, I don't mind the back and forth. I don't mind there being a great rivalry. I don't mind there being a team that challenges Detroit. I think it'd be actually very funny if the Lions and Packers were so good that Chicago could never quite get into the fight and are always trying to get into the fight. So if the next few years it's Detroit and Green Bay battling it out atop this division and atop the NFC, I can see that future. I can totally see that future. And I think Chicago has so long to go. A lot of people feel like are even expediting their growth this year and putting them as a playoff team, which would be one hell of an achievement.
Oh, the guy from the one of those executives seems to think that the Bears are going to be right in the mix there.
Yeah, well,
and they might look. Who knows what they're going to look like with Caleb Williams by the middle of the season? I think they'll be struggling to start with, but I think Caleb Williams is awfully good, and they've got a ton of talent around him. The Bears can be a problem for teams in the second half of the season. It may not be enough for them to make the playoffs, but they can make life for other teams really difficult, including the Lions.
All right, E-Time, you ready for another edition of Who's on Top?
Always.
Okay. What we do is we find a list. Gator tries to guess what's at the top of the list, and the listeners help him finish it off. We call it Who's on Top. We'll get Gator's guesses here in a second. The topic today, these are the top-selling NFL jerseys so far in 2024. The top-selling NFL jerseys so far in 2024. Gator.
Old school.
We'll give you three guesses. Top-selling NFL jerseys.
All right, I still think that there's a Taylor Swift factor, something to go with Travis Kelce, although part of me wants to say a Taylor Swift Chiefs jersey, but I'll say it's a Travis Kelce jersey.
Okay.
I think Tyreek Hill. I think first of all, the Dolphins jersey is pretty cool, and Tyreek Hill is a really cool player and best receiver in football, so I'll put him there. And then I'll go with the first overall pick, the aforementioned Caleb Williams, the Chicago Bears.
Okay. Gator got one of the top 10.
Damn it.
He got one of the top 10. Which one do you think he got?
Kelce.
I will tell you right now, he got number one.
Oh, is it Kelce?
Nope.
Good. Is it Caleb Williams?
Yep.
Here it is.
The top-selling jersey so far in 2024 is the Caleb Williams jersey. 248-539-9797. Gator had three guesses. He got one in the top 10. Help Gator round out the top 10. There are 9 left. Who do you think is on the list of the top-selling NFL jerseys? And again, stunningly, Travis Kelce is not one of them. Your reasoning is solid. It's funny because I had the list in hand, and I hadn't thought about the fact that he wasn't in the top 10. And when you mentioned his name, I was like, oh, my God, how's that possible? And my guess is the Swifties all bought their jerseys last year and have stopped buying them.
It may have been.
We all got
yeah, it may have
had
been.
a jersey change or anything. So
might be a new one to buy this year.
In terms of,
well, if she's going to break up with Travis on the 28th or whatever.
Get the Parker Hess jersey.
Yeah.
All right. Help Gator round out the top 10. Who's on top? 248-539-9797. Well, we just lost the first guy I was about to guess. Your guesses on what jerseys are in the top 10 selling jerseys in the National Football League so far in 2024. And again, if you missed it, Caleb Williams is the number 1 jersey. Let's go to Nick. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hi. I was going to guess Tua.
Tua.
I hope you just said that just to piss Doug off.
I'm not mad. You can't get Doug mad. Football starts today. Doug's not mad. Gator, Tua Tagovailoa, do you think he made the top 10?
I do not.
He did not. 248-539-9797.
What about Hawk Tua? Is that jersey in the top 10?
It is not. Did you hear what her podcast is called?
The Hawk Tua Girls podcast?
Yeah.
No.
I think it's Hawk Talk.
Oh, what her podcast is called?
Yeah, Hawk Talk.
Oh. Cash in while you can.
I guess. Josh, you're next here on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hello. I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey. Gator, do you think Christian McCaffrey made the top 10?
No.
Christian McCaffrey did not make the top 10. 248-539-9797. I was a little surprised by that. But 9 are still out there. 9 of the top 10 selling jerseys.
Did Dabo Swinney make the list?
Dabo Swinney did not make the list. 9 of the 10 top selling jerseys are still out there. No Dabo or Debo. Well, I guess I just gave that away. Debo's not in the top 10 either.
Jeez.
Huh?
Like you're new. This whole thing. It's okay.
But with that said,
there's no Debo Samuel.
They're all familiar names. I think people keep calling up and keep saying the same names over and over and over. Caleb Williams has been guessed. Travis Kelce has been guessed. Who else did you have? Tyreek Hill's been guessed. Christian McCaffrey's been guessed. Tua Tagovailoa has been guessed. All right, let's go to Kyle. You're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing today, man?
Good. All right.
Hey, what about St. Brown? I've been seeing around Detroit a lot. Is he on it?
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Do you think he made the list?
I do not.
Checks in at number 7.
My man!
Yeah!
Let's go.
Way to go,
Not in
Kyle.
the dark, fellas.
Well done, my friend.
Since way back, man.
That's
appreciate
awesome.
you guys.
No, I appreciate the guess. And you got one. 248-539-9797.
Wow. When was the last time this happened? Like
Right?
Calvin?
Might be. Ahmad, you're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Ahmad?
What's going on?
Hey,
Ahmad.
C.J. Stroud, easily, Ohio State.
C.J. Stroud. He no longer plays for Ohio State. It would be a Houston Texans jersey.
Texans,
yeah,
obviously,
it's quite all right. Gator, do you think C.J. Stroud made the top 10?
I do.
Checks in at number 5. C.J. Stroud.
Nice.
Yep, well done. 248-539-9797. Paul is next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how are you? Come on, the gritty. Justin Jefferson, no brainer.
Justin Jefferson. Do you think Justin Jefferson made the top 10?
Yes.
He did not make the top
Oh.
10. He's on the outside looking
Look
in.
at that.
248-539-9797.
Minnesota. That's
Kyle and
probably why.
Flint, you're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, Kyle.
Kyle?
Yeah,
Yep,
you.
Go ahead.
No, it's Carl. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Carl.
That's fine. Hey, Carl. Go ahead.
Carl! Hey, Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. You think Mahomes still is selling jerseys?
Gotta be.
He's number 6 on the list. Well done, Kyle. 248-539-9797. Paul in Ann Arbor, you're next there on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Paul?
It's got to be Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell. I did not buy any.
You bought them all.
Gator, do you think that Jack Campbell's on the list?
No.
He is not. We go to Nate. That's funny. Nate is next here on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Nate.
Hey, Jordan Love.
Jordan Love. Do you think Jordan Love made the top 10?
No.
He did not. 248-539-9797. Al, you're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Al.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing, sir?
Hey, with the change in teams, I'm thinking Saquon Barkley going to Philadelphia is all of a sudden a hot item.
Do you think a Saquon Barkley jersey is selling enough to be in the top 10 of NFL selling jerseys?
No. But
number 2.
Is it number
He's
2?
Number 2, Al.
Yeah.
Well done.
You know, I started to think about, Eagle fans buy jerseys.
Yep.
They love the jersey.
Yep.
And they got a new one to buy now, a new one to add to the collection.
Yep.
New one to spill some cheese whiz on.
With or without onions?
That's wit.
Wit? Okay.
Wit is with the cheese.
Yeah. No, with the onions.
Let's go to Ernie. You're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Ernie.
Wit.
Hello there, guys.
Hey.
My guess would be Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson, do you think Hutch made the top 10?
No.
He did not. 248-539-9797. One more. Sean, you're on 97. Want a ticket. Hi, Sean.
How's it going?
Good. Who you got?
So I said one at first, but I think, how about Sam Laporta?
Sam Laporta. Gator, do you think Sam Laporta made it?
No.
Number 10.
Sam Laporta's on the list.
Sam Laporta made the list.
We have 2. Lions have at least 2.
At least 2.
At least 2.
Yep. We'll come back and tell you who else made the top 10 in NFL jersey sales so far in 2024.
Wow.
2 Lions made it. 97-1 the ticket. Hey, it's Doug here. It's a Michigan guy. I know how tough our roads can be. So do you. And if you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, right? So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. That's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. One of my friends or family needs help. I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. And that is what you want from your attorney, right? Specialization. Plus, they care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I need to make a correction. Apparently, Hawk Tua Girls podcast is not Hawk Talk. It is Talk Tua. So, just wanted to make that correction. I apologize for getting it wrong.
I'm glad you corrected that.
Yep.
Well, now you can find it, Gator.
Well, I'm nervous about going to the internet and using that name.
Wise.
Yeah.
Don't use
Not
the
on a work
computers.
computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, not on a work computer. Did you guys see the latest picture that the NFL tweeted out, getting ready for the season to begin?
Dude.
Packers.
Super Bowl favorite, Green Bay Packers.
Packers in Philadelphia. To hype it up, they've got a picture, and the headline says, Jordan Love breaking out the behind-the-back pass in Brazil with the big eye emoji. Ooh. Why Patrick Mahomes? Why?
Well,
it's like a nothing pass. It's absolutely nothing.
Dude, it's revolutionizing football. Hello?
Like an 8-yard gain. Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You went behind the back and?
I didn't even really mean to do it.
Like throw it downfield behind the back and that'll impress me.
We never practiced that.
Yeah, no, we never.
Never once. No. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, more Packer content, man. More Packer. The world can't get enough. All right, so we had the top selling NFL jerseys. The who's on top. We'll work our way down. Do you have any more guesses? You care? There's some surprising names on here. I got to be honest.
I would just think like rookies, if there are any rookies there, with like Marvin Harrison Jr.
Remember, he's got the lawsuit.
Oh.
I don't think you can get his jersey, right?
Well, so I guess it's not Marvin Harrison Jr.
No.
Roma Dunze?
No, but here we go. At number 10, Sam Laporta. Sean got that.
Awesome.
Really cool. Sam Laporta's on this list.
Number 9, Parker Hess.
Number 9, Malik Neighbors, New York Giants.
Another receiver.
Yeah. Number 8, DJ Moore, Chicago Bears.
Another receiver.
Number 7, Kyle got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Detroit Lions.
He's a receiver.
Yep. Number 6, the other Kyle got Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs.
Sure.
Number 5, Ahmad got CJ Stroud, Houston Texans. Number 4, Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills. Interesting.
Overrated.
He very well might be. Number 3, Max Crosby, Las Vegas Raiders.
Wow. Soon to be your Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Number 2, Al got it, Saquon Barkley, Philadelphia Eagles. And number 1, Gator, you got it, Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears. New players, man. Rookies and guys who change teams. Jerseys. Moves merchandise. So there you go. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Rick. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Good afternoon. Hey, I just had a bold prediction that with all the JMO talk, Goff is not going to be able to maximize his potential, leading to a controversy with quarterbacks. Hendon Hooker takes over, and they make a run that leads to him being the long-term quarterback.
So Hendon Hooker wins the starting job mid-season.
By mid-season. I think that's a good point.
Why do you think he wins the job from Jared Goff mid-season of this year?
I think his inability to maximize JMO will be uncovered. And I think Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell drafted Hendon Hooker for a reason, not to sit on the bench. And I think they built this offense to be a video game, not a plodding offense. That's great. Wonderful offense.
Do you think
Love
they can?
it, but I think it's got 2 more gears.
Can they win games this year with Goff not connecting with Jameson Williams?
I think they'll make the playoffs. I don't think they'll make as deep of a run, but I think they'll be set up for the future in a much better way.
So the point being, they drafted him for a reason, and so they're going to play him. That's one of your points. But
I think they built this offense to be more dynamic offense with a mobile quarterback and the deep ball, being missing components.
If drafting him was a real motivator, and that they were going to play him, and they're not. That's why they drafted him. Would they have signed Jared Goff to a 4-year, $170 million contract extension?
That is the thing that I just don't get, but it gives us a safety net.
Okay.
And worst case, we have 2 good quarterbacks we learn by the end of the year, and we have to trade one of them, and we get 2 or 3 first-round picks, and that means Matt Stafford translates into 5 first-rounders and a third-rounder.
Okay. Bold ass? Do we give him bold ass?
Nope. Borderline the other way.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing. I want Hendon Hooker to be really good. It would be great if Hendon Hooker was pushing Jared Goff for playing time. But the whole reasoning, because A, Jamison Williams is getting frustrated because he's open deep and Goff can't get him the ball, and they drafted Hooker for a reason. They're not in the business of keeping any one player happy. They're in the business of winning football games. If he can't get him the ball, but they're still winning, so what? Right? I mean, it might be a not using the resource, but if they're just winning like they did last year, where they didn't use the resource all that much of J-Mo and the deep ball, then that's fine. But
he would have to regress so much.
And they'd have to be losing.
Right. It'd have to be losing, and he would have to be regressing. They wouldn't dare make a change if things are humming along, they're scoring points, but he just, you know what? Darn it, he just can't hit the deep ball to J-Mo.
Yeah. And let me. So you're going to trade Jared Goff for 1, 2, 3 first-round picks?
2 or 3.
Yeah, that's he crossed the line. Johnny and Al Park, you're next. Hi, Johnny.
Hey, how's it going, Doug?
What's up?
Long-time listener, multiple-time caller.
Appreciate it.
What is going on? I just got back from the open house at Ford Field with my mom. We're season ticket holders.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome. But this caller that just called in, I don't know what's going on with these guys. Did we not just get to the NFC Championship 30 minutes away from a Super Bowl?
Yep.
But we're still not happy with golf?
I mean, it's. I don't know if he's unhappy. This might be just his bold ass prediction. Maybe he's a huge Hendon Hooker fan. Maybe he just really believes this is going to happen.
The one thing he said that I think we can agree with, that is still one of them can still be proven. But he said that the 2 missing components are throwing the deep ball and having a mobile quarterback.
Yep.
So Goff's never going to be mobile, but can he throw the deep ball? I mean, it sounds like in practice everything's working.
I think he can throw the deep ball, and my bold-ass prediction is 16-1. Wow. I think this team is really going to give it all. Like, we have too many weapons, especially with having the anticipation of the 4th down thing. Now Dan Campbell doesn't really need to go for it all the time, but all those coaches have to think he might. And that's a deadly card to have in your pocket. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the phone call.
If there's 16-1, Hendon Hooker's playing.
Yeah, he's playing probably quite a bit.
Playing the last couple games, more than likely. Because
mop-up duty.
There's no need to play Jared Goff if you're 14-1 going in the last 2 games.
Let me be clear, too. It's in our best interest that Hendon Hooker is good. Hope he's pretty damn good. Yeah, very good.
Hope he's great.
We go to Matt. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I don't know what that the one guy was smoking. We just paid Goff, and he had all those yards last year and everything. I don't see how Hendon Hooker could take over. No idea.
Yeah, it's I'd wish he never said it because I don't want to begin a conversation.
No.
First week of football season starting like this, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with the haters with Goff and everything.
It's the 2 things that he said though. It's the 2 things he said: throwing the deep ball and not being mobile.
My thought is Goff is in the prime of his life, and I feel like he's gonna do everything for this city this year, and he's gonna have the best season he's ever had.
I think he's set up to. The offensive line is still intact. Their weapons, I mean, they might not have depth at wide receiver, but I expect two of their very important weapons to be capable of more. I'm not sure Laporta can give more than he did his rookie year, but I think J-Mo and Jahmyr Gibbs are going to give more. Amon-Ra might not be able to give more than he did last year, but what he is good enough. What Laporta did was good enough. I feel like J-Mo and Gibbs are just scratching the surface of what they could be.
Yeah, they could actually be more of an explosive offense than they were last year. And they were an elite offense last year, but you got two young studs there that have not yet hit their ceiling, and the ceiling is the roof, according to Michael Jordan. But if that roof is, 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns for J-Mo, or, 1,200 yards, and then Jahmyr Gibbs close to 2,000 all-purpose yards. With Ben Johnson back there, and they don't underestimate this. Dan Campbell was on with the morning show saying this. Doug, you've been saying this. Bringing back the coordinators is a huge thing where they don't have to relearn everything or learn something new. They're just adding on to what, they already have a great grasp of.
I feel like, I'll get to it coming up. I feel like I've seen this before. We'll get to it at 101. Plus, we have some interesting rankings for the Tigers. Very interesting. That at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, honestly, it reminds me of Michigan last year. What the Lions are doing reminds me of Michigan, but the difference between the 2022 season and the 2023 season. They brought everything back. It was the same, very, very, very similar roster. A few upgrades here and there. I mean, guys like Josiah Stewart really helped. Drake Nugent really helped. In the Lions case here, they are bringing back like pretty much the same component parts, specifically offensively. And I think DJ Reader and Levi Onwuzurike are going to help in the middle of the D line. And I think all the guys in the secondary are going to help. It feels very, and I think that familiarity cannot be undervalued. I think it's incredibly valuable. It can't be overvalued. I said that completely backwards. It's incredibly valuable to have the same coordinators back, so many same component parts. I think you just pick up where you left off and keep going.
It's huge if you can do that. If you can work that crew together and keep your coordinators intact and keep your position coaches intact. And the continuity is everything. Mm-hmm. It's everything when you got a good team because everybody knows what they're supposed to do. You don't have to go through a relearning different terminology and all that. You've got this. You guys all know what you're doing. And, we're going to bring some new players here and there, whether through the draft or through trades and free agency. But by and large, this is a group that's been together for years.
Yep.
The players have been, and obviously the coaching staff has. I agree. I think having these coordinators together as long as they've been here, basically they've all been here from day one. Ben Johnson didn't take over as the offensive coordinator until officially, I think, was year 2. But in year 1, he was Dan Campbell's right-hand man once they said enough is enough with Anthony Lynn as the offensive coordinator. So that definitely helps. I love that he's still here, that he has decided to spurn offers to go to the NFL over the last couple of seasons. And maybe teams are going to be pissed about that. And maybe he doesn't get an opportunity to be a head coach for a couple of years because the teams are just like, well, he's just going to stay there. Why am I wasting my time when I can be interviewing other people? And okay, that's great too, because it means he stays here. And I still go back to what Kang said the other day about this. This is not a position where you need to worry about the salary cap. It's a coach. Sky's the limit what coaches can make. It doesn't count against the cap. So as long as the Lions continue to win, they'll make money hand over fist above and beyond what the NFL already hands them, so they can afford to pay these guys.
And you don't have to go far back to see what happens when you lose coordinators, what it can do to a team. Look at the Eagles. They lost their offensive coordinator, they lost their defensive coordinator, and they ended the season last year just reeling. They had no idea. Sirianni was possibly going to get fired. They bring him back with another shot, 2 new coordinators again, but continuity is such a big thing, and they have a ton of talent. A lot of the same players coming back, but it wasn't the same when they lost their coordinators.
The second Dan Campbell Applebee's commercial has been released. If the first one was a 6 or a 7, this is a 10. This is so good. The second one is way better. I thought the first one was funny. I think this one has 4 or 5 really good zingers in it.
I think it's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think Dan Campbell's good in these spots, and they're taking advantage of his personality.
I think, in fact, at the very end, the last line, I think was a blooper. And I think he had a line to say, and he kept messing it up. And at the beginning, when they show it, it's him laughing, like genuinely laughing, and then says, we're about to take it up a notch. We're going to have a higher level of production. He is the assistant floor manager at an Applebee's.
He can move
I think
faster.
he's a shift manager.
He's an assistant.
Yeah, assistant
shift manager. And boy, he is not happy that Craig got named member of the month, the team member of the month. We have tweeted it out. Check it out for yourself at DunGator971. We stole it from Brad Galley. Thank you, Brad. But it is very, very amusing. A different level of production. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, we mentioned this list that you found of rankings. And this is unbelievable.
It is. This comes from The Athletic, and it is from Jim Bowden, former GM.
Yep.
And he ranks the top 50 prospects in baseball right now. And checking in at number 38 is Kevin McGonigal from the Detroit Tigers organization, 20-year-old.
Yep.
He's had a heck of a season before it was cut short because of injury, but he hit over 300, over 400 for his on-base percentage, and they really view his positional flexibility as an asset, he says. Yep, fair enough. Checking in at number 28, first-round pick from this year, shortstop Bryce Rayner, top rated high school player in the country, he said. Okay, that sounds really good.
Yep.
Then you start moving up and you see all these new guys that have been drafted, players we've heard of before, like Samuel Basallo, the catcher for the Orioles. We started flirting with, hey, wouldn't it be great if they had him? But then you get down to the top 5. Marcelo Mayer, shortstop, the Red Sox. Number 4, Travis Bazzana, second baseman with Cleveland, and top pick in the draft. Then you have Walker Jenkins, who's an outfielder who's drafted in the same year with Max Clark. He's with the Twins. And number 2, I'm sorry, did I say Max Clark?
Yes.
Number 2 is Max Clark.
Yes.
Jim Bowden says an on-base machine, Max Clark is an elite leadoff hitter who's capable of stealing 30 to 40 bases per season. His power projects to average when fully developed. He's a pure center fielder with plus range in all directions and an above-average arm. Then it mentions his stats, what he's done this year, and he has a great personality and eventually will be a fan favorite in Detroit. I absolutely love this player, says Jim Bowden.
Number 2 prospect in baseball.
The number
Max
1
Clark.
prospect in baseball is, of course, Jackson Jobe.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Says Jackson Jobe is the best overall prospect and best pitching prospect in baseball. He's the only starting pitcher on the list who profiles as a future number 1 starter, ace, and Cy Young Award candidate. He has overpowering mid-90s fastball with exploding life and a wipeout slider with which he has pinpoint control. His poise and composure are also special. He's logged a 2.02 ERA, a 1.07 whip in his 18 starts this year between high A and double A.
There you go. There you go.
So that just happened.
According to Jim Bowden, the Detroit Tigers have the top 2 prospects in baseball.
Yes.
Jobe and Clark. Well, hopefully the guys that are up here can continue to find a way to get back on track. Well, can find a way to get back on track. It's been a rough stretch in San Diego. 2 in a row. How dare they lose 2 in a row?
Right. But, I mean, these are 4 guys that wouldn't get a sniff this year, right? Yep. And these are 4 of the top 50 prospects in baseball, according to Jim Bowden. Everybody's going to have their different lists and take it for what it's worth. And unfortunately, Max Clark at 19 is at least a full season's away. I can't imagine he's going to make it to the big league club next year. Bryce Rayner is at least probably 2 full seasons away because he was just drafted and has yet to even play minor league baseball. McGonigal is in the same ballpark as Max Clark because they were drafted in the same class. So, and Jackson Jobe probably makes the team next year. It's at some point, whether it's out of spring training or if he starts the season at AAA,
right?
He will pitch for the Tigers next year at some point. But it's encouraging to see 4 of the top 50 prospects in baseball come from this organization. And this organization right now is still, on September 5th, still flirting with the playoffs.
Flirting with the playoffs.
With a bunch of young, infused talent.
Bunch of young, infused talent. I'm going to stop doing it. It's kind of fun, but I'll stop doing it.
Did you see Trey Sweeney's home run last night?
No, I did not.
It looked like he absolutely clocked it, but it hit it way high, and it ended up landing shallower in the seats than I thought it would. But it looked like he just crushed it.
Led the league in hang time.
It did lead the league in hang time. But nice home run for him. Nice home run for Matt Vierling. Unfortunately, not enough for the Tigers. They lose 6-5 in 10 innings.
All right, Gator, we wanted to do this because a lot of people have very clever fantasy football names for their teams.
Love it.
We're going to take 10 texts right now. If you think you have the most clever fantasy football name for your team, text us right now at 248-539-9797. We'll read the first 10 that come in. Get them in right away. Clever fantasy football team names. Plus, we'll get the more of your bold-ass predictions. Get those in as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's NFL week, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has a special offer to kick the season off. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season game Sunday afternoon out of market. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your 10 texts in a moment. Rob has been patient, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rob?
Gentlemen, how are you today?
We're doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I got one of the bold-ass predictions.
All right, let's hear it.
I think Jamison Williams is getting 11 touchdowns, receiving plus rushing this year, combined 11.
TDs total.
Double digits.
I'll take it.
I think what I really liked last year was at the end of the season, they really started working him into the offense a bit more. He wasn't just the deep ball guy. He wasn't just the go long. He was working the middle of the field, working those working on linebackers or nickel backs there, and I thought that was terrific. I think he's going to be a real factor, and I think the NFC Championship game was just the start for that man.
You know, he came in known as a speed guy. All his highlights were deep balls. He gets to Detroit, and early on they, use him as a bit of a gimmick player, reverses and things like that. But then he shows a willingness to block, and he shows a willingness to get his hands dirty, and he shows a willingness to be a Dan Campbell type player. And you're right, he was working the middle of the field. And getting him on a crossing route with a full head of steam can just as easily be a big play as sending him straight down the field. I feel like he has honed his craft and has embraced all the things that and shown he can do all the things to make him a versatile and elite weapon in this league. And now it's just a matter of putting it all together and us seeing it.
Absolutely, and I think he's got his head on straight from what you hear from. Well, you guys had Jared on the other day. Yep. And everybody else, and they're just like, no, this kid's committed. I love the fact that you guys talked about earlier this month or last month or whatever, he was working with Teddy Touchdowns, Teddy Bridgewater last year at the end of practices being like, where do I need to be? What do I need to do? Which shoulder do I look over? All that type of stuff. And he even caught a deep pass against Chicago and Dallas. But then it was, hey, if you can work, and as you mentioned, if you're working in the middle of the field and you break one loose for 15 yards, that's terrific too.
He's got a chance.
I'm excited for this young man. He is my Jack Campbell.
Careful, because it's Kang's guy too. So you're gonna have to fight it. Maybe we each get a leg or something.
Rob, we got you down. Well said. All right, Gator, we asked for 10 texts for the best fantasy team names.
I love this.
You ready?
Yeah, I am ready. I love the fantasy names.
All right, here we go. Chili's Baby Back Gibbs.
It's funny.
Mm-hmm. Brian the mailman sends in his fantasy team name, Laporta Potty.
Solid.
From Nick in Berkeley, To Infinity and Bijan.
Is that a reach for you, Gator? It's a reach for Gator?
For a second, when he said Tua, I was like, is it a Tua?
No, To Infinity and Bijan.
Bijan instead of Beyond.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fun. No, it's good. It's a good kids movie.
Yeah.
Kids love that movie.
Yep. Gator was a little slow in the uptake because it was a kids movie.
No, I wasn't slow in the uptake.
Ryan in a FedEx truck. House of the Rising Sun God.
Oh, for Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yep. From an unnamed texter. Gives me my flowers. Tua is my starting quarterback. Brock Purdy is my backup. My team name is Brock Tua.
Not bad, right?
All right.
Brock Tua. You got to have them both if you want to do that.
Yeah, exactly. He's loaded at quarterback.
If you have Hawkinson and Tua, I would accept Hawk Tua.
Yeah, that works.
Because you have them both.
Yep.
You'd have to change the name at that point.
Yep. From an unnamed texter, my fantasy football team name is Joe Buck Yourself. I've heard that joke before, but it's still
funny.
It still delivers.
It's still good.
Chris in an Amazon truck, Breaking T Law.
You have to have Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
All right.
T apostrophe law. Breaking T Law.
I first thought it was Ty Law. So
old school.
Yeah.
Old school, huh?
But listen, Breaking the Law is a Judas Priest classic, so that's always good.
Gator likes Ali Frazier instead.
I do.
I've heard this one before too, but I still love it. Turn Your Head and Golf.
That's good.
So that was a good one.
Yep. Haskins Trucking Company. It's from an unnamed texter. So there you go.
Sean Haskins.
Mm-hmm. The best fantasy. Well, these are the first 10 good fantasy names that came over. So
we had like over 200 come in, Doug. So
did we really? Is there any other
there's funny
greats?
ones. Yeah, there's Thielen, my cousin. There is Red Solo Cooper Cup.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, there is not.
No?
There's no longer. We can't reference Cooper Red Solo Cups anymore.
All right. How I Met Calf Your Mother. Here's one of my favorites. I didn't make it through, but I saw this one. Unsolicited Diggs picks. You have to have Stephon Diggs on your team.
Yes. That's great. Unsolicited Diggs picks. It's amazing.
No one wants any of that.
No, it's unsolicited.
That's a pretty good one.
There is a ton, man. I can't even go.
Fair enough. Thank you for all your entries. Best fantasy names.
Who ended up being the number one player drafted or
Christian McCaffrey's consensus number one.
Is he?
Yeah. Just he can do it all, man.
Is Amon-Ra the highest Lion?
Yeah, him and Gibbs, but probably St. Brown ahead of him.
Gibbs before Montgomery, huh?
Yeah, I mean, just the receiving part of it.
Yeah, I guess. I feel like Montgomery, I would pick Montgomery to have more rushing touchdowns.
Sione Vaki may play a role.
He'll definitely have some. One of my bold predictions, he will have two special teams touchdowns this year.
Teams
That's right.
touchdowns, yeah.
He will find the end zone this year.
All right, Thursday Night Football, Gator, which means we bring back a loser chooser. We do this every Thursday throughout the season. Most shows pick winners.
Why do that?
We are going to pick the loser of tonight's Thursday night game, and I will start, Gator. Chiefs are favored by 3, 8:20 start in Kansas City. Couple things about this game. One is the new backfield, Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Henry, sorry. Thunder and lightning, Gator. It's thunder and lightning.
Abbott and Costello.
Yeah, it's wheel and sliced bread.
It's Ali Frazier.
Anyway, I think that's a problem. That is a problem for teams all season long. Travis Kelce is getting up there in age. He'll turn 35 soon.
Hang another year on him.
Baltimore has a very good defense. The fact that it's the opener and they're raising a Super Bowl banner doesn't matter, as we learned a year ago. I think Kansas City loses this game tonight to Baltimore. Going with the Chiefs to lose.
It's interesting. I mean, we go back and dial it back a year ago, and we were talking about this game, and same circumstances, right?
Yep.
And coming off a Super Bowl victory, and I don't know if the Chiefs are going to care enough. Although this is a conference game, and we talk about the Lions playing the Rams on Sunday night, already having playoff implications for seeding. So would this. So maybe just maybe Kansas City has more at stake than you think with this one. Plus, they're going to be debuting some new players on this team. They're going to be without some key players. No Marquise Brown, no Clyde Edwards-Helaire for the first game for them. But there's something about Patrick Mahomes. He just wants it sometimes, just wants it more. Unfortunately, they can't match up because of what you said. It's the Ali Frazier, what they have in the backfield of Baltimore. If you think you can stop Lamar Jackson, great, but you can't stop Lamar Jackson and stop Derrick Henry or Derrick Henry. Right. It's just too much, and they've added some players there as well. So I like the Chiefs to lose this one.
We agree. Both of us picking Kansas City to lose the Thursday night game tonight. NFL season gets underway. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, your bold-ass predictions last half hour to get them in for the Detroit Lions. We have NFL season bold-ass predictions that we made as well, if you want to get in on those. Tigers got a pretty big game tonight. I mean, I don't know if I call it a must-win, but it sure would be important in the effort to survive the trip to San Diego. We swing around the NFL next. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. You could do a same-game parlay for the Sunday matchup for, let's say, our team. Choose a player for an anytime touchdown. You maybe do over on the points. We score points. Take our team on the money line, whatever it is. Line it up on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to make every moment mean more this season. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. NFL YouTube Sunday Ticket in 3, 2, 1. I'm ready for more NFL, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is continuing its special offer. There's still time to take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with the Kinetico K5 drinking water system. We got one in our home. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. You can also save 10% off any residential job of over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Last chance to get your bold-ass predictions in on this Thursday in Detroit. Man, we got NFL tonight. We got a Football Friday tomorrow. Tomorrow's our annual prediction show where we predict the Detroit Lions record through 17 games. it's usually a fun show. This one is going to be very interesting. So think about what record you'll have them and why you would pick them for that record. But you go to the past. We've had fun with that show, but now with unprecedented hopes.
Yeah, it feels like previously people would like the floor would be 2-14.
Yeah.
In a 16-game schedule. And now it feels like the floor for this team, I mean, beyond a hater or two,
yeah,
it feels like the floor is like 10 wins.
I would go 9, maybe.
I mean, I'd like to, lower it a little bit for the expectation level, but I think we're going to have some kind of crazy numbers here tomorrow.
So we go on the record here today because the NFL season starts. So let's make our picks for the NFL season. AFC. I got Miami, Baltimore, Houston, and Kansas City winning divisions. Nothing bold there. Indy, Cleveland, and the Chargers as the wild card teams. In the NFC, I got Philly, Detroit, Atlanta, and San Francisco, with the Rams, Green Bay, and Philly going to the playoffs. AFC title game is Baltimore over Kansas City. That's right. Tonight's game is a preview of the AFC Championship, and the result will be the same. Baltimore is going to the Super Bowl. NFC title game, Detroit over San Francisco. And in the Super Bowl, I'm taking the Lions 31-30 over the Baltimore Ravens. Haj Padilla. There it is. On the record, I get to do this. I hope I get to do it more than just once in my life, but I think the Lions are winning this year's Super Bowl.
I was told we were just picking this Super Bowl matchup.
Ahead. Go ahead. That's fine.
You're going through the entire thing with division winners. And
Doug
all
is
that.
just showing his work.
I'm like, man.
You can just show the answer.
Yep.
Doug's showing the work.
Well, that's probably how I did things. Yeah, because I usually just got the answer for somebody else. At times.
Well, if he picks Detroit over Baltimore, we'll know that nothing has changed.
Well, I do have Detroit coming out of the NFC. I have them winning this game. I have
Eyes
a rematch.
on your own paper, Scott.
Well, I have the Lions beating San Francisco in a rematch of last year's NFC Championship game. The Lions will win it. The other side, though, in the AFC, I have Baltimore playing Houston. I have Houston prevailing in the AFC. So I have a Houston-Detroit Super Bowl matchup. And the Lions are coming home winners.
Wow.
Detroit football, Super Bowl champs.
Gotta love it. Kang, what do you got?
Doug, you know what? I've got the same final matchup as you. I got the Ravens and Lions, but I got the Ravens beating the Dolphins in the AFC Championship game.
Oh,
and I've got the Lions.
Yeah, you kind of mess with us.
And I've got the Lions beating the Niners, a rematch of last year. I just don't see how the Niners, with all the talent, don't at least get back to the NFC title
really
game
good team.
again. It's just really, really good team. With Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk coming back, they got no issues now. Just for them, stay healthy, kind of like the Lions, and we'll see it in the NFC Championship game. Hopefully, it's at Ford Field. And with the AFC side, I think this is the year that Lamar Jackson gets over that hump to get to the Super Bowl. 2-time MVP. The last thing he needs to do is actually win the Super Bowl. I like where the Dolphins are headed. I like their coach. I like the confidence. I mean, he spoke earlier this year about how Flores just kind of destroyed his mentality, and it wasn't good for him. He's in a better place now. I think the Dolphins get to the title game, the AFC title game, but they ultimately lose to the Ravens. Ravens, Lions in the Super Bowl like you, Doug.
And?
I got the Lions winning this thing, man. I think this is just where it's headed. I think this is...
All right.
I'll say this, man. Dan Campbell said it. They're built for this, and if you want a ring, you go to Jared. Jared Goff brings home the MVP. He's already gotten one ring this year. Let's bring home a Super Bowl ring.
So none of us took the favored Green Bay Packers to win the whole thing. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim in Utica. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Jim?
Prediction.
Let's hear it.
All right.
Are you trying? Wait, is this a
Lions
bold-ass
running
prediction?
back. I'll let you decide.
Right.
Lions running backs combination of Bronco and Mustang will lead the NFL in rushing and set off a marketing frenzy.
Lead the NFL in rushing. What do you mean? Like they finished 1 and 2, or they're the most productive?
Combined. Add them up.
Okay. Lead the NFL rushing as a pair.
Yeah, Bronco, Montgomery, and Mustang Gibbs.
All right. Well, that's better than Stoney and Jesus. Yeah, that works. I like it.
When the terrain gets tough, right inside the 5, and you guys do that. You give it.
You put it in
gear.
4-wheel drive, and you just barrel forward. There you go.
When the traffic jam clears and the light's green,
you let it fly. Just go.
That's right.
Put the hammer down.
Love it.
That's right.
Love it. Thank you for the phone call, and thank you for the bold-ass prediction. We've got you down, and we recorded all your bold-ass predictions today. So good to go on the record. Tomorrow we'll do our prediction show. Whew. Do you got any meals planned for tonight? Any food choices? Anything picked out for the first NFL game of the year?
No, but you know what? I noticed the other day I had something to eat.
Yeah.
Which normally might be a staple for something like this tonight. And I got grossed out by it.
Really?
And I don't know when I'm going to go back. And I'm ashamed to say this in front of Kenny because I think Kenny's going to hear this and he's going to think less of me. And Kang, I apologize in advance. I had a couple hot dogs the other night, and I got halfway through the second one. And I said, you know what? No. I got grossed out by it. I'm not sure what happened there. They were cooked very well. I put on, plenty of mustard and ketchup, like I like it. And I just halfway through the second one, I said, the things aren't tasting right. And I think I'm off hot dogs for a while, guys. I'm sorry.
I've been saying, you know what? No for years. So
Doug's not ashamed of you, that's for sure.
No, I'm not ashamed.
I'm
at
concerned about this, man.
Let's bring in the guys in Vegas. What's up, boys?
I know. Did they have that on the board yet? What are the odds the Gators not going to eat a hot dog for the next month? Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Do it.
Oh, you're in the right place.
You are in the right place. So how was it last night? Anything exciting? Any stories? No. Right. Good. Excellent. Yeah, that wasn't good. What do you guys got planned coming up next? Oh, well, you join the crew here. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Aaron Glenn says it's time for the next step for Aiden Hutchinson. The only player missing at Lions practice today was safety Lauren Strickland. DJ Reader was seen working on the side, according to Dave Burkett. The Tigers take on the Padres tonight in the final game of their series. Casey Mize makes his second start since his return. He went 6, allowing 3 earned runs last week. He will face 33-year-old lefty Martin Perez, who was traded to San Diego at the deadline. His numbers have improved since the trade, and in 6 starts with the Padres, he holds a 3.41 ERA. Tonight's first pitch an hour earlier than yesterday. Catch the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:40. Jim Bowden giving the Tigers high praise in The Athletic in his latest top 50 prospect rankings across all of baseball. Jackson Jobe is the number 1 piece, according to Bowden, while Max Clark comes in at number 2. Quote, an on-base machine, Max Clark is an elite leadoff hitter who's capable of stealing 30 to 40 bases per season. His power projects to average when fully developed. He's a pure center fielder with plus range in all directions and an above-average arm, end quote. U.S. women's soccer star Alex Morgan announced that she's retiring from the game. She wraps up her career with 123 goals. That's 5th all-time. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, David opening up a Thursday show with a deep track here off the Jackie Brown soundtrack, 1998. You could tell David got laid last night. How's everybody doing? This is exciting. NFL football is back. We are at Circa in Vegas. Apparently that struck a chord with Kenny.
Wow.
Sorry.
I guess these aren't the only spicy thing at the table.
No. Oh, no. We're ready to roll. We got a lot to talk about, and it's going to be real simple. We're going to do roughly 3.25 hours of this show on the NFL, but Rico and I had to open with something different. We'll get to bold predictions, Lions, the pressure, Chiefs, Ravens tonight, but there are times, and I'm going to be open about this, and Rico, I hope you're okay with this.
Okay.
I'm openly telling y'all I don't want to hear from you. No, straight up. I'm in too good of a mood to talk to cultists. So I'm going to be straight with you. There are just times as a 43-year-old man in society, sports, politics, or otherwise, you just feel like I reside on a different planet because this can't be planet Earth. We're going to do 2 segments on this, primarily Rico and I talking because I can't get through to some of you guys. I know the ones I can get through to are going to listen and nod their head.
You don't want to hear the justification of it?
No, I don't. I'm not interested.
All right.
This ain't Sally Jesse Raphael, and you are not the father.
Oh.
Pretty sure I just crossed streams on 2 terrible
You
daytime
did
shows.
a whole lot of stuff going on.
The point I'm making is this. Look, Ward Manuel spoke again. And as I read the quotes, you just go, how effing stupid do you think we are as human beings? Now, I will say this. Rico, you've been doing this. You've been in the media sphere over 20 years. You've been covering football over 20 years. Same here. I have never in my life, in any sport, at any time, ever seen a situation like this. So you do not get to tell me it's normal. And you can spare me the lazy, ball knocker opinions of, Sparty radio. Hey, you know what? Right here, middle fingers in the air. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's called being an adult, and when you feel like you're being lied to, when you feel like you're in outer space, it's okay to call it out. You can still like your team on Saturday against Texas. I want to read you this quote. Sharon Moore was on the, what is this called? The Victor's Pod, or who cares? The point is, He did an interview out of nowhere, and outside of really dropping his you-know-what on the table and saying we will never play a Friday night game, they got around to the topic, Rico, of prioritizing signing your football coaches, plural, to contracts. One problem, we're in season. They're being worked on as we speak. I've signed a couple of the assistant coaches. We had a transition not only in football but in basketball too, and we're dealing with NCAA matters. Cheaters, we're dealing with the situation with our apparel provider and bringing on legends. These things take time. The contracts just don't happen overnight. There are things that have popped up, but they're being worked on, close quote.
An investigation, possibly.
Yeah, you know what pops up? An accidental pregnancy. What doesn't? That pops up.
Okay? We need to talk.
Yeah, I'm late. That pops up.
No, we're on time. No, late.
So work with me. Dusty May is your basketball coach.
Right.
Dusty May was signed in like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Michigan put out a photo of Sharon signing a contract that's not a contract. Noah Eagle's dumbass.
I was about to say, I was told on national TV.
Oh, yeah, Noah Eagle went on national TV saying he signed 5 at $30 million. No, he's not, because Moore took over in January, and he hasn't signed his contract. He's operating under a memorandum of understanding. Let me tell you what that is. 1940s mafioso terms, it's a handshake agreement. You're going to pay me to vig every Thursday, or I'm going to blow your store up. The man who's the CEO of Michigan football doesn't have a contract. And as many as 10 of the assistants don't have contracts. The only one who had to have a contract was Wink Martindale because he came from the NFL.
Hey, he was smart.
It's a verbal agreement. So Sharon, he'll be owed 30 if he signs. Well, why hadn't he signed? I mean, Sharon would run to the altar to sign 5 at 30. We all would, unless you can't. Well, Sharon knows our commitment to him, and he knows his commitment to us. And the same thing with the assistants. It hasn't been something that's been an issue for me or them. We're working through it, and we'll hopefully have them wrapped up soon. Here's the deal.
Let's hope Sharon doesn't find out that a business doesn't care about you. That in the end, if they can cut bait from you, they will. You're holding them to this standard. Michigan's going to take care of me.
If you're driving around right now and you're a contractor, do you do handshake deals or do you sign paperwork? Do you get half the payment up front and then half when the job is done? If you're a lawyer, you take clients without paperwork? If you're in the medical profession, you just doing handshake deals for appendectomies? Look, we're in radio. There's no such thing as a handshake deal.
Right.
Okay, you can't answer a phone at 3 a.m. at this station on a handshake deal. Here's the point I want to make to this. I have no idea what's coming with the notice of allegations. I've never believed it's as minimal as many of you, and I don't believe it's ever going to be as serious as some of the sports porn dreams of like Michigan being shot out of a space cannon. The point I'm making is this wouldn't make me feel warm and fuzzy. This I would go, oh, wait a second now. I'm a big sports fan. I'd never seen that. You ever heard of that?
No.
A memorandum of understanding?
No.
For the CEO of one of the most powerful brands in all of sports.
No. I think the most telling thing is the one coach who said, I'm not playing this game. You're going to pay me my money up front. I don't know what happened before I got here.
And I don't care.
And it's not my business. If you fire me, that's fine. I want all my money.
Here's what this sets up Sharon to be. Not that I'm predicting this will happen. Let me be clear. I'm telling you what this looks like, feels like, sounds like. He's set up to be a patsy. He knows he had nowhere he could go. He's a repeat offender. It ain't like people were banging down the door to interview Sharon Moore. Gee, I wonder why. Why would the offensive coordinator who filled in for Jim Harbaugh on the way to a national title not get any job offers?
Should have been the hottest name out there.
But he wasn't.
And if anything, he should have been the head coach of the Washington Huskies. When that job opened up, he should have been the first call they made.
So the point is, it feels, you know what popped up? Another full-blown NCAA investigation. And look, maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing. We operate on, in the moment, here's where we're at. There is no one. If you think I'd feel differently if this were Michigan State and it was D'Antonio's replacement, man, you're taking crazy pills. Have enough respect. If you have 1% respect for me in the over 20 years I've done radio in this town, you damn well know deep in your bowels I'd treat State the same way. This is lunatic behavior.
But at least State was honest and said Harlan Barnett is the interim. We're going to do a deep dive search. I don't know of anybody who just takes a job and will work on your deal later. Okay, no. You get maybe a weekend, maybe a week, and that's for your agent to figure out all the little tiny details.
Right.
Months later, I'm not showing up to the job.
He signed in January, Rico. What month is it right now?
September.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of scuttlebutt right now. What is this memorandum of understanding?
Well, if it's so difficult, how did Wink get a contract? How did Dusty May get a contract? Like, he left and came in, hey, I'm a Michigan guy. He's hit the ground running.
Here's an idea. How did Jonathan Smith get a contract done in 48 hours?
Well,
here's one. He doesn't have level 1 violations against him. He's not a repeat offender. And Jonathan Smith had what's called leverage. Do you know what Sharon Moore probably doesn't have? Leverage. Do you know why the school can't give him $30 million fully guaranteed? Because they probably know they may have to ace this guy out. That's what it looks like, sounds like, feels like. Yeah. Not a predictive exercise. I'm simply saying, on the day the NFL kicks off, I don't want to deal with this crap. And if you guys don't want to hear about it, my answer is to you, then stop doing nonsense. You don't want to be in the news, stop being in the news. Ward Manuel now twice in a 10-day span has done an interview out of nowhere, including one where it sounded like he was walking it back to the tune of that construction beep about how, if we've done things wrong, we got to own up to it and beep, bop, boop, and you're going, okay, defiance wasn't a word I'm hearing there. Right. And now this, Rico, I've never heard of it in any sport.
No, I guess, Mike, the biggest question for me is, why does everything always have to be so difficult? Why is everything always have to be, well, it's not really drama. It's drama because it's very simple. He's your coach. You pay him. You sign the contract. You move on. We shouldn't have these stories day after day, month after month. You'd have been better off just saying, hey, we're going to take care of this situation first, and then we'll handle our coaching situation. I can buy that. But there's nothing to see here except for Ward. The whole house is on fire.
I love the fact that Ward rolls in, we're dealing with our apparel provider. I am just like, okay.
You mean which one? The one you bankrupted? I don't know.
You ask me my opinion on it, and this isn't specific to Ward. This is a general thing. When I read stuff, you asked why does it have to be so complicated, right? So take a life approach. Exit out of the Michigan stuff and just in life. You know when things get complicated? When you got to lie because you lied. And then 2 lies makes it 3, and 3 lies makes it 4, and you never spin your way out of that. Now, I just don't feel like I'm getting transparency here. I'm not accusing Ward of lying, but you asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. Yeah. Bleep gets complex when you need more lies to cover up lies. Mm-hmm. So this whole thing, crazy town. And they got a game against Texas this weekend. You know the networks won't talk about this. Gus and Joel have been priming their pumps for 4 days. They got that Austin Powers Swedish thing he rented. They are fully ready for Saturday.
Sir, this isn't yours. Yes, it is.
It's just I just would ask you whether you're a Notre Dame fan, a Buckeye, a Wolverine, a Spartan, or just some far-flung university. Ask yourself if you would look at this and go, nope, nothing to see here. That would not make me feel good if Michigan State's head coach, who I was excited about, who I feel like has a real future in this business. Sharon Moore, I don't think he's a bad coach, but Sharon Moore has already had NCAA infractions and was suspended, and Sharon Moore is a repeat offender. This is the school setting itself up that they won't owe this man $30 million if they got to get rid of him. So tell me it's a nothing burger again. Tell me that that's normal behavior.
It's not.
How do you recruit?
I think you're seeing the fruits of that labor right now. You can't. It's difficult. You got to get kids to really buy into the program, Mike, which is why Davis Warren is your star. He's your quarterback.
He might be good.
No. He might be.
Yeah, he's just not.
But you look at all your options and you're like, wait, coming off of this type of a run,
Michigan should have had Dylan Gabriel.
Your O-line. You should,
Preby's a good player. The kid from Northwestern, good player. But you're right.
These guys should have been third-year players, redshirt sophomores, or true juniors.
And you freed up a lot of money when J.J. and Blake Corum and the rest of those NFL kids on that fabulous team walked out the door. Yeah. So you're right. David, are you alive or have you walked off the show?
I've not walked off the show.
I know it was a very sensual beginning to the proceedings today. But please, I'm begging you to take me to task on this. I'm begging you to call me Sparty. Like, tell me what I've said that is just not 43-year-old rational adult living on planet Earth here.
No, everything, it doesn't make sense. And when I saw this news this morning, the first thing that hit my brain was, what is in that NOA? It must be something in that NOA that has caused this. Because your head coach, even if you're waiting, your head coach should be under contract when the season starts. And we are, check my notes, we are going into week 2, and he still doesn't have one. That's a problem.
Can you find me a CEO in America who operates on a memorandum of understanding?
Doesn't happen in the world I live in.
Can you find me? Hey, I'll tell you what, for all our school teachers out there, do you operate on a memorandum of understanding? Find it for me.
No.
You won't find a dude to paint a fence at your house on a memorandum of understanding. You're going to pay him half at front, you're going to pay him half on the back, and you're going to sign a piece of paper. This is not Hillbilly USA. This is Michigan football. Well, what would the reason be that they can't pay this man if they're excited to have him? And what would the reason be that this man wouldn't accept life-changing money? The reason is neither side can, which to me is an appropriate conclusion in this. And again, I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't believe in true justice in this world. Hell, just look at politics, both parties. There is no justice. There's crooks running around everywhere. The point is, that wouldn't make me feel good. So if that upsets you, that's a you problem. Frankly, I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm above it. I don't care. If we can't have a reasonable 2 segments on it, well, then to hell with it.
Yeah. It leads you to wonder, once again, why does everything have to be so complicated when it comes to everything Michigan football?
You got a pen? I want to do something for you, and then you're going to take care of some business. You got a pen over there? Dig in that man bag for me. And right here, Rico, it's right in front of you. I'm just going to go ahead.
No, that's a stylus. Here.
Oh, excuse me. That's a stylus. You fancy bastard. Here, I want to do something for you. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a flow chart. It begins with lies and it ends with lies. Now do the damn read. Ticket text next, live at Circa in Vegas.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area. Leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals in Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. It is time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all. From fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. Heck, they even got the drop tops if you want them. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It is about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great 2024 Chevy selections because it is best right now. And you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for detail. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, we've talked about David Femininio, injury attorney, for a long time. Just listen to some of the results David and his team have gotten for their injured clients, anywhere from $3.5 million all the way up to $11.5 million. You need an attorney. He's going to fight for you relentlessly. You can call him. Talk to him right now, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Mike, I'm seriously studying this flow chart over here.
I know. It's tough. It's complex, but you'll get there. David, we will get to the NFL football, by the way, guys. We wanted to do 2 segments to open on Ward Manuel's comments, and then I'm moving on because there's really not a lot to say to me. It's just like, what are we doing here? We're not on planet Earth. So go ahead. David, you can read some ticket text, and then we can roll, and we can knock out a couple of calls if we want. But there's just no other conclusion than not normal. And frankly, I'm not telling you it means doomsday, but I don't think you get to say, oh, that makes me feel all horned up. No.
Ward is the worst AD in America who thinks he is actually the best one. So sick of him.
Okay, I'm just amazed that your athletic department is a disaster, whether it's the Mel Pearson scandal, whether it's dealing with the Robert Anderson thing, whether it's the rental car service you were operating, whether it was having Juwan Howard represent your university in any way, shape, or form, or whether it is a massive cheating scandal in the football program, all of these things. It has been incredible to me that Ward Manuel won AD of the year. Yeah. I've never seen anything like it, so I agree with the texter. But again, I live in an alternate universe.
Mike, I knew it was an alternate universe when basically your wife's vehicle becomes an Uber. And anybody can drive it and crash it.
Well, that was the rental car portion. Oh. But remember, Juwan looked him in the eyes. It was all okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead, Dave.
Mike Rico, I think Sharon is an interim coach. I think he will be the fall guy, and there will be a different coach at Michigan next year, Nick Saban. That's Hans in an Uber.
Hans, if they had named him interim coach and been upfront about it and said, here's the deal, here's what would have happened, they would have gotten bone crushed. You can't recruit under an interim tag. No. It's like having Luke Fickell for 1 year at Ohio State. Look, here's the other problem. You're coming off a national championship. Why do you not have a top 15 recruiting class? Just ask yourself that question. I don't want to hear about Jim Harbaugh. I don't. This is simple. Go look at how you're recruiting. And instead of that gap getting closer with Ohio State, it's getting further away.
Yeah, and for as many people who say, well, Notre Dame is overrated, and they're getting it done on the recruiting trail.
So it's just this idea of I don't think you get to say, well, everything's honky-dory. No, it's not. That's not normal behavior. That's not how a $150 million program operates, unless you have to operate that way. And that's my whole point. That would unnerve me. I'm not going to use the word scared. I don't think anybody should have trouble getting up on a Wednesday morning whether their college football program might be in trouble. If you do, you need what's called a life.
I'm a Buckeye fan. Ohio State does this same thing with their assistant coaches, but I've never heard of a program doing it with their head coach. You would think the moment that this hit the news, Ward would have gotten it done to avoid the optics.
The idea that, forget about it hitting the news, Ward made the news. Ward went on a podcast and said these things. So don't blame Sparty Radio. Just blame your AD. Like, who was really asking him? And listen, 99% of college football fans tuned into Michigan and Fresno State and had Noah Eagle, who's half an idiot, basically go, 5 years, $30 million.
Nothing to see here.
Really?
It's all taken care of, contrary to what you may hear.
But Ward decided that wasn't good enough. I'm going to go on a podcast, and I'm going to fully address that not only my head coach, but, quote, several assistants, a.k.a. everyone not named Wink, may be operating on a handshake deal? Really? Which means the school owes nothing if they got a bleep can, these guys? And, oh, by the way, these guys were more, like Sharon, would you ever, with 5 years and $30 million on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge, would you ever not sign that deal if you could sign it?
Yeah.
So that's the whole point, guys. That would irk me a little bit.
But I think you knew that, Mike, coming off of the multiple Final Four appearances, winning a national title. When the coaching dominoes started falling, he was never a name that any program brought up, and he should have. If you were the interim coach when Harbaugh wasn't there, you stepped in, you kept it afloat, you went to Penn State, unorthodox offense, but it worked. You should have been the hottest name. Everybody should have wanted you. Maybe not the Alabama job, but once Kalen DeBoer left Washington, Washington should have been picking up the phone saying, hey, Michigan, can we get him out here?
Let me play the
Or
role.
Arizona once that job became open.
Let me play the role of bought and paid for media for a second. Oh, no. His love for Michigan is so deep he would never take the phone call. Really? His love is so deep for someone who's dangling $5 at $30 million that's not signable?
Well, let me I have a rebuttal for that. The most bought and paid for guy was Jim Harbaugh, who every year took the phone call. Every year was trying to get out of town. So if Harbaugh is trying to do this, you would think if the opportunity popped up for Sharon Moore, he's gone. And he earned it. He deserved it, all things off the field aside.
If Ward could get it done, it would be done.
Yeah.
Like this, guys, there have been peace treaties in the Middle East that took less time than this. It's not. I don't believe this is an authentic statement. That's the whole point.
No.
Now, look, if they get it done, they get it done. Great. But why would Ward draw attention to it unless he knew it was a problem? I have no idea. Don't look at me. I'm not the AD.
No, it goes back to why does everything always have to be so difficult? I'm looking at the chart right now.
That's just for you to remind
Yeah,
yourself. David, go ahead.
It's a strange situation, Mike. It's like, someone asks you how your day was. Oh, I cheated on my wife. I didn't ask you that. But that's what Ward sounded like. Like no one asked you this, and you're
It's
just
Law and
throwing it
Order.
out there.
Hi, do you know Spanky McPherson? I didn't kill him. What? We didn't ask you that. Right.
Like what?
Hey, David, you want some fries to go with that? No, I cheated with my wife. No, I said fries, not wife. Fries.
Like what is going on, Ward?
That's my whole point. But you can't talk any sense in this world. It's all tribalism, so it doesn't matter. Go ahead, David.
We need to get Mike in Vegas more often. My guy has come out swinging and speaking the good word. Did Evan take him to one of the shops?
No. Although I wish he did because I didn't have my weed gummy to go to sleep last night. I'm on 4 hours of sleep, but we're okay. We're okay.
Evan's going to take him to the Buffalo machine.
No, that's Evan's day. All I want, I'll tell you, David, all I want in this life is for someone to look at me the way that Evan looks at a slot machine. The man is in utter ecstasy and bliss. He is mesmerized by the bright lights, and I just watch it, and I'm like, Evan, how do you enjoy this?
I'm in love.
Mm-hmm.
She hurts me every time.
That giant,
and I keep coming back.
That giant Buffalo machine may as well have been the first rack you ever saw, because I'll tell you. He was staring into the cosmos.
I woke up thinking about it.
Yeah, he was waiting for the pig to pop last night.
Yep,
that could be taken multiple ways.
You know what? It was the slot machine. So sorry. It was the slot machine.
Pop. Okay then. Sure, Rob at Hungry Howie's is thrilled at this segue.
He was not Mel Tucker.
Okay then. Let me know when they come out with that slot machine. I don't need to tell you the name of that one.
Unlimited free spins.
Oh no! All right, summer is still here. And if you guys want a hell of a deal for opening night in the NFL, Hungry Howie's has it covered for you. Any large pizza, $14.99. That includes the limited time only Kenny Cott's summer pies, the pickle bacon ranch, and the backyard burger. Either of those or any large pizza on the menu. $14.99, your choice of flavored crust, but get in now. They're going to be gone in a matter of days. You got Ravens and Chiefs tonight. Pizza sounds pretty damn good on the opener. So go to hungryhowies.com or download that app today to start your order now. Countdown to the NFL opener. We're amped for it. Chiefs-Ravens is legit. You got Eagles and Pack tomorrow night in Brazil. We're going to do a ton of NFL. We'll put a wrap on this Ward Manual thing. We just wanted to at least do a couple segments on it because the comments were zany. And again, ain't no gun to your head to do a podcast. It's just very bizarre. If you're just joining the show, it's simple. We all knew that Sharon, as of last week, was operating on a memorandum of understanding. It's a verbal agreement. Nobody has a $30 million contract on a verbal agreement unless they have to. And then you find out several of the assistants, a.k.a. pretty much everybody except Wink, is operating the same way. Why would it be that way? Well, come to certain conclusions. The school doesn't want to be on the hook if they got to broom this whole staff out. And these guys don't have any better job options. And before you sit here trying to pimp resumes, just ask yourself, if Wink Martindale were any good, why the hell is he in college? They're not any good.
Wow.
He got run out of the last 2 jobs he had in the NFL. And, I mean, Wink is fun. Don't get it twisted. But is Wink good? You mean to tell me he's the 33rd ranked DC in the NFL, just couldn't get a gig? No, come on, man. Like, he's done.
He's the OG architect.
Right. The point is he may be one of the only dudes with a deal.
Yeah.
So what does it tell you about what's going on? It tells you that, like, they know the NOA has something in it. I don't know. I will never believe. I'll continue to say this. I'll never believe Michigan's going to get hammered.
No, but I think it's more than just nothing, and that's the problem.
And you're playing Texas Saturday. Now, the good part is no one in the media is really going to pick up on this. I mean, NBC and Fox, you think Gus and Joel are going to mention it? Hell, they labeled your cheating asses as facing adversity, like you grew up poor like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I had a hole in my roof in Hawaii.
Yeah, I don't think Desmond's going to say anything for ESPN either. So,
God almighty. Let's knock a couple of phone calls down, and then it's all NFL the rest of the way. Do we all agree?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to Chris. He's batting leadoff on a Thursday. Chris, how you doing today, brother?
Hey, fellas, doing well. This is a fun topic. I'm an attorney. U of M is not my client, and Sharon Moore is not my client. So I just want to put that out there. Real quick correction. The way that the contracts work in the law, a memorandum of understanding, assuming that it's written down, isn't a verbal agreement. It's a written agreement, and it's really important because it's still enforceable. So here's my read. These are just a guess, but here's my read of what's going on. Sure. Once the NCAA investigation started, U of M probably has a giant team of attorneys. They probably did an internal investigation. Anything the NCAA knows, U of M probably knew a year ago, right? So the fact that they still came to this written agreement, it's basically like a tentative agreement, suggests that whatever the university knows, not enough to go and hire other candidates. So if they cut Sharon Moore loose now, the memorandum of understanding would likely still control. Here's what's probably happening. If they were to copy and paste Harbaugh's contract language into Moore's contract, he'd be fireable today, right? Because Harbaugh was signed in the shadow of Paterno. And so the university has very, very strict language in that contract. I actually teach this contract. You can't just use that if you're Sharon Moore.
You're breaking up.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, Chris. It sounds like you're in a wind tunnel.
I think he's walking.
No, it's okay. I just
I'm
want to let
walking.
him know I can't hear what he's saying.
Okay.
I'm not being rude,
So
Chris,
sorry.
in any way. I can't hear you, brother. All right, it's a little
So
calmer
sorry.
now. No, don't be sorry
Yeah,
at all.
but-
I just wanted to let you know I couldn't hear. Go ahead, please continue.
So if you're Moore's attorney, there's no way you let Moore sign a carbon copy of Harbaugh's contract, because then, you could get canned and you wouldn't be owed a dime. So that's my best guess is what's holding up everything is that they're probably trying to figure out how do we structure the language of the discipline clause and whatever university morality clause, all
Chris.
that.
Well, Chris, your problem also resides in that Sharon Moore's a repeat offender. That's absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
You're
yeah.
Spot,
I mean,
you're spot on with it. It's complex, and it's a problem.
Yeah, it's super complicated. Yeah. And so then once they hammer out that language, it all has to go get approved by people above the AD and then ward. So I think what you're just going to see is that I know you guys want this headache to go away. It's probably going to just kind of hang around until the lawyers know what exactly they have to do to get the language to the point where it's precise enough to deal with the current unique circumstances.
Yes, and Chris, my whole point in this, because I've never gone out on this deal of, they're going to get launched into space. There should happen and will happen. I don't think we live in a just world. But, Chris, the whole idea, and you're not doing it, you're reasonable. It's when a coach signs a memorandum of understanding in January, and we are sitting here in September, in season, and it's coach and vast majority of staff, I'm not going to be told by fans, not you, this is totally normal, happens everywhere. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and
Also,
also
it's definitely not normal.
And Chris, I would
But
say this: if
nothing about
Sharon
this is
Moore's
normal,
your
right?
guy,
Nothing about it.
Chris, if Sharon Moore's your guy, you make it happen, no matter what. Even if down the line he does something stupid, the language is in there. He's still going to be our coach. So let's just make this happen. I think a lot of it is Sharon going to be the guy that leads us into that next chapter? Because if he was, this is still you get it done and you write up the language as, hey, even if you get popped for something minor like Kurt Ferentz did, don't worry about it. We still got your back.
It does make you wonder, by Ward going on that podcast and by drawing attention to something he didn't need to draw attention to, does it, and I don't know this and I don't want people to get all upset, would it make you believe, do you think Michigan might be turning a corner in actually trying to get a deal done?
With the NCAA? Mm-hmm. Well, I think they are. I think that if anything, we're going to work with you. We're not going to fight this. We're not going to, thumb our nose at you, which is why a certain person, I do believe, didn't show up to the game last week. I don't think that he was in the foxhole. Maybe we just need to help make this go away and not be such a pain in the butt. Because as I've often said, the NCAA does not want to do this job. The NCAA is the father in the car who keeps threatening you, if you guys don't sit down in the back seat, I will turn this car around and there will be no trip.
That's why I never believed they would hammer Michigan.
Right, that's the NCAA.
Yeah, they don't want to do it.
But if the kids just keep egging you on, eventually the father has to say, all right, you've been warned 10 times. Guess what? Trip's canceled.
I would just like to talk about Michigan, Texas. This is the thing. I always laugh when people are like, you guys just keep bringing this up. Stop putting it in the news.
Yeah. Well, stop reading it, Mike.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just do what other people at the station do. 248-539-9797. No, I'm not, dude. I'm not going there. My whole point is your job, you don't talk about what you want to talk about. You talk about what you need to talk about. It's in the news cycle. It is news. We do a show in Detroit. Michigan's a massive fan base and a massive story, and your AD did something that I don't understand why he did it. Yeah, we're going to do a couple segments on that. That's our job. It's like a doctor only doing the surgeries he wants to do. Boy, hell of a trauma surgeon you are. Oh, open heart surgery? Nope. Not how that works. Let's do a blitz. Let's get some football. Can we talk actual football now?
Let's
no more
talk
nonsense?
some actual
All right.
football, Mike.
Let's get to it. NFL is here. We're going to go wall to wall with it the rest of the show. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there is a reason they can move that product. It's in stock. They don't have to wait 6 weeks for the stuff to show up from Bolivia. It's right there down the street. And no, factually, I don't know if Trex decking comes from Bolivia. The point is, you buy it, you build it, you save money while you're doing it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. NFL kicks it off tonight. Ravens, Chiefs, wall-to-wall coverage of all things NFL, which are obviously including blitzes. David. And I'd like to also say, for the record, you see how mean Rico is in that little preview right there? That's what I deal with all day.
Hello there, Pot.
Mr. Kettle. All right, what do you got? What are we doing here?
Mike, NFL kicks off tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what we're going to do. This is some fun. This is not a receipt segment, but let's predict the NFL playoff teams from the NFC and the AFC, and we can even cap it off with a Super Bowl matchup and with winner.
Okay, all right.
So how about we start off with the AFC first? We're each going to go around and give your divisional winners and your wild card teams. David, you and Kenny ready?
Yep, we're ready.
All right. Who wants to go first?
Start with Kenny, go to David, then come to us.
Okay.
All right, which do you want? Do you want me to just go through the division winners right here?
AFC divisional winners.
AFC, we got the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Texans, and the Dolphins are my winners.
Dolphin. Kenny going bold.
Okay.
Bold
Indeed.
flavor. All right. This is what's going to be interesting, too, fellas. You know, if we all chalk out, we're not getting these right. Every year, seemingly, someone goes worst to first. Every year, a team who, made a deep run or made the Super Bowl tanks. This is going to be very difficult. But Rico swears it's not a receipt segment, David.
Oh, it's
Go
a
ahead.
receipt segment. For sure it's a receipt segment.
Exactly.
If it was a receipt segment, I'd be writing this stuff down.
Why do you have your stylus in your hand?
Oh, that's just how I talk.
Mm-hmm. David,
I'm trying to be like you.
David, go ahead.
Now, I don't know how I feel about my AFC East pick now that Kenny's gone. So, here are my division winners in the AFC. The Chiefs.
Yep.
The Bengals.
Yep.
The Texans.
Yep.
And the Dolphins. I don't feel as confident in the Dolphins now that Kenny has selected the Dolphins.
I feel like that's an insult, a very thinly veiled insult at that.
Wow. All right, so you want me to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the
No. I want you to feel comfortable. I will go next.
Oh.
And you know what the irony is? It's almost like you are listening to this on a repeat because, David,
No.
my AFC East, Miami. The West, Kansas City. The South, Houston. The North, Cincinnati.
We're all wrong then. We're
wrong. We're all stepping on it right now.
All right, well, mine will be slightly different. I have the Dolphins missing the playoffs, so right off the rip, not winning division. God help me. I'm actually believing in a loser. Jets win the East.
Oh.
I really don't want to pick the Bengals to win the North because all you guys did now. But I do believe it's a Burrow revenge tour MVP type season. I'll go Bengals. I'm not buying the Texans. I'm not buying the kids. I think somebody else wins that division. I'm going to have some fun. How about the Indianapolis Colts? What if Anthony Richardson is him? And then the last division would be – what's the last division?
The West.
Space in here.
West.
Oh, Chiefs. That's the chalk.
Yeah.
Guys, I can't find a way out of that. So Chiefs, Jets, Colts, Bengals.
Okay.
Might go 0 for 4 there.
David, your 3 wild card teams. I'm sorry, Kenny, your 3 wild card teams.
3 wild card teams, the Bengals, the Bills, and the Jaguars.
Bengals, Bills, Jaguars. Okay. Trevor Lawrence is back, Kenneth.
Indeed.
David.
My AFC wildcard teams will be the Browns.
Say it in my good ear. Say it in Nona's good ear.
The Browns. The Jags. And the Jets. Jets.
Are you guys serious? The Jets?
Lunch bet right now to both of you. They missed the playoffs.
No way.
I'm in.
No way.
All right.
Kenny, I'll back you on that.
Kenny,
all
I
right,
view
so it's
that like-
2v2. All right, I like that.
I view it like betting on Michigan. If they win, I win money. If they lose, I would have paid for them to lose anyways. I don't care. I'm glad to see the Jets fail. I'll take the bet.
Yeah.
Rico.
All right. My wild card will be Baltimore, Indianapolis, Buffalo.
I'm going Baltimore. I'm going Texans. I really hate Buffalo. I think Sean McDermott is such a bum, but I'll go Buffalo. I wanted to go Browns very badly, but I can't.
Okay.
I don't believe in the Dolphins, though, I'll tell you that much.
No?
No, their defense got gutted. And as fun as McDaniel is, come on, man. Quarterback, if the wind blows too hard, Tua's out for 6 weeks. I can't. Let's go to the NFC.
All right, NFC, here we go.
Kenneth G. Cott.
NFC, I got the Niners, I got the Falcons, I have the Eagles and the Lions.
Okay.
Why don't you want to
Kenny
say
went-
Falcons, though? Like, why do you...
That's such a bad division. I had a tough time picking.
David, go ahead.
My division winners in the NFC will be the 49ers, the Falcons, the Eagles, and the Lions.
Same as Kenny.
Yeah.
Wow, do you two want to go do some karate in the garage? All right, let's go over to Rico.
Good housekeeping.
Hey, you guys got space for a third person?
Come on.
We did not talk about this at all. In the East, I got Philly. In the West, San Francisco. In the South, Atlanta. In the North, Detroit.
All right. Well, I'm going to have some fun because I don't take this serious, but I think the NFC is going to be wild. So for starters, Rams in the West, Packers in the North, Atlanta in the South, and in the East. What if I told you Nick Sirianni's fired by week 10?
Oh, my Lord.
And I don't believe in the Cowboys, but you know who I do believe in?
The G-Men.
Absolutely not. My godson, Jaden Daniels. Give me the Washington football thingamabob commander things. Let's have some fun with these predictions.
Okay. Kenneth.
Chaos factor.
Wild cards.
Wild cards, Packers, Cowboys, Bears.
Ooh, we bought the hype.
So you believe in Chicago. Kenny.
That's exciting, Kenny.
They're in the 7th spot.
You excite me.
Wow.
David?
All right.
David passed out. He's on the floor.
I'm going to go with the Seahawks, the Packers, and the Bears.
You bought the hype, too.
Really?
Rico.
I'm going Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to come down to that final game with Detroit, but Detroit will win the division.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going with the Los Angeles Rams. And in the final spot, probably the most disrespected team in the NFC, they'll be back. Oh, yeah.
Tampa.
Baker Mayfield,
Yeah.
Tampa.
Niners in the West for me. Lions clearly in the North. And this comes down to, I've been saying it all summer, I wouldn't go here, so I'm not going to do it now. The Bears just miss it. I'm with Rico. The Buccaneers are like a barnacle on a boat. You just can't scrape them off. Bucks.
All right. David, we got time for Super Bowl matchups?
Yeah, of course we do.
Okay.
And would I be allowed to live in a world where neither the Eagles or Cowboys make the playoffs? Do you know how glorious that would be for me as the proprietor of Latte Larry's Spite Store?
Oh, you would love Mike. I think the only thing better for you is if the Giants are that team that goes from worst to first.
Oh, baby.
And the Eagles and Cowboys are missed it. Because when I was doing mine, I'm like, wait, I don't have Dallas in this, but yeah, I think that Dallas is a house of cards.
They're a mess.
Ready to fall.
All right, Super Bowl matchup and your winner, Kenny Cott.
I have the Chiefs from the AFC and from the NFC. The Detroit Football Lions, baby.
Homer.
Do the hockey, Kenny. Do it. Who wins?
And the Chiefs three-peat.
You piece of cowardly garbage.
Sorry.
Over to David Hall.
I have the Bengals in the AFC and the Packers in the NFC, with the Packers winning it all.
Once again, no. Rico Beard.
I am going for the rematch of last year from Vegas to New Orleans, San Francisco, Kansas City. There will be no three-peat. There will be joy in the city of San Francisco,
Homer,
Kyle Shanahan will not be fired because he will finally not get outcoached by Andy Reid. The Niners win.
Well, for 20 years, I have done radio in this fine city. I've given you everything I have. And leave it to the guy you've told to go back to New York for 20 years to be the lone man standing up for our fair city.
I was going to say the Jets.
Nope. I have the Bengals in the AFC. I have the Detroit Lions in the NFC. And I'll see everybody on Woodward Avenue when the Lions win the Super Bowl this year. Evan, get the weed gummies. We're riding a float together.
Brother, you will be the master of ceremony.
Lions win the Super Bowl. They're going to beat the Bengals. I'll be the only person standing up for it. I don't know that they win this division, but I think they're built to win and they can go on the road and get it done. I will take the Lions to win it all.
Oh.
So
all
we
right.
can get some ticket techs. We can have a good time with it. Predictions are in. And you really, that stylist was awfully active.
What are you talking about?
That stylist was as active as David's stylist on a Saturday night.
Oh, jeez.
Mike, it's just what I do to help the time go by.
If this turns into a receipt segment.
You mean like I read it back at the end of the season?
You piece of garbage. All right.
David, don't worry. I got everything written down.
I bet you do. I got a word for you. I'm just not going to use it on the air. 248-539-9797. Those are your totally unserious NFL predictions. 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Good news on the Lions injury front today as we get closer to their game with the Rams on Sunday Night Football. Safety Lauren Strickland was the only player missing from practice. DJ Reader also seen working on the side. Dan Campbell wouldn't rule out the chance of Reader playing in Week 1. Reese Olson set to begin his rehab in Toledo tonight after throwing several bullpens here in Detroit. According to Chris McCoskey, the Tigers hope he can rejoin the rotation again this season, even if it's at a reduced capacity in terms of length in those starts. After their extra innings loss last night, the Tigers look to salvage a game tonight in their finale of a 3-game series with the Padres. Casey Mize makes the start on the mound, first pitch at 8:40. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Fresh off the Olympics, this special guest is excited to be on College game day this weekend. According to a statement released by the Big 12 today, they have paused expansion talks with UConn. This one for Mike, Yankees longtime radio voice John Sterling coming out of retirement to call playoff games this season. With partner Susan Wallman, the 86-year-old will call both home and road games. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, here's a tip. When you retire, stay retired. I promise you'll never see me unretire. When I'm gone, I'm gone. Have at it. I don't care who sits here next. Let's get to the point. David, I know you have ticket techs, but we need to start this 3 o'clock hour, and we need to do this right. The NFL kicks off tonight. It's Chiefs, Ravens, premium matchup. You heard what I said to finish that segment. This is very, very simple to me. And in the words of a wise man, who I might be related to, I am at risk of falling into something. You know, Rico, I've been told only a Sith speaks in absolutes. Obi-Wan Kenobi. The point I'm making is I am speaking in an absolute. The Lions are winning the Super Bowl. I believe it. There's no hesitation. There's no hyperbole. I'm saying it with my chest. But my thing is I want to know who in listener land actually believes. Because it's one thing to believe in your heart. It's one thing to go, hey, we can do this. It's another to say we will. And then have all your coworkers make fun of you when you're wrong.
You know what? I don't think people are going to make fun of you, Mike. This morning, watching Good Morning Football, somebody picked the Lions to win the Super Bowl. A couple had the Lions in the Super Bowl. ESPN, the Lions are the pick to at least make the game. A lot agreed with you that this is going to be Detroit's year.
But case in point, do you know why Jim Costa likes Kenny Cott?
Why?
Because he's a pussycat. Cott did the hedge.
Lions
make it, but they lose. That's the Stoney. That's shaking both hands. No, to hell with that. I want to know right here, right now. We kick off the NFL season. Are you willing to say Lions are doing this? Guys, I don't care what the past is. I don't care what preceded this. I think they have the right coach. They have the continuity on the coaching staff. You have an elite offensive coordinator and at minimum an ascending defensive coordinator. You have more of the league's top 50 under 25 players than anyone in the sport. You have an elite offensive line. You get high-level to borderline elite quarterback play. Elite skill weapons everywhere. Best tight end in football, a conversation about the best receiver in football, and one of the ascending superstars that makes up, in my opinion, the best backfield in football. Defensively, yes, there are questions. Are they getting better? Absolutely. Did they get better this offseason? Absolutely. Guys, 13 of the games are indoors. You've got the best home field advantage in the entire NFC. It's now. It's Super Bowl or bust. And if they don't win it, this season's a failure. I'm not talking about moral victories. I'm not talking about memories or we came so close. No. It's happening or it's not. There's no sort of pregnant. They're winning the Super Bowl.
See, it's funny. Because yesterday while you were here, I said, because we did that Super Bowl or bust type of thing, and I said, you know what? Because it's so difficult, Mike, and you follow football long enough, if you make it back to the NFC Championship game, it takes a little bit of luck to actually win the Super Bowl. Yep. It's like making it to the Final Four.
You'd know all about that, wouldn't you?
Okay.
So, look, I want to throw a number out. And if I got to battle –
write this.
Yeah, you write that down. If I got to battle Rico and Kenny and David in-house, I will. But I want to hear from you guys. And, yeah, we'll do bold-ass NFL predictions, but why not just start out with the boldest one of all? That the Chicago Cubs of football are going to win the World Series. They're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, I think that is bold. I think it's bold to say any team's winning the Super Bowl because Rico's right. It's so damn hard. But I think they're built right. I think the moment is now. And I'm willing to say it, and if you want to make fun of me, make fun of me. But I want to know if you're willing to say it. Not that we could or might or we got a shot. No, do you believe in your heart?
Say it with your chest.
Yeah, it's going down. It's happening. That we're going to be doing me and Evan are going to be on a parade float, and I'm going to get a slot machine on that parade float for Ed. He won't have to look at anybody, but he can focus on the slot machine as we cruise down Woodward and confetti flies. Gummied out of his mind. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead, start with you. You're the meanest one of the bunch.
I just don't see them getting to the Super Bowl this year. I still have question marks with the defensive end. I've been saying this all off season. They didn't address it, and I think that concern will come up big late in the season and into the playoffs. They need someone opposite of Aiden. I just don't see it. I understand where people are coming from when they say it, when you say it. I get it. But getting there is tough. I don't think they get there, let alone win it.
Bitch. Kenny, your thoughts?
He's occupied.
Okay.
With what? His food?
Phone
With
call.
the phone.
Oh, well, kudos, Kenny. Thank you.
I'll say this. I agree with David. In order to win the Super Bowl, Mike, you got to have defense. You're going to need games, especially late in the playoffs, where you can keep a team under 20 points. I don't know if the Lions have that type of defense. Can they score with anybody? Absolutely. One of the best offenses in the game. But there's a reason why Eric Coryell and the San Diego Chargers never won a title. They were entertaining. They couldn't stop anybody. And I think that come the playoffs, Ford Field is a house of horrors, but the fans don't go on the field. The fans don't make defensive stops.
We could.
Well, you get arrested for that.
It can't stop everybody. 60,000 people want to make it happen. No, pick that flag up.
I don't think they have the defense to win the Super Bowl. I think that they'll make the playoffs, but I do think that, in mine, I got them losing to the Packers in the playoffs.
248-539-9797. David, let's get some ticket text while Kenny answers the phones.
Oh, I just cleared that up. What are we doing here? We're winning the Super Bowl? That's the prediction?
Well, I had said that there's a reason you and Costa are close. It's because you're a pussycat, and he loves cats. You just did the Stoney. Oh, the Lions will make the Super Bowl but lose. Not a hell with that hedge. Say it with your chest. No hedging.
Maybe
only.
Maybe in the bye week, maybe halfway through the season, but right now, man, the Chiefs, I think they do what no other team has ever done in the history of the NFL is win three-peat. That's where I'm at. And once you get to the Super Bowl, basically anything can happen. It turns into a wacky world once you're there. I can't say it with my chest just yet.
Okay, so here's my deal. Does Kenny represent you, the Lions fans? Say it. We ain't talking what's your favorite cupcakes. Say it. Does Kenny represent you? Are you scared? Because the reality is this is a new world you're stepping into. This is the first day being out of prison for you. You were locked up for 60 years. And now you turn around and go, wait a second. I don't have to ask permission to go to the bathroom? No, you're a Super Bowl team.
No, Red.
It's the truth. It just, I want to know if Kenny actually represents you. Scared. Unwilling. Wavering. Skittish. Unnerved. You're just not willing to say it. Because to me, you can't make a credible argument that they are not one of the 3 teams in this league, 4 teams in this league, that has a claim to being a Super Bowl favorite. And look, am I taking a small leap of faith with the defense? Yes, I am. I admit that. But I think they've earned that leap. Because when you have players that are under the age of 25, those players have a knack for doing the following: getting better. This is not an older team. You're not relying on Brock Marion at safety. This is a different thing. Maybe this is the year Aiden gets 15 and a half sacks. Maybe this, Brian Branch to me could be an all-pro player this year. I think Brian Branch could ascend to a Tyrann Mathieu, Troy Polamalu type role with this team. So
I agree. He's my favorite Lion. So
I'm willing to say it. I want to know, does Kenny represent you, or do I? I don't care. I'll be the lone wolf on it. I don't give a damn. I think the Lions will win the Super Bowl. So let's get after it. Unlike you, I'm not afraid to say it. If you're on the – oh, yeah, what was that, Coach? That's right. Say it with your chest.
No, put the clipboard over your face if you're going to say it.
Oh, the Applebee's commercial?
Yeah.
Not bad, B+.
You know what? I found it funny. Like, okay. I like when a guy can make fun of himself.
It's B+. It was good. It was good. You want to earn an A in commercial land, you got to be the Burger King song. I mean, come on.
Stick in your head? Yeah.
Oh, my, please.
Hi, Kenny.
Oh, boy. 248-539-9797. David, can we sample the Ticketex?
We sure can because they are ripping Kenny.
Kenny, my adoring public.
Kenny, you're weak. You're the Lions fan, and you don't believe? You should take that hat off right now.
Is Kenny wearing a Lions hat?
Yes, he
is.
The
old school logo.
Take it off your head. Take it off your head. You don't deserve to serve food.
Kenny doesn't represent us. Kenny is a you-know-what. Lost his Detroit card. Lions by 1 million. We are winning the Super Bowl. Nate from Clawson.
That a baby, Nate. Say it with your chest. Tell a friend.
We are literally the greatest show 2.0. Yes, and our defense will be better this year. Kenny doesn't speak for me. Joe in
That's
Fenton.
right. You know what? Print up those T-shirts. Kenneth Cott doesn't speak for us. Sounds like an election ad.
No, Kenny is sharp and soft. Lions win the Super Bowl, and Mike, you are emboldened with me forever.
That's right. Kenny Cott is the reason the border crisis is here.
Does this mean you get your official Detroit card if the Lions win the Super Bowl?
I gave up even applying.
No more going back to New York? You're in the Detroit Hall of Fame right next to Lomas.
I got news for you. I'm like a minority in the 60s trying to get into Augusta National.
Oh.
I gave up on that process.
Okay.
You mean in 2024?
Okay, then.
Yeah, don't sit at the lunch counter, Mike.
Wow.
You might get a little wet.
Okay. Can we get this back? Can we get this back on the tracks?
That's going to be a drop.
Kenny Cott's the reason your groceries are so expensive.
It does sound like a political ad. Kenny doesn't speak for me. He's no longer a Detroiter.
I'm Mike Valenti, and I approve this message. Paid for by the friends of
Kenny
Mike.
is Charmin soft.
Right? Kenny Cott's a bitch.
Oh, I love this. Someone's saying, after a lifetime of watching the Lions, Mike, let's just take it one game at a time.
No. No. That's not what this day part does.
That's lowered expectations.
If you want that, go listen to the breakfast morning or whatever the hell it's called. We don't do safe. I don't care about being wrong. I don't care about looking stupid. If you don't look stupid in this line of work, you never said anything in the first place. I've never been interested in that line of work. I believe it. Why am I not going to say it? It is what it is. It's your time. I don't think the Chiefs are just going to go and win a third. I think San Francisco has too much noise right now. And I don't believe in the Eagles. I don't believe in the Cowboys. I think the Pack are going to be very tough, but there's no guarantee you even play them in the playoffs. I would buy all the stock I could. And look, go sideways, go ahead, make fun of me. What the hell are you making fun of me for? Believing in this team?
No.
Oh, what a sin.
No, the only way the only way that happens if it's massive injuries. Other than that, man, nobody knows. This is the fun part of the season. And you're not the only one. You're not on an island. A lot of people are picking the Lions to not just get to the Super Bowl, to win it all. My only thing is it's the defense. If it were better, I could agree with you. But I don't think that it's there.
248-539-9797. We are going to get right to the phones. It is NFL kickoff. I've just set the tone today. Bold prediction, Lions win the Super Bowl. And does Kenny speak for you or do I? It's Team Mike or Team Kenny. Because Kenny's doing the old soft shoe. He's giving you the Sammy Davis Jr. He is. You know it. Well, the Lions will make the Super Bowl and lose a close one.
No, Kenny, it's called mental health. If Kenny picks the Lions, he feels as if he's jinxing them.
I just want to know how David called me a homer during our predictions before, and now Mike's calling me a bitch. What happened here?
I listen. Yeah, I don't control what David says. That's a you and him issue behind the glass. I'm just saying, I know in your heart you believe they're winning it. You're afraid to say it. I don't respect that. You're better than that, Kenny Cobb. Why are you so damn confident with Georgia in week 1? How come you're not waiting until the middle of the season there, Kirby?
Because time and time again, they've shown they're elite. This is the first time I've ever seen the
No,
Lions
no,
as
no, no,
elite.
no. Listen, here's the deal. You went your whole life without them being reliable. Don't give me a 2-year time span. Come on now. You know that. You know that.
That's just it, though. If you've been driving an unreliable car for 20 years, you wouldn't rely on it to suddenly get you to Massachusetts if you try to drive there.
Why? You do every day.
Got a different car.
Jeff Rieger. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. Here's Rico about cinder blocks.
Oh, man. Hey, guys, listen up if you're ready to add a beautiful deck to your home or you're just sick of power washing and staining and sealing your current deck every single year. Do what I did recently and hire Koi Construction to design and build it for you. I couldn't be happier with my new deck. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's a family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus is on quality and craftsmanship. It has made them one of the best in the industries, and get this, they love to work year-round. You know what that means? You don't have to wait till spring. You can get them to come out right now. So if you want your deck built this winter, it's no problem. Unlike most deck companies, Koi routinely builds decks throughout the winter months. Whether it's cold or not, it doesn't matter to them. But limited spots are available, so call them today to secure your spot on their schedule, whether you're looking to create a inviting gathering place in your backyard or just a cozy retreat. Koi's experienced team will help you build your dream deck in your backyard. So call them today and get your project started. You will not regret it.
Being number one, it is not easy. Years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years of it. They make the world's best mattresses. They do it right here in the state of Michigan. And right now, during the Labor Day sale, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. All right, opening day of the NFL. I've fired the first salvo. The Detroit Lions are winning the Super Bowl. I'm not doing the hedges. I'm not doing the wait and see. I'm not doing the they'll be good, but, golly gee, we need luck. F that.
It's not our time yet? You're
No,
not doing that?
I'm not doing what Kenny's doing. Because here's why. Kenny Cott doesn't speak for me. And Kenny Cott doesn't speak for my city. Now, I want to know if you agree. Now, if Kenny does speak for you, feel free to support him. And just know you're supporting a spineless jellyfish. It's okay to be confident in your team. You have earned the right. It's okay to say we're winning it. And I believe it. So why the hell am I going to lie to my listeners? It is what it is. Let's go to Brad. Let's kick this thing off. Bat and lead off in the 3 o'clock. Brad, how you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. How you guys doing today?
Excellent. Brad. What's on your mind, Brad?
Well, I'm with you all the way, Team Mike. I actually got I put a $10 bet in on FanDuel a while back for Lions over Bengals in the Super Bowl. I think the Lions are winning it all. I really do. Unbiased opinion. I'm a Patriots fan, so I'm hoping for a number one pick. But
God. Brad,
yeah.
Brad, join me in the sad section of the restaurant. Giants and Patriots.
Yeah.
One of 7 wins between us.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough year, but, living in Michigan, seeing all the hype around, having watched a lot of the games last year, I really believe they're going to win it all. And I think, sorry for Rico on this one, but I think it's going to be Lions versus Packers for the NFC title at Ford Field this year.
Ooh, Niners don't even make the NFC title game. However, will you survive, Rico?
I will. I'm used to disappointment at the end.
That's right. You're a Spartan.
Hey, that's
go
true. Mike, I think we're in Vegas.
Yeah.
At the end of this show, Evan and I need to take you to get a Detroit Lions Super Bowl champion tattoo.
Okay, that's not happening.
Because you're
No. If you asked me to physically walk my happy ass down there and place the Lions Super Bowl bet, I will absolutely do that.
No. Anybody could do that.
No, I'm not going to be one of these trash bags that gets my team to win title, and then you end up on Barstool looking like the boner that you are. I'm all set. I draw hard lines here, people. Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
How you doing?
Doing good, thanks. No, I definitely think they're going to win it all this year. It's just such a weird feeling. We've never been the favorites, especially the Lions. But that'd go for probably any sport outside of maybe those Red Wings teams that won it years ago. But definitely think they have the best team, the best chance to win it all this year.
Well, and Tony, my whole point in it is, if you're going to make the argument like, oh my God, Mike, you can't say they're winning the Super Bowl. All right. What are the ways you attack what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have built? Like, what is this fatal flaw? Like, look, the Niners are an incredibly talented team, but the Niners are an old football team. That's not an insult. They're old. The Lions are on the ascend.
Right. If you don't say it this year, when will you say it? You'll never say it. Terry wants to bring up the defense, but, we probably should have beat his 49ers last year, and it was just some unfortunate plays and
but unfortunately, Tony Terry retired a long time ago. So
what the hell's Terry got to do with it?
I think he meant me. He said Terry.
Yes.
Oh Jesus! Oh Tony, good Lord, my goodness, that's a faux pas. All right, let's look. Holy hell! I'm sorry, I missed that. I was about to make a point of no. Last year they weren't ready to get it done. It's like in the NBA, you don't win the title, but you have to learn how to win.
Right.
I think last year was the learning experience, and that is going to fuel them into what they need to do this year. If there's a team I'm scared of, it is not an insult. It's not the Niners. It's the other young, developing team, the Green Bay Packers. I think we know what the Niners are, and it might be good enough to go to the Super Bowl. The Niners might still have enough. But I always like to find, all right, well, who are the teams that are now closing that gap and
Mike,
ascending?
And here's the thing. I think a lot of people look at it that way. You've seen it's like the Chiefs. You've seen them enough times, you start picking them apart.
Yeah.
It's like that high draft pick. All of a sudden, near the draft, oh, well, he does this wrong, he does that wrong. You know what? They're still the number 1 overall pick. I think the Chiefs and the Niners are still the 2 teams. But, yeah, you look at the Texans, you look at the Lions, you look at Green Bay. You're always looking for that next upcoming team. And the Lions happen to fit that. I totally agree. I just think that I don't know if the defense is enough to catapult them into the Super Bowl. That is not a knock against this team.
If they only had a mobile QB. Nah. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Michael. How are you, buddy?
I'm super. So talk to me. Are you Team Kenny or Team Mike here?
Well, I was referencing. I heard you guys talking about Shawshank, and I kind of picture us as Andy Dufresne about to go into that pipe. We're a team that has crawled through 50-plus years crap and about to come clean on the other side. So,
that's right. We're reaching up to the sky in the pouring rain of victory.
That's where we're at. And like you said, if not say it now, say it when. And look, we revamped our defense. We added Carlton Davis. We drafted Tyrion Arnold and Ray Shaw. We added Big Boy Reader in the middle. We have the best offensive line in football, I believe. Jahmyr Gibbs is a rocket ready to explode. Goff knows what he's doing. I think J-Mo's on prime for a big year. Laporta, like you said, is probably going to turn into the best tight end in football. I am a little concerned with Green Bay. I don't trust Sirianni. That Yahoo out at Philly, I think he'll find some way to poop his diaper. And San Fran is getting old, and who knows if they can hold through all the way through. But if there's a year to believe as a Detroit Lions fan, we are Andy Dufresne about to break free and steal all that Warden's money and come out clean on the other side. Detroit heading for New Orleans, not heading for the Pacific, but heading for New Orleans, guys.
Right. No, and Doug, I think you said it best. If not now, when? Everything points to it. So why not just say it? I don't know what Kenny's scared of. Oh, I have to evaluate, and maybe by mid-season. I'm like, what are we doing?
No, Mike, you've been the hardest critic all these years on this team, and you're the one praising them now, and it's like, if not now, when? I want a dang Super Bowl. And hopefully that team at Comerica can get it together too, but I want a Super Bowl. So let's chant it. I want you on Woodward with Evan with a load of gummies, man. That's what we're looking for.
Oh, you got it. We're going to have one of those slot machines up on the back of an F-150. It's going to be a party. And by the way, I will have to tell you, Matt Chapman has been so bad. He just signed for a $150 million extension. Damn all those people who wanted the Tigers to have the audacity to pick the phone up. Yeah, maybe it'd actually be in the playoffs.
Yeah. We were actually wondering how you felt the other night with the walk-off grand slam against your Yankees.
I'm fine.
Were you happy or sad that Langford hit the walk-off grand slam?
Happy. Okay. Because I have no belief in my own team.
No. I was just like, man, talk about bittersweet.
I know. Okay. My sweet Prince Wyatt. 248-539-9797. We get back to the phones, and we are going to open this up, too, to bold predictions around the league and have some fun. But this Lions thing matters to me. It does. I want to know what the pulse of the people is. Are you willing to say what I've said? Or are you scared? Are you a Kenny? You've heard of the term, are you a Karen? Are you a Kenny? 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people next. 97.1.
Hi, it's Mike.
The hell it's – no, it's not. Okay, then. Apparently, Evan is asleep at the wheel. I'll just tell you about Mike Prepared National Benefit Plans. It's no problem, guys. I've known Mike for 20 years. I pretty much know this by heart. The bottom line is this. If you need life insurance, which means if you're above ground, you do, and you don't want your family to hate you when you're dead, get life insurance. Distracted driving, it's an epidemic. You see people goofing around on their social media. Please, go get life insurance. Mike Prepared National Benefit Plans. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He will guarantee you the most affordable rate out there. And then your family has the coverage they deserve if you happen to get hit by a bus. So get the life insurance. I know it sucks. Talking about, oh, I'm going to be dead. I know it's depressing. Don't make it worse when your family hates you when you're in a casket. Get the life insurance, national benefit plans. Go to nbphealth.com or call 877-734-2200. It's Mike Papura. It's National Benefit Plans. All right, we are back. NFL kickoff tonight. We're live at Circa in Vegas. Chiefs, Ravens, but we're talking Lions because, to me, the boldest thing you can do in this league is say, no, not maybe, kind of, sort of. No, we're winning the Super Bowl. I believe the Detroit Lions are winning the Super Bowl. I mean, it goes without saying. It's the best version of the team in my 20 years in the city, 25 in the state. And I can't really poke holes in how they're built. And I do think, all jokes aside, Dan Campbell's analytics-driven approach does, in fact, give you the best chance to win with one caveat. When it's kind of a push or the math doesn't support it, going to need you to go ahead and take that field goal, looking at you, Dallas. The point is, it's all there. I mean, the knocks are so minute. Oh, well, Goff's not mobile or can't play in 10-degree weather. Okay, fair. How many guys are? Oh, they don't have a top 5 defense. Well, they might. All their players are young. All their players are getting better. So I went ahead and said it. Now, Kenny wasn't willing to do it. Kenny did the Stoney. He was shaking both hands. They'll make it, but they won't win it. Or I need to wait to evaluate till the middle of the year. I'm not interested. I want to know if you're Team Kenny or Team Mike. And it's just, to me, if you believe it, say it. The hell you hiding for? I think we should just go into the season because here's the reality, guys. Anything short of winning the Super Bowl is a failure. And you have to be okay with that. Because as much as you like me today is how much you're going to hate me if they don't get this done. Because I am going to hold them to the very same standard that I would hold the Niners.
Failure? If they don't win the Super Bowl, just flat-out failure.
100%.
Wow.
Rico, I don't know if you're aware of this. This league has finite windows.
I agree.
This league, there is no tomorrow. I encourage you to go back to Apollo Creed and Rocky Balboa.
I understand.
And when Carl Weathers continues to scream at Rocky, Stallion, what's wrong with you? There is no tomorrow.
There is, Mike.
There is no tomorrow.
But all your thing, saying how they're this young team, guys under 25, it's not they're going to be around for a while.
Nope. Don't believe that.
Okay.
Because I don't believe winning long-term in the NFL is really
No, not long-term, but they're going to be there for – this isn't one of those, okay, everybody's on the last year their deal. You're not coming back here next year if you don't win it.
If you want to say they got a 2-year window until the rest of the contracts kick in, I can go there.
Yeah.
But I look at it right right now.
It would be highly disappointing if you're a Lions fan. I can't say – unless they just don't make the playoffs or they get bounced in the wild card – failure.
All right, so hold on. So the way I approach the Yankees is wrong in your mind. They can make the World Series and lose in 7. Epic fail. If you are not first, you are last once you attain a championship level.
But see, I don't think they hit that level yet. Because, no. Here's the thing about the Yankees, Mike. You got trophies in the case.
Yeah, they're old and dusty.
But they're there. You know what they have? Dust. Their dust is dusty.
Dude, all the Yankees are an estate sale. We're just selling dead people's pillows.
I understand. I think it's a little harsh to say if they don't.
Well,
I get where you're coming from.
I'm a harsh fan.
Okay.
I know, but I'm guilty. Me,
okay.
Guilty. David, Ticket Text, talk to me. Kenny does not speak for this city.
No, he does not. Hatch and Rico are haters. Kenny is soft. Lions Super Bowl champs. Got my chair on Woodward already.
I want to validate the Kenny is soft claim. I'm going to defend David and Rico. Not that I have to, but I'm in a good mood. You're not a hater if you disagree. Saying someone is a hater is the laziest thing you can do if they've provided information. Now, if they just say, see, I hate their guts, okay, then you're being a hater. But when you provide rationale for your take and it simply doesn't align with what you want to hear, that doesn't mean you're a hater. Please. Don't make me defend these two.
Is this your first day in 2024?
No, I don't care. I don't have to. I do not abide. I do not abide.
Matt in Salem says, Mike, my boy, Lions win it all this season. I believe. I've got a belly full of Kool-Aid already, and I'm ready to go. Go Lions.
Speaking of the Kool-Aid, has Jim Costa weighed in on the Super Bowl talk?
I haven't heard, no.
Yeah. You know why? He's chicken bleep.
You know who does agree with you?
Who?
Can I get an amen?
Then I'm changing my opinion. I didn't understand the other day. He was on an unhinged rant about how, you owe this team an apology. And it's like, Mark, I I don't run the team, and why are you yelling at the fans? Blame Scott Harris. He's the one who traded people. Second of all, who the hell was I not supposed to sell at the deadline? Do you think Mark Canna's the difference between being in the playoffs and not? The Jack Flaherty thing is simple. They either couldn't get to a deal or he didn't want one.
Right.
What do you want me to say? You can, man, he's out on he's
I'm
out
just
on
saying,
an island. Leave me alone.
You two are simpatico right now.
You can go to hell. All right. Back at it. Let's go to the people. Hey, David, I don't have the time check on here, so can you just tell me who's held longest in the name of fairness?
Yeah, let's go to DJ.
Oh, the legend. It is DJ time.
What up, though? What's happening, fellas? Y'all all right?
I will tell you,
DJ?
DJ, I will just say it is a good thing you work in Detroit and have your business in Detroit, because if you were out here, you'd be unemployed. The roads are pristine.
Oh, yeah,
There's
they
no-
are. But check this out, though. I get in the whip and find out my dogs is in Vegas, man. What is y'all doing out there, man? How y'all boys end up out there? What's going on out there?
Well, obviously, the D and Derek Stevens, major sponsor, and it's kickoff and clients and the sign up for the football contest. I'm sorry, I didn't
Survivor
realize. Yeah, I didn't
stuff.
realize we were supposed to
Yeah.
lower you from the clouds like Prince and present you to the entire sports book as DJ from Detroit.
DJ, and apparently you weren't listening because I kept saying we're going to be out in Vegas Thursday and Friday yesterday.
No, I wasn't, dog. I wasn't even on yesterday, man. I've been super busy, man. So no, I just kept on finding my dogs on the radio. But let me say this real quick. Hey, Mike, you's a funny dude, man. Listen, I was just on hold, literally crying, laughing because you made dying hilarious talking about getting hit by a bus and your family mad at you. I literally was in tears listening to that commercial, dog.
I mean, it's
That was
true. If you don't
hilarious,
have life
man.
insurance, you know they're cursing you in the box. It just is what it is.
No, that is hilarious, dog.
Now, talk to me about the
check
Lions.
this- So check this out, man. I've been on the fence with my Super Bowl picks only because I go back and forth and argue with friends that Joe Burrow is probably right there with Pat Mahomes or a step below. And if he stays healthy, I got the Bengals because he's the Patrick Mahomes killer. He beat him. So as far as my Lions, I can't go there with us yet, man. Me and Rico, we've been saying this for over a year. Pass rusher, pass rusher, pass rusher. I don't care about the cornerbacks. I don't care about this and that. Can you get after the quarterback money time? And unless Brad Holmes addresses that the way he addresses our offensive line and gets us a rusher mid-season, maybe like the Aguirre or Rashid in the middle of the season, I got the Packers. I got the Packers and the Bengals in the Super Bowl.
Unbelievable. A man, a Detroiter through and through. A man, there should be a statue next to the spirit of Detroit, DJ in Detroit. This man has stood up before the congregation today, and you don't even have the Lions in the Super Bowl. DJ, I got to tell you, my heart aches. I'm very surprised.
Hey, my dog, you know one thing that I try and do, man, when I come on here and kick it with y'all, and even just out in the world, I am Detroit through and through, true blue, but I try to be fair and I try to take my biasness out of it. Again, if I get some type of weird thing and Brad Holmes does something that he doesn't do and go get us a top-tier pass rusher, we in the Super Bowl. If that doesn't happen, I don't see us stopping them big teams or good teams when we need a sack late in the playoffs. I don't see it.
Okay, DJ has spoken. And again, DJ has a right to speak for this city. This is his city. I think the two most powerful people in this town are DJ and Trick Trick. It's really how it works.
Okay.
Do you know the no-fly zone?
Right.
That's very
DJ.
true. Yes, very true.
That's DJ. You have
No,
to
no, no,
ask.
no, no, no.
You
DJ
need permission to perform
No.
in this city.
DJ
Rick Ross found out.
DJ is the no drive zone. You want to get on the road, you got to contact DJ.
No diaper zone. 248-539-9797. All right, football is here, factually. You're going to be downtown on Sunday mornings tailgating. Get a vehicle, upgrade that tailgate experience. Brand new 24 GMC Sierra from Moran Buick GMC, $247 a month, 24 months, $19.99 down. The 24 Buick Encore GX, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive, no money due at delivery. New stock arriving daily. Yukon Denali's in stock as we speak. And if you need certified service, you know what to do. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, quick timeout from the phones and the bold predictions and my Lions forecast, and Kenny shockingly being the cat owner of fans, a.k.a. Week. It's time for a blitz.
So we are headed into week 2 of the college football season. Yes, I'm not counting week 0. That doesn't matter to me.
I agree with you, David.
Makes
Good
no
for you
sense.
for standing up for something.
So let's
Good
go.
for you.
Let's go to the best bets for this weekend in college
Oklahoma
football.
State -7.5.
Well, we'll get to that game in a second. I want to start with Baylor plus 15.5 at Utah. Go Baylor
No
plus
way.
15.5.
Nope, line looks fishy. Utah should destroy this team. I don't know why the line is that small. Dave Aranda's probably getting fired, and you cannot win games. You cannot win games with Daquan Finn at quarterback. Can't do it. I want winners, and Daquan Finn ain't one of them.
Where we at? There we go. All right. You know what? It's Daquan, not Daquan. Get it right.
Do you know what that means in Portuguese?
It means winner.
Bum.
It means
Bum.
winner. It means winner. And you know what, David? Somebody once told me when the line looks funny,
you're right.
You go with it.
Not when it's Daquan Finn.
You know what? We're going with Daquan Finn.
I'll go with Utah. Begrudgingly.
This next one saddens me because I believe in NC State this season. I have them going to the college football playoff, but it's just week 2. But this spread here, -7.5 Tennessee at NC State.
Look, I think the more time goes on, the more Grayson McCall looks like a system quarterback, and he ain't a Coastal no more, and this ain't Jeremy Chadwell's system.
And
Alam Alieva might actually be special.
And
Tennessee.
wait, can you say that one more time, Mike?
Alam Alieva.
All right. David, you know what? I'm looking at it now. It's now 10 for Tennessee.
Going the wrong
Caffeine
way.
alert.
No.
Caffeine alert.
So, yeah, I think this is one of those games. If North Carolina State can pull this off, then yes, David, they're your team to go to the playoffs. That's how important this is for Tennessee. You got to look at this as a speed bump in the road on your way to trying to win the SEC. But, yeah, 10 points is a lot. Yeah,
Somebody should call Mike Papura because I'm pretty sure somebody had to have died at NC State. They need life insurance. That was 8 when I recorded Cash Ticket this morning with Cookies.
Yeah.
To move a line that quickly, man.
Yeah, something's going
on
here.
You got that biggie bag, and it just got dropped on the Vols.
Another one here
Alieva.
that surprises me, and I get what Notre Dame is. To me, I would go 31 with Notre Dame, but they're saying go Northern Illinois plus 31 at Notre Dame. What?
First of all, that line was 28.5 this morning, so that line is soaring. This is the ultimate letdown spot. How do you leave College Station in one of the biggest victories in 10 years of Notre Dame football and casually cover the better part of 5 touchdowns? The answer is you just don't. Here's the other thing. I'm not going to give you all of it, but I had a complete breakdown of this game on Cash Ticket. Northern Illinois against the spread against Power 5 teams, their last 31, 20-11 as an underdog.
Yeah.
You just take the points and pray. I take NIU. They won't win.
No, I would as well because I think for Notre Dame, this is going to be one of those things that once they get a lead that's good enough, they're going to sit some starters and they're going to start playing some backups and may give up some late touchdowns, which could affect the spread. So, yes, I would take Northern Illinois as well.
2 more before we get to the one that I truly care about. Let's go plus 17.5 at Oregon. Nope, go Oregon at -17.5. Boise State's there, by the way.
Yeah, look, last week, if I told you Team A outgained their opponent 478 yards to 217, 31 first downs to 10, TOP 40-20, you'd go, damn, they blew the doors off that team. That was Oregon in the weirdest 24-14 game ever. Combine that with the fact that Boise's defense got shredded in Statesboro, Georgia by Georgia Southern. I'm willing to give the Ducks one more crack here. I do get worried this line has gone from 19.5 down to 17.5, but give me the Ducks. Let's ride the motorcycle.
Yeah, I think the Ducks as well. They always say the biggest improvement comes between week 1 and week 2. They did everything right but score points. When you look, if you covered up the score and looked at the stat sheet, you're like, oh, Oregon won by 40. No, they didn't. Game was actually close in the fourth quarter. Yeah, I think they've learned their lesson. I think Oregon will cover.
And to Rico's point, David, between week 1 and 2, I do have news. Aiden Childs will take the blindfold off this week.
Let's go. Colorado at Nebraska. Colorado plus 7.5. Would you lean that direction?
No, I would not. Maybe if the game was in Colorado, but the game is going to be in Nebraska. And Nebraska fans, think of it like this, David. Nebraska fans are what Lions fans are in the NFL. When the team is good, they show up, they rally, they make that place a house of horrors. I think that it's going to be too much for Shador and Hunter to overcome. I think that Dylan Raiola and the Cornhuskers will roll in this game.
You know, I'm admitting this is what I want to happen, not what will. I'm just going to go with everything Rico said. I don't like laying 7.5 with a true freshman quarterback, but that offensive line for Colorado, I can't unsee the way they played against North Dakota State. Cutscene, this ain't North Dakota State. If you can't pass protect against them, how you doing this in one of the toughest environments in college football? Go Huskers, go.
And then finally, the game that I care about the most this week. Nope, not Texas at Michigan. Betting-wise, I care about Arkansas at Oklahoma State. Arkansas plus 8.5. Would you lean there?
No. Go Pokes.
The other side, okay.
Yeah. Arkansas's got a soft underbelly, no pun intended. Oklahoma State is physical. You also got to look at – there are a lot of trends in this game that suggest Arkansas leaving home to go play out of conference. No bueno. Here's the other thing. I think it's Oklahoma State laying the 7.5. I think it's over 62. I think they are going to put on a show, and I think Ollie Gordon's Heisman campaign gets rolling.
Oh,
I don't believe
similar
Arkansas.
to the Boise back last week.
Yeah, Genty.
Yeah,
dude, Ashton Genty. That's what he does every damn week. Just no, poor kids in Boise.
So Gordon's going to have like 4 or 5 touchdowns in this game.
I can see it. I think Arkansas is arcing trash. I don't
see. I'm the same way, Mike. But man.
You're a big Sam Pittman guy.
No. Oklahoma State just always has that one, what in the world, letdown game where you're just like, how did you just lose and be that disappointing? But I think that they will cover this one, David, because, they got to get that Heisman campaign started. So I agree with Mike, shockingly.
This is
what we do.
Yeah, this is what you do. Those are the betting locks for week 2, and that is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers take on the Padres tonight in the final game of their series. Casey Mize makes his second start since his return. He went 6, allowing 3 earned runs last week. He'll face 33-year-old lefty Martin Perez, who was traded to San Diego at the deadline. His numbers have improved since the trade, however, and in 6 starts with the Padres, he holds a 3.41 ERA. Tonight's first pitch an hour earlier than yesterday. Catch the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:40. Lions special teams coordinator David Phipp doesn't mind the new kickoff rules. Russell Wilson won the QB battle for the Steelers over ex-Bear Justin Fields, but now Wilson's availability is in question. He missed practice today with calf tightness. Mike Tomlin, head coach, said he would undergo further evaluation in abundance of caution. Clarence Hill reporting that the Cowboys and Dak Prescott have made progress on his extension. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I want to get back to the people, and we're going to do some fun predictions around the league. But look, Kenny said something, and then I said something, and it turned into a real kerfuffle. It's just simple. If we're doing these bold predictions to kick off the NFL season, then you got to start with the biggest one. The Detroit Lions win the Super Bowl. I can defend that opinion 7 different ways. I don't think I need to. But my point is, do I represent you, the fans, and how you're feeling, or does Kenny? Because Kenny's far more measured, all smarm and insults aside. Kenny's measured. Kenny wants to wait 7-8 weeks into the season, believes they could do it, might do it, can do it, but won't say that they will do it. And those are 2 totally separate things. So you're Team Mike or Team Kenny. I just want to bring up one thing that I was just told about by Thomas John Lang. And I thought it was TJ being, day drunk, which is his general existence right now. And instead it's not. Did you hear what USC did?
No.
Evan, I really thought this was TJ 17 beers deep. They have retired Caleb Williams' number at USC.
What?
Did you see who announced it? John Legend announced it.
Because when I think USC football, I think John Legend. How do you retire the number of a player who didn't win the conference, didn't win a national title, and has a career record factually of 18-8 at USC, and his number's being retired?
He's got the trophy, Mike. And unless it's they retire every
What trophy?
Heisman Trophy.
Because he doesn't have the national title trophy.
No, David, but I don't know if the school retires. If you win the Heisman, your number gets retired. I don't know if that's the status quo at USC. Because that's the only thing that I can buy. Other than that, no. Doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
Because I don't even think of him when I think of great USC teams. You think of him when you think of, USC collapses. Yeah. Him
Or
crying in the stands.
Has
yes.
an opponent ever written F Utah on their fingernails? Things of that nature.
They have 6 retired numbers all time.
All right, who we got?
Carson Palmer.
MVP of the league. He was a national champion, right?
Matt Leinart.
Hate him, but awesome.
Yeah.
Charles White.
Oh, and he absolutely scored against Michigan.
Mike Garrett.
That's way before my time.
The Juice.
Scumbag.
Marcus Allen.
Phenomenal.
And then Reggie Bush, but it's not officially
it's
retired.
official.
Yeah.
It's official.
And then there's certain numbers that are like legacy numbers 55, 35, 1, 42, and 43.
It's like 7 and 18 at LSU.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're legacy numbers there. But only 6, but Caleb, he's going up in those rafters.
MSU's got legacy numbers too.
What?
0.
What numbers are those?
No,
0.
I wasn't listening to Mike. I'm just trying to think, why are you – you're USC. You don't really need to capitalize.
But they're not
on
USC anymore. I think that's the problem.
are they just trying
to
capitalize on Caleb's success?
Here's what it is, and I guess this is what I'm seeing here. It's telling you the year that these numbers were retired, and it was immediate for all of these guys. 79 for White. He played until 79. 65 for Garrett. He played until 65. OJ same. Marcus Allen same. Reggie
Okay,
Bush
so
same.
there's
All of it's
history.
the same.
All right, so because that's I'm about to say, is MSU going to retire 9 because K9 like it just doesn't make sense. But if that's how they do it, you know what? That's USC.
Can we retire?
Fight on.
Can we retire number 2?
What's number 2?
Aiden Childs after that first game.
What about number 5?
Yeah, retire that too.
The 5 fingers.
Can we just retire the program? Let's go to the people.
Then
Let's
what
go
would you have to be miserable on Sunday?
The Giants. I'd be fine.
On Saturday.
Whatever I bet on. Ed is up next, 97.1. What's up, Eddie?
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Good, Ed.
Mike, I'm glad you're finally in the boat, buddy. I called at the beginning of last year and told you they'd be 12-5. I said they'd win the first game, and Rico and Cookie killed me. Look, the guys in Detroit are serious. They've told you exactly what they're going to do, and they've gone about their business doing it. What we're watching is a paradigm shift on how to build a football team in a short period of time. These guys, according to everybody else, has done everything wrong from their draft to everything else. Look, and if this draft works out like the last one, they're gonna officially be the smartest guys in the room. Okay? Now, for the big deal, 14-3 this year, Jamison Williams, 1,500 yards and at least 12 touchdowns. And that's your difference between winning the Super Bowl and not going to the Super Bowl.
Wow. I'll say this. If the draft turns out to be like it was, then the Lions have a pair of lockdown corners for a long, long time. And, yeah, that the defense, the back end of the defense got a ton better. That I'll give you. The JMO thing, there's only so many pieces of the pie. And
he'd be the number 2 receiver in football behind Tyreek Hill. 1,500 yards and 12 touchdowns puts you as wide out 2. I mean, I'm sorry. There's not a target share available for him to do that. He doesn't need to do that. But
right.
I'll put it to you this way. Besides the fact, David, you missed an opportunity to play one of my favorite drops on the show during Ed's call. It's okay. You're not on your game.
Both of you yelling at me. Kenny's been yelling at me, too.
Yep, you should. You missed an unbelievable opportunity. That was the legend in the flesh. What JMO's Thanksgiving, what it would mean is Amon-Ra got hurt if JMO put those numbers up. You don't want JMO putting those numbers up. Thanksgiving. I love that. I love that drop. And David missed it. Unbelievable.
I wanted to give the guy his time and let him just give his opinion without playing it. I'm sorry.
Thanksgiving. I don't know which one I like better between that and Mr. Dangerous. I love both.
Speaking of which, David, did you hear the update?
It doesn't matter. He's going to start on Sunday. I'm not going to get my hopes up until I hear at 1 o'clock he's not starting.
Okay.
Thanksgiving. All right.
It's like Bill Cosby.
I was yelling at him, play the drop. Play the drop.
Oh, it's such a good opportunity. All right, let's go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, what's up, guys? Your favorite scumbag here.
Scumbag Kevin, what's going on, buddy?
Yo. Hey, man, thanks for the love. Nico is special, by the way. I think we win on Saturday. Hey,
Kev, I do too, but why has that – hold on, I'll give you all the time you need. Kev, you got to answer me something as the captain of the volunteer Navy. Dude, how the hell did that point spread go from 7.5 to 10 while we're on the air? Who died at NC State?
I don't know, but I like it. I guess, we did play Chattanooga on Saturday, so he only played half. It's Chattanooga, right? NC State's going to be better, but we'll see what happens. But, I'm a firm believer.
I love your Vols this weekend.
I'm a firm believer in expectations, right? So they made it to the NFC Championship game last year. If I'm not mistaken, the next step in expectations is a Super Bowl, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, that's why you got to go all in. I'm all in. I think this team is dangerous. Sorry, Rico, but I think we play Green Bay for the third time in the NFC Championship game. And, I think it's going to be –
3 times.
I don't either, Mike. I really don't, because they're dangerous. But I think it's going to be us in Kansas City. And until proven otherwise, I think they've grown this offseason. They filled some significant needs, in my opinion. I think they're just going to put up a lot more points than they did last year. I think they're just going to be super dangerous. And you have to go up. You're not going back. If you go back, it's a bust.
No, but see, here's the thing about the NFL. It's not a linear thing where you just keep going until you win the Super Bowl, because you can be a great team and then the bottom falls out the very next year. I'm looking at you, Philadelphia.
Thanksgiving.
So it's just to say, because they made it there, well, they have to go back. That's
right.
You know what? I can't.
I agree with you, Rico. I do, but it's optimistic, right? That's what you.
No, it is. It is.
You know what I mean? Obviously, things happen. People get hurt. You start losing games, and then the wheels fall off. It happens, but you got to come into the season optimistic, saying, "Hey, man, we got to go to the Super Bowl."
No, I got you. Or your head of security gets tossed out of a game. So yes, and then your season collapses.
That's one of my. Honestly, it's probably from the
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. What is happening? So stupid. 248-539-9797. We are going to get to the people. I want to go around the room, because as much fun as we're having with the Lions thing and pummeling Kenny for being scared.
Favorite holiday?
No.
Thanksgiving.
Exactly. What I do want to do is each of you, Evan included, I want one prediction that only has like a 10% shot of happening. But it's bold. It is outlandish. It is something people will be able to slander us for. And I just think each of us, you've been sitting on a take like that. And as we're about to start the NFL season, I just want to see the depths each of you is willing to go. Now, I've got mine pre-prepared. I'm ready to go. You won't have to wait till Thanksgiving for it. Get to the people. We'll get those bold predictions. We'll get a blitz in the mix. And I also do have a question. I was slandered on the morning show by James Anthony Costa. I'd like to have a different version of People's Court on this show, because I need to lean on you guys to tell me whether I was a bad guy or whether I just pulled an Obi-Wan mind trick on that little cat-loving bitch.
Jedi mind trick? Yes, you did.
Rico, tell them about it.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long like I am now and still watch my shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with all the actions with the games in Paris. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network, so you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. Look, we all know football season, and Xfinity, hey, it's here. And you can get out-of-market scores and stats, latest injury updates, and the latest scores for the baseball playoff chase as well with Xfinity. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Thanksgiving. All right, let's get to business. America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience. Place will be an absolute bleep show later for Chiefs and Ravens. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen to kick off NFL football. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so we're going to continue to do a ton of Lions, and to see whether Kenny has a right to speak for this city with such a soft-serve opinion about his football team. But I wanted to take one segment and have a little fun. Everybody out there has a bold NFL take, a hill they're willing to die on, but they're afraid to say it. You're afraid to offer it into the universe because you know you'll get absolutely choke-slammed in the group chat. You'll get mocked at the office. And you know you're probably going to be wrong, but you believe it in your heart. So one segment, I'm going to go around the room. I'm sure David will have some happy horse bleep non-copyrighted music for us. And I want you to just clear the emotional decks. I want you to give your boldest NFL excuse me. Rico is massaging his stylus again. We know what that means. Here come the receipts.
No.
David, music, please. Oh, yes. Drama. Let's start out with a man who's a fellow cat lover to Jim Costa. Kenny Cott.
This is bordering on slander at this point.
In the deep, dark recesses of your mind.
Kenny, do you not own a cat?
I don't own a cat. I live with someone who owns a cat.
And you're soft enough to allow it. So we arrive at the same thing.
All right, so one of my bold opinions.
The boldest.
There will not be one. There will not be two, but there will be 3 NFC North teams in the playoffs this year.
Okay. Buying the Bears hype. Lions and Pack deliver on it. I will caution you, though, that would suppress the win total of each of the teams involved, meaning everyone who calls up with 14-3 or 17-0. Kenny, are you okay if the Lions win this division by only winning 11 games?
I said this to Rico yesterday. I'll say it to you all today. I don't really care about the win total. I don't even care that much about the division. Get to the Super Bowl. That's the ultimate goal here. So, no, I don't mind if you bring the win total down.
All right. Bold take number 1 for your pleasure. Let's go to David Hull. Mr. Hatchet Man. So bold. The boldest take. The one you'll get in trouble for at church on Sunday because it's so heinous regarding NFL football, not Scripture.
So here's the deal here. I do not believe the Dallas Cowboys are going to have a good year, but that does not mean the players can't individually have a great year. Dak Prescott is going and trying to get a contract. CeeDee Lamb already got his contract, but he wants Dak to get his too. My bold prediction is that CeeDee Lamb breaks Calvin Johnson's record in trying to get his quarterback the contract. Now, remember, when Calvin broke the receiving record, they did not have a good year that year, and they decided to just go for it, meaning the record. And I think that happens in Dallas.
Wow. And factually, Dallas is in primetime on Thanksgiving. All right. Damn it, caller Ed, you've upended our day.
He's going to leave me hanging?
Thanksgiving. All right. So you've got Kenny, 3 teams out of the North. The Bears crash the party. David Hull saying Calvin's record will fall to CeeDee Lamb. Mr. Rico Beard.
All right, guys. I am going to harken back to something that I said, I believe, last week, or maybe it was earlier this week. I will double down on this. I know everybody is looking at Caleb Williams as the end-all, be-all. They're already handing him the Rookie of the Year award, but it will be a quarterback. It will not be Caleb. It will be Bo Nix. Bo Nix will become the offensive rookie of the year. Sean Payton will set him up for success. Look, I know preseason games don't mean much, but I saw him in those games, and he played pretty much most of the game. He looked comfortable. This is a man with a family. He's got to feed them. He can't go out there and just do ridiculous things. He's got to make sure that he becomes that guy. They're going to hand him the keys to that team. He will win the Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Wow. Now, there is a publication who agrees. Not with the Offensive Rookie of the Year. They did say he would finish as a top 15 quarterback, according to Pro Football Focus, if you care. Evan Jenkins, I'm not sure this is smart considering the amount of milligrams that were in your system last night while playing slots.
Those are worn off. I did wake up at 3 a.m. thinking that I messed up the podcast, and it didn't happen. So I might have to dress as Brohio with this opinion to walk around the streets of Detroit. But I think they spent the whole summer getting high on their own supply, and I think that they're going to be a mediocre football team this year.
Who?
The Detroit Lions. I think I have never heard.
God.
I've worked in this business for 20 years now. I've never heard a GM say our expectations to be in the Super Bowl. And if the GM's thinking that highly of themselves without ever playing a game, without having any snaps in the preseason, without seeing your offensive line together with new right tackle and everything that involves that, without having your backs get hit or Jared Goff get hit. Go back to last year with the Kansas City game. They scored 14 offensive points, or it might have been 13, because one of those was a pick six from Branch. So I just think they're going to start the season off slow. Like I said, I'm probably going to get my ass kicked walking around the streets of Detroit.
Oh, my God.
I've never heard that, and that just threw me for such a loop. Out of all the years that, like, the Patriots were dominating, I don't even think Andy Reid would come out and say, we expect to be in the Super Bowl this year.
All right. There's not music bold enough for that. I'm interested to see if people will come out of the woodwork to agree with you. Mine is probably from what I want to happen versus what will, but I can't unsee what took place in Philadelphia last year. And I feel like Sirianni's a total fraud. I feel like his brains left town when they lost Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen, and blaming last year on Dom D'Alessandro not being on the sideline. There's reports that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni don't speak. Nick Sirianni gets fired midseason. The Eagles turn into a total clown car. Now, I know there's a hatred deep inside me.
No, but
Tiger don't play no. I'm telling you, that's my bold take, that the Eagles are toast. That was a one-year aberration for Jalen Hurts, that Nick Sirianni's actually not a smart guy. He's just got a very punchable face. What's the most egregious of those bold takes? You had Kenny buying the hype with the Bears, saying the North will have 3 teams. You had David saying CeeDee Lamb breaks Calvin Johnson's record. You had Evan say the Lions will underachieve, disappoint everybody. You had me give you Philadelphia complete implosion. And one last time, yours. Just because my mind is spinning right now from this music.
Bo Nix,
top, yes. Yeah. Rookie of the Year, yes. Yeah. I would like to know. Which of those is the most egregious. Dave, you got some ticket text coming in on this deal?
Yeah, I do. Some bold predictions here. Bold prediction, the Lions will have 3 1,000-yard receivers and a tight end and 2 1,500 all-purpose yard running backs.
Oh, my Lord.
What?
Well, so they're going to have close to 6,000 yards. Okay.
Congrats, we're playing Tecmo Bowl.
What
you know, fun fact for tonight's game. I mean, do you realize the Ravens have run for 3,000 yards as a team? And they could do it again this year with the addition of King Henry.
Oh, yeah.
3,000 yards rushing, and it wouldn't be the first time they've done it. I mean, it's possible, but having it all, that does it. If you laid claim to 3,000-yard receivers, I could work with that.
But at this point, the way that ticket texter makes it sound, you're never punting the ball.
Thanksgiving.
Ever.
Truth.
It does become a video game where punting is, no, we don't punt here.
Back to back here, okay, on different sides. Evan, better watch your back with this take. Don't walk around the streets of Detroit. Another one. I 100% agree with Evan. Think the Lions have a mediocre year, but no way Lamb breaks Calvin's record.
The problem for Lamb is look, the volume. You need 150, 160 targets to even get close to that.
Who else do they have?
Jalen Tolbert, smartass.
Yeah, okay.
I'm kidding. I can't even say that with a straight face. No, you're right.
They brought
you're
Zeke
right.
back. The running game is going to be horrible. They're just going to have to throw the ball because they're going to be losing a lot.
They got Dalvin Cook.
You know what? I almost said something. You know what? No. Thanksgiving. God, call her Ed. David, one more, and then we'll take a little TO here.
Evan should be kicked out of the studio, but I like David's prediction. The most I can see happening is that one, Ryan in Arizona.
Okay. We're not kicking Evan out. I think there are a lot of Lion fans who deep down are afraid of exactly what Evan's talking about. One of them is Kenny. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. Keep on rolling. We're live in Vegas at Circa NFL kickoff, the NFL contest kickoff, Chiefs-Ravens kickoff. Get a blitz in the mix right here. Continue along with this Lions Super Bowl drive. And I have no holy clue who the hell's winning tonight. If someone could tell me, that'd be great. 97-1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions practice report is identical to what came through yesterday. List Iffy Melifonwu and DJ Reader as light practice and Lauren Strickland with no practice. Aaron Glenn says it's time for the next step for Aiden Hutchinson. After their loss yesterday, combined with a Kansas City win, the Tigers are now 5.5 games back of the last wild card spot in the AL. They're also tied with the Red Sox now as both teams sit at 70-7. They have their series finale with the Padres tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 8:40 as Casey Mize makes the start. Cristiano Ronaldo became the first men's soccer player ever to notch 900 goals in a career. It happened in today's game between Portugal and Croatia. Just hours before kickoff, the Chiefs have inked an extension with tight end Noah Gray for 3 years worth $19.5 million. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, you look at reviews, roofing companies. I mean, you're going to see things all over the place. Negative comments like, they didn't stick to their timeline. They didn't stick to the budget. Hidden pricing. Poor communication. You're not going to see any of it with Victor's because they give you a project manager every roof they install. That manager becomes your concierge. They have two jobs: take care of you, the customer, and make sure the installation and cleanup stay on track and are perfect. Period. That's their existence. And 100% satisfaction is guaranteed. And with Victor's, you get the best experience in the industry. They are backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google, an A+ rating from the BBB. And with Victor's, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Period. Call today. Set up your free 21-point video roof inspection and estimate. Call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or simply book that appointment online at victors.com. All right, we'll reset the deck, top of the hour, NFL kickoff, Chiefs-Ravens. We've had a lot of conversation about the Lions today. We'll continue to do so. I want to get the ticket text, and then I just have a brief question as we are live at Circa. It is the kickoff deal. It's also the kickoff to their Survivor contest and the Circa Millions contest. They're going to smash their own record for that deal. People are just it's insane what it's become as far as betting on sports. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, I know I'm 43 and I'm old. I do remember a day where, that was not possible. David, ticket text, and then I just have a brief question.
Bo Nix, Rookie of the Year, is wild. That is the boldest so far.
It's bold, but let's think about this. He has Sean Payton as a head coach.
Right.
He profiles a lot like Drew Brees. Mobile, smaller, doesn't have the biggest arm, but accurate. I'm not – listen, man, when you're doing bold predictions, if you don't have an eyebrow raised, then it wasn't really bold. But it's –
yeah, the Chiefs will win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not bold.
San Francisco, good at football. But no, I mean, every year this happens, right? Every year. The players that are supposed to be good aren't. Someone comes out of nowhere and rises up to be super. I mean, I didn't hear anyone. Hell, last year at this time you had people saying C.J. Stroud couldn't read. Cutscene. C.J. Stroud lit the world on fire, and Bryce Young looked like a dude who couldn't ride a roller coaster at Cedar Point.
Yeah.
Well,
so no.
You wanted bold, and here you go. My bold prediction, the Giants are a wild card team.
That's bold. From Big G?
Yeah.
Not signed. Nope.
I wish you were right, but no.
My bold prediction, caller Ed's Thanksgiving wins the tournament drop.
Thanksgiving. It's really the emphasis on the giving. Thanksgiving. I mean,
it sounds like a bad Bill Cosby impression.
Phenomenal.
The Jello pudding bops.
Thanksgiving.
And then one more here. My bold prediction, the Ravens and the Bills both miss the playoffs.
Oh, I'd love that. I hate both those teams. So let me ask a question, and this is for David, Evan, Rico, Kenny. I need an opinion. I have no directorial experience, nor do I know even how you'd put a documentary together, but I'd like to create one, and it's called 6:30 a.m. Solo Gambler. When I came down here to do the podcast with Cookies, and I'm down here at 6:30 in the morning, and I mean, when you walk by a table and there is a person alone gambling and already drinking, you do want to ask the first question, is your night ending or is it just starting?
Right.
But second of all, I just want to do a documentary where you interview these people and you just go, how did you get here? Like, take me through the flow chart where you ended up. I mean, you're playing roulette at 6:30 in the morning alone.
Other than by yourself.
Now, it's terrifying.
Not with the bachelor party and everybody around you.
Like if you walk out there right now, a couple hours for an NFL game, man, there's no hey, enjoy yourself. Do whatever you want.
Or like we're watching Evan play the slot machine. Okay, he's got a group. He's got a crowd.
10 o'clock at night.
Right.
Yeah. 6:30 in the morning. I mean, my caffeine hasn't even hit.
No, that's how a lot of movies start when you hear the voiceover. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Yes, I want to do, but what I want to do is do a documentary about each of these people. And it's almost like a VH1, Where Are They Now? Instead, it's just going to be, how did you get here? Mm-hmm. Tell me who you are, what you do, and what we're doing here.
Right.
You can gamble any time of day. Let's talk about a 6:30 a.m. Did you have a wild night? Mm-hmm. Just don't want the night to end? Or is your day starting here, which is probably far more disturbing?
I think even more interesting, taking a camera to that person's house to see how their life is.
If they have a house.
I was about to say, I don't know.
It's like the scene from 8 Mile when Wink walks up and he's like, oh, you're up already? He's like, I ain't even gone to bed yet.
I'm actually quite okay if that's what you run into and you're like, they're just partying.
I walked down the street, tried to get a coffee, and I think it was like 6:15 Vegas time. Also already 90 degrees. But it's a ghost town, except for the 7 people out there that are just slamming brews, walking around aimlessly.
Oh, they're not letting it go.
No, because you know why? A lot of people feel like I have to live the movie when I come to Vegas.
I feel like those are locals, though. I feel like it's
Oh.
not even a one-off. Like
Okay,
here
that's
on
just the point.
vacation on a Wednesday or a Thursday morning at 6:30. But maybe they're huge Chiefs fans and they're just priming up for the game.
Priming up at 6:15 in the morning. I got news for you. You ain't seeing the game.
Tailgates, they start that early.
I was about to say, that's the tailgate guy who never made it into the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just holding
Yeah.
on to a pole outside.
He's got the tickets in his hand.
That's
100 feet from the entrance. He almost made it.
Just couldn't cross the finish line. But yeah, no, it was wild coming down here because I've got my coffee and I'm like, all right, I got to get right here and just you settle in and get ready to record and I'm walking by and I mean, one dude double fisting drinks, another guy was half asleep. I felt bad for him. I'm like, somebody probably needs to get this guy out of here.
Yeah, his night was ending. That's
Bro,
not a guy that just
his night looked like it had ended hours prior. And you're just sitting there and I'm like, they should equip the dealers with tasers. You fall asleep at the table, boom, right to the jugular.
Sir.
And tase. I just.
It would be like intervention for gamblers.
I just think it would be an amazing Netflix show.
Oh, it'd be. I'd watch.
Who are you and how did you get here?
Yeah, it's like the new receiver, Gambler.
Gambler 1 instead of Wideout 1 or whatever. Like QB 1. I was just like, holy hell.
Pick these people up with that giant claw that you have for that game that you pick a prize. Pick them up.
Okay.
And set them right at home.
David, you nailed it. What we need, we just hire a guy on a forklift, and the front of it is equipped with a bowling alley claw.
Yeah, it'll be like in Toy Story where they take him out of the little machine.
You are picked up by the back of your shirt, and you are deposited back in your bed.
Yeah, I was thinking like Apollo, Amateur Night at the Apollo.
Oh, the big hook?
Yeah, Sandman just comes by with the hook. Nope.
I feel like those people, though, are the casino's favorite clientele. Because they're going to give you every last penny.
They're called degenerates, Evan. Yes.
No, I think that those people are the ones
That's why Kenny is the biggest fan, the number one customer of a bar. He's a degenerate. That was the biggest misnomer about the show Cheers. These people were all degenerates. This bar meant everything to them. Their only social interaction was the bar. Yes, you're a degenerate.
But they always showed up for work the next day, it seemed like.
No, it's a TV show.
I mean,
what
Norm,
they weren't telling you is that Norm the mailman was an absolute alcoholic.
He wasn't a mailman. He did like
not Norm, the other guy.
Yeah,
Marv or whatever it was.
Carl, I don't know.
I don't care. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, how's he dropping off mail and he's at the bar all
He's
day?
not.
Right.
He's not.
And who's driving his car?
He's still buzzed up.
All
the
day.
tax bill went to the wrong house. He tripped on the curb and got steamrolled by a bus. There's no way. None of it's plausible. None of it.
I'm a failed former MLB player. I'm going to open this bar, and I'm also going to be barkeep.
Yeah, exactly.
Barback.
Exactly.
Because I spent my money so well.
Yeah.
All right, that's all. I wanted to know if we could get funding for the documentary. I think it would be fascinating.
I think we could. We could probably get funding from some of those people. We'll play rock, paper, scissors with them.
No, like I said, for me, I want the camera to follow them on the flight back home.
It'll be like Vegas vacation.
Oh, my God.
How was the trip, honey? Well, it's great.
Jesus.
As he's in the baggage container
Right.
of the airplane.
So remember when we talked about the kids going to public school?
Still school of choice, right?
Jesus. Let's get back to the
We can
NFL.
do homeschooling.
Let's get the NFL
I know
bowl
addition.
predictions next. 97-1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. According to a post on X by David Pagnotta, contract negotiations between the Wings and Lucas Raymond have picked up. Both sides are focusing on a long-term deal, he says. Jim Bowden giving the Tigers high praise in his latest top 50 prospect rankings across all of baseball. Jackson Jobe is the number 1 piece, while Max Clark comes in at number 2, quote, an on-base machine. Max Clark is the elite leadoff hitter who's capable of stealing 30 to 40 bases per season. His power projects to average when fully developed. He's a pure center fielder with plus range in all directions and above average arm, end quote. Reese Olson set to begin his rehab in Toledo tonight after throwing several bullpens in Detroit. According to Chris McCoskey, the Tigers hope he can join the rotation again this season, even if it's at a reduced capacity in terms of length in those starts. The Tigers take on the Padres tonight. It's the series finale. Mize has the start. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:40. Several Michigan football teams in the GLIAC kick off their season tonight as well. Wayne State is at Tiffin, Grand Valley has Central State, and Saginaw Valley faces Winona State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we even begin to reset the deck, did I just hear a GLIAC football update at 5 o'clock?
You did, my friend.
All right, you know what, David? You're going to start writing Jeremy's updates. He can't be trusted. This man is a menace. Who the hell's Tifton?
I could not believe what I was hearing.
I'll give you Caitlin Clark next update.
Jeremy, I'm going to write the updates. We got football kicking off tonight. I don't know. Say Patrick Mahomes is good at football. Tifton? Who the hell's Tifton? I know. I don't care. Jeremy, you're breaking my heart, Jeremy. Now, listen. Let's get on point. Let's get on task. We have NFL football tonight. I know, at 5:15, Rico's breaking down the GLIAC. I just want to know who is willing to say what I'm saying. No hedging, no caveats, no maybes, sort ofs, coulds, hope. No. Straight up, we kick off the NFL season. The Detroit Lions are winning the Super Bowl. Period. This is clearly the no bleep comment of the day, the best version of this team in my 25 years in this state. Let's take it further. How do you punch holes in this idea of a young team on the rise, damn near made the Super Bowl last year? They have the best under age 25 nucleus in the entire league. Elite offensive line, arguably the best receiver in football, arguably the best tight end in football, arguably the best backfield in football, and a clear top 10 quarterback. Defensively, you're right. They're probably not dominant. But you know what I like? The coordinator, the aggression. Rico and I are in total agreement on Brian Branch becoming a Pro Bowl player this year. This is the year Aiden has to take the Myles Garrett step. The careers are very similar in that Myles Garrett's first couple of years you were left wanting more. That's how I feel about Aiden. And then Myles Garrett exploded. You have the corners. You have the young talent. You have a coach who puts you in the best position to win, uses the mathematics to do it. It'll drive you nuts sometimes, but you got to trust in it. And reality is this. His players, Rico, will run through a wall.
That is true.
I am not going to be Kenny Cott and go, well, I want to wait to evaluate. I want to know if you're willing to say it with your chest. Lions win the Super Bowl. Ride with me on this, people. Come
you know
on.
what? Here's the thing, Mike, and I just saw an interesting stat on ESPN.
Oh, is it from the Tifton media guide?
No, it is not. But, and maybe I should have used this for the bold take. Anybody trying to go for that three-peat, Kansas City this year, has not made it back to the Super Bowl in that third year at all. They've lost in the title game. They've never made it back. So if your Lions get there, you could be looking at a new team, a Texans, a Ravens, a Dolphins team there.
Well, I'll just go ahead and pick both sides of the Super Bowl. Lions, Bengals.
There you
Done.
go.
Just go pop that in FanDuel right now.
I hear what you're saying. My only thing is it's the defense, and I don't think it's a linear path for every team. Like, oh, well, you made it this far. That means you go this far the next year. It doesn't go that way. There are a lot of teams that have a great season, and then they just kind of fall off, and you're like, whatever happened to them? I'm not saying that's going to be this team, but I can't sit here and say I see a Super Bowl team when I see the Lions because I look at that defense, and occasionally you're going to have to step up, especially in the playoffs. and you're going to have to make that stop on 3rd and 4th down. You're going to have to go out there and win a game where you don't score 20 points and your defense carries you. I don't know if this team can do that or not. And there's going to be a game where, surprise, surprise, you're going to just have to kick the field goal instead of going for it. You're going to have to play the field possession and the points game, and your points may be your field goal kicker kicked 5 field goals, but you won the game. I don't know if that's in the Lions and Dan Campbell's DNA.
People, I want to know, you got to call your shot. Are you willing to say it? Or if you have reservations about saying it, tell me why. Is it fear guiding it? Is it that you are Kenny and you want to do this evaluation stage stuff? Tell me what it is. Because I feel like you've earned the right to say it. Your GM has said it. It's about winning the Super Bowl. I'm saying you're going to win the Super Bowl. I think you're the best team in football. I don't buy the Chiefs. On surface, I don't buy them. Why? Nobody three-peats. The greatest team of my lifetime was Rico's Niners back when I was a kid, and they had a shot at a three-peat. It just doesn't happen. I also don't believe structurally they're just going to win this thing. I don't. I don't believe in the Eagles. I don't believe in the Cowboys. Clearly, you know I respect the Packers more than you guys do, but you may not even play them in the playoffs. The point I'm making is I can't accept anything less than a Super Bowl this year. I have a belief you're going to win it. Why would I lie to you and not say it on the air? So I'll see you on Woodward. Me and Evan have got a parade float already picked out. We're going to get a slot machine on the back of it for Evan. Big old fishbowl of gummies for Evan, and we're going to have a party.
There is an NFL slot machine. I see it from here. It's calling my name.
Pack it up. Ship it to Detroit. I'll see you at the Kearns clock. All right, let's get to business. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from the people on it. I want to hear from you guys on it. You tell me right now. Anybody willing to ride with me on this? I'm willing to be made fun of. I don't care. But this is the Lions' year. This is our time right now. It's here. Everything lines up with it. And if it's not this year, then when? You have a limited window to do this. It's right now. Anybody want to say something, or am I just going to the people? I don't care. I'll take it to 6.
Well, no, I told you how I feel. I don't think that this is their year. I don't think if they don't win it all, it's season's a failure. I think you can use the F word if they can't make it back to the NFC title game. Because I think if it takes more than luck. Like, anybody can win a playoff game. Heck, the Browns did it with a recycled quarterback last year. But eventually talent rises up. I think you have enough to make it to the NFC title game. At that point, you need a little bit of luck. But I just look at that defense, and I question whether or not you can make the key stops when you need it. So that's where I'm at with that.
David?
Here's the thing. I couldn't agree with Rico more. I am worried about the pass rush for the Detroit Lions. I have been for a long time. And when Rico speaks about it not being linear, let me remind you, Lions fans, the Buffalo Bills went to the AFC title game in 2020, and everyone said, they're that team. They'll be back. They're going to go to the Super Bowl. They haven't been back to the AFC Championship game since then. So I just want to warn Lions fans that it isn't that easy to just do it over and over again. I don't think they do it. They don't even get there.
Wow. Kenny?
Well, obviously, I disagree with David. I had them, as you just heard, going all the way to the Super Bowl. Maybe
you pulled a Stoney.
Maybe I am. I feel like what you're trying to do is get me to be Kevin McAllister from Home Alone at the end. I'm not afraid anymore. I feel like that's what you're angling.
That's
for.
What I want. And I want you to set booby traps all over 97 won the ticket. Like somehow like Doug getting hit with a paint can is insufferably hilarious.
Him burning his hand on the door when he walks in.
Treat each other with respect. Ping!
Yeah, no, I do need to see more, but I'm ready for this team to go to the Super Bowl.
John falling through 3 levels, ending up with, paint cans. I'm sorry. I love Home Alone. Great reference, Kenny.
Yeah, and somehow he still got to stay with his parents who left him at home, not once, but twice.
Listen, social services ain't got no role in the McAllister household, all right? It's all good. Everybody just calm down. All right, we will get with you guys next. We got full lines. I want to rap about it. To me, what the hell is the cost? If I believe it and I feel it, I want to know if I'm the majority of Lion fans or is Kenny? And if you're scared, well, then That's you. I've never had a problem with being confident about my team if I feel it's right. My problem is my team's blow.
Giants, playoffs. Book it.
Okay, then. The Giants' playoff chances are right.
I'll see you at 6:30.
Right, they're right next to a dead body in Lake Mead, about 10 miles down the
See you
road.
at 6:30 in the morning.
97-1.
Oh, all right. Hey, let me tell you about Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, you hear what we're doing, and you're like, hey, I can do that. You know what? Maybe you can. Specs can help you get that dream started, or you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you out. Here's what you need to do. You need to go and visit the website. That's key. ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who work in the business. That means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to get a jump start on your new path. Once again, you got to go visit that website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC furnaces. Come on, read the fine print. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered. 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You can save up to $2,000. Fast installation, great same-day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. David, I just want to know who's held the longest. I don't have the time check remotely. Just I want to make sure we're fair about it. We going to Mark?
Yeah, let's go to Mark.
All right, Mark is going to lead off the 5 o'clock. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Mike, I appreciate you getting to me.
Of course.
You know,
What's
I
up?
think that the Detroit Lions are winning the Super Bowl. Penny does not speak for us. Like I think you have Amon-Ra who's going to reach another gear. I think you got Sam Laporta who's going to reach another gear. Aiden Hutchinson is going to reach another gear. And to be honest, Mike, I want to tell you about this. I need them to win the Super Bowl. I placed the parlay at the beginning of the year, January 2024. Boston Celtics to win the NBA Finals.
1.
Florida Panthers to win the Stanley Cup.
2, and
LA
I'm getting
Dodgers
excited.
to win the World Series.
Okay.
And the Detroit Lions to win the Super Bowl. It's $100 to win $108,000.
Let's roll.
Wow.
Listen, dude, I got news for you.
need-
I have no faith in the Yankees. I'm fine rooting for the Dodgers just so a guy I've never met can win $108,000. Mark, I'm down. Let's just if you get the Dodgers home and they offer you that cash out, dude, I'd
What would that
absolutely
cash out be like? 38, 40?
something
right
like
now,
that.
it's sitting at $2,000 on a $100 bet. Mike,
No.
it will pay for my student loans. It will pay for my MBA at Michigan State.
We got to get the Dodgers home before we do anything.
Yeah.
I know.
But I
know,
love it.
I know.
If that
I love
buyout
it.
gets
But
to
I-
38 to 40, you may have to take that buyout.
No, the whole idea. Listen, it's going to get the Dodgers home.
Yeah.
We're just going to root. We are rooting for our man Mark. I love it.
I like Mark.
No, Mark, you don't listen to this man. Put some steel in your spine.
I can't root for the Dodgers. But go ahead.
No one, man. To hell with you and the Braves. Mark, we're all Dodger fans. Go get this
You
done.
know what, Mark? Yeah.
And then I want you to call back if the Dodgers win the World Series. We're going to have a serious talk.
Call back on your brand new cell phone.
We're gonna make sure you get some bread off the table. I love it, dude.
I think if that cash out goes north of 15, 20, I gotta just in being a smart person. But the Lions, I need them. It's their year, dude. It is our year. I don't care about these other NFC teams. It's the Lions.
And listen, if the Dodgers look, you could even start playing around that if the Dodgers make it to the World Series, you can start getting money off the table that way, betting against them if you want. As long as the Lions look like they're going to be a playoff team. There are ways to do this, but look, first things first.
Yeah, you're right, because by the time the Dodgers win, the Lions will be about 7 games
and
in.
he's got, A, he only put $100 down, and B, he's got an amount of money that's possible at the end of the rainbow. You can begin doing some things. Now, listen, I don't want to freak Mark out. He's going to have to start getting bands of money together. He's going to have some uncomfortable moments. But
see, that's what I'm saying. If the Dodgers win, I got to think that, man, that buyout, maybe like 40,000. Yeah, you got to take that.
God, I don't even know.
And then you can just double down and bet the Lions and be stress-free because you at least got money in your pocket.
I don't even know Mark, and I'm rooting like hell for him.
This is Mark and his brand new vet calling the show.
I don't care. Mark, I hope Mark buys a villa. Make it happen.
Wow.
I love it. $100 and he wants to rock those student loans. Oh, I can get behind that. To hell with the Yankees. All right, let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Brian. It is good to hear from you again. What's going on?
Okay, good, because I was in a bad area. But, Mike, you speak of it every year. In the NFL, the defense, it flips like, wildfire. Mike, you can have the best turnover differential, and then it can be the worst. It could be at the top or the bottom. Well, same thing goes with the defense, Mike. And we got to all remember, this defense had a gift from God in the offseason, and that, like in Uncle Buck, they told Cam Sutton, get in your mouse car and get the hell out of here. And it's true, Mike, because Brad Holmes, he recognized Terry and Arnold. And just as Tom Hanks did, he said, I know you. And he got him passed away, brought him in, and now we got Terry and Arnold in replacement. And it was almost like it was meant to be, because Cam Sutton was probably the worst corner in the entire NFL. And we're going to get an instant injection of upgrade right there. And I just think
And Brian, one thing to note too that supports your point. I do think their pass rush will be upgraded. People don't realize, look, I know it's not the Danielle Hunter type guy we wanted, but DJ Reader's a disruptor in the middle. And when you put him next to Aleem McNeil and Aiden, if they get anything out of the Marcus Davenport, James Houston experience, it will be upgraded.
Well, listen,
and I believe they're going to get something.
But what I'll say, and where I agree with David, I'm going to flip it a little. We're missing that compliment to Aiden Hutchinson on the other side. However, what are they doing with quarterbacks right now? Protecting the hell out of them. So I don't really care to have a huge pass rush and go down to Dallas and then have some stupid flag ruin the whole Lions season in week 16 or whatever. I don't need that. So let's just be strong in the back end. We'll get the pick sixes going and hopefully have our own style of defense and brand that this team can.
Aaron Glenn, the reason, and Brian, I appreciate the call. I will tell you, the biggest thing, it's not necessarily sacking the quarterback. Get them off platform. Get them off their spot. Get their timing off. That's the best defense in the NFL now. Yes, of course you want sacks, but the pressure. But the biggest thing, and fans lose sight of it, it all works together. There is no such thing as an elite secondary that doesn't have a pass rush. And there is no such thing as a good secondary or a great D-line that has a terrible secondary. It has to work together. It's like basketball. All 5 defenders play on a string. You can't have a weak link if it's going to work. Line and front 7 has to support the back 4, and the back 4 have to support what's going on up front. And when it works together, which the Niners are famous for, when D'Amico Ryans was there, and even in Robert Saleh, and even now, we are going to rush 4, we're going to drop 7, our 4 are going to get home, our 7 are going to be responsible, and when it works together, we're going to put you to sleep. And I think Aaron Glenn's aggression is what has helped. It's what's supplemented the fact you don't have a great D-line. Now you've added people. And Aleem's in a contract year. You got to expect a big performance from him.
You do. You do, and then you hope that Reader can help you out later on in the year. I don't know if he's going to be that impact player right away. I don't even know if he's going to play.
I wouldn't even bother with him in the first 3-4 weeks.
No,
seriously.
No.
Let him get back.
I wanted to say it before you did, so it didn't look like I just stole what you said.
Okay, here, I'm making this up. Rico told me in the break he didn't want Reader to play in the first month. I stole Rico's.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring him back until, maybe after the bye week.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anth? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing in Vegas today?
Excellent, buddy. I'm looking forward to NFL football tonight. I don't have a bet on the game, but I just want to watch Chiefs-Ravens.
I'm right there with you, boys, honestly. And shout out to Mark, man. I hope that bet goes through for him. Maybe if he takes the cash out, he can help you guys with that gambler documentary you guys want to do.
We want to fund it. 6:30 a.m. Gambler. Who are you? Presented by Mark and his MBA from State.
Real quick, boys. I think that the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. And I'll say it with my chest. I'll say it with my legs. I'll say it with every part of my body. This team is coming for the league right now, and it's about time. It's been 60 years of hell, and finally we have a team that's competent all the way through. And my bold prediction really is the reason why I think they're going to win is because Jared Goff is going to be the MVP of the league, I think. And not only that, when they make it to the Super Bowl, he'll be the Super Bowl MVP too. Because it's all predicated on what he does. It's all predicated on what he does.
So
yes,
to build off what you're saying, I have the FanDuel MVP odds in front of me, presented by Rico Beard. So Goff is plus 2,500. But let's deconstruct this for a minute. All right, do we believe Tua is going to win MVP? No. Do we believe Dak? Well, no. I don't think any of us believe in the Cowboys.
See, we don't, Mike, but Dak finished second last year in MVP voting.
He's annoying. Aaron Rodgers, no to MVP. Excuse me. Apologies, guys.
See, I think Aaron Rodgers may, only because New York voting, people like New York people.
All right, I'll cut this portion short because him and I just disagree.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's like I got an almond stuck in my throat.
Thanksgiving.
Now you're trying to kill the man.
Thanksgiving. Oh, my goodness. Forget it. I was just building a case. I think a lot of these guys are stiffs, and Goff deserves to be better than plus 2,500. There aren't 11 quarterbacks in front of him. That was my main point. Maybe I got too in the weeds with individuals.
No. But I think outside of Detroit, I don't think people see it the same way.
So, you know what? To hell with them. Detroit versus everybody.
Oh.
To hell with those people.
Mike, DJ, and Trick. Okay.
That's the no-fly zone.
Yeah.
Please. Please. David, a couple of ticket texts if you'd be so kind.
Yeah, I can give you a couple ticket texts here. Some saying,
Thanksgiving.
In Valenti, we trust the Detroit Lions will be your Super Bowl champs. We'll see the haters on Woodward. That is Nick from East Point.
There is a great irony in a man you told to go back to New York for 20 years, leading the charge to glory. Now that's a movie.
Yeah, that is a movie. I
Thanksgiving.
think Mike needs to put the foam engine block on. Oh, yes.
If they win the Super Bowl, I'll wear it during the parade. On the float with Evan in the slot machine and the fish bowl of weed gummies. Done.
Well,
Sign me up.
Speaking of gummies, someone says, LOL, Lions Super Bowl. Mike, what kind of gummies are you on? I need some of those.
None, because you can't fly with the damn things.
Okay, if they win it all, will you get the tattoo then?
No, they're not my team. I'm not doing that. Okay. Listen, I told you, if you need me to walk my happy ass down there and place a sizable wager on them to win it, I'll do that for you, just to prove to you my resolve.
That's easy.
Okay, I'm not
I need ink.
No, I'm not some dirtbag on a NASCAR infield. That's not how this works.
And they spelled Lions wrong.
Right.
You sure you have no regrets? Not even one.
No regrets? It's my credo.
And then
Thanksgiving.
One more from Ray.
You know what? Get that as a tattoo. Thanksgiving.
I'll get a portrait of Caller Ed. Thanksgiving.
No need.
Go
Just
ahead,
read
David.
something. Just read something.
Okay. All right, listen. Football is back tonight, and I know these guys aren't wizards. They can't get you a TV tonight. But with the games happening, go to Paulson's if you're looking to upgrade your setup for football. Start with a Sony 98-inch 4K LED TV. It's so lifelike, you're going to think Aiden Childs is missing you with the pass. They also have, maybe the 98-inch wall TV is a little too much. How about a 65-inch 4K TV, $14.99? Oh, man. See all the other teams that run a functional offense, unlike Michigan State. Don't forget to make sure your experience is perfect by adding a speaker component or a sound bar. They got it all. It's Paulson's. They have in-home consultations. They'll work with you. And if you tell them I sent you, you're going to get the in-home consultation for free. You can hate my guts. I don't care. You can be like, I hate that Sparty POS. They'll be like, sweet, free consultation. Paulson's, your technology partner.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers battle the Padres tonight. Casey Mize heads to the mound as Detroit looks to salvage at least one game in the three-game set. First pitch at 8:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit now tied with the Red Sox at 70-70, sitting in the last wild card spot out currently in the AL. Lions defensive lineman DJ Reader was again limited in practice, but he was seen on the side getting in some work today. Linebacker Lawrence Strickland is the only player that did not appear on the field in Allen Park. He's dealing with a thumb injury. On the Rams side, corner Darius Williams heads to the IR with a hamstring. Williams is fresh off a 3-year deal with LA this offseason. Lions special teams coordinator David Phipp had some high praise for new kicker Jake Bates. '49ers running back Christian McCaffrey was limited in practice today. The team's still not concerned that he will miss the opener on Monday. The two-time defending champion Kansas City Chiefs open up their season against the Baltimore Ravens tonight. Detroit product and Michigan grad Josh Ross has been elevated to the active roster at the last moment here. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
And the John Jansen Weight Loss Club. It is Ideal You. Look, John always references a story where I think his kid sent him a picture, and he's like, who the hell's Jabba the Hutt? And he's like, oh, wait, that's me. So the whole point is John goes, I got to get control of this. I got to drop some LBs. He lost 63 pounds. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. And the bottom line is it worked for John. And they will put you on the same plan as John. They will give you the free consultation right now at idealu.us. They will support you. They will provide you with a plan, and they will keep you accountable to it. So if you want to weigh less and you want to book that free consultation right now, you do it at idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, tomorrow it is the first Football Friday officially of the season. TJ Lang will join us tomorrow, 3:30. We have the picks. We've got the prop bet casino. We have Who Said It. Derek Stevens will join us. You know the drill. And we're going to have a good time because we also, look, there'll be a little duality tomorrow. Michigan and Texas, got to talk about it. It's shocking to see Michigan as a 7.5-point underdog at home. It's only happened 5 times in the last 30 years. What does it mean? And unpacking it and trying to figure it all out to a much lesser extent. Like, what the hell? Is Michigan State just going to go get dump trucked? I don't know. And then the Lions. I mean, you're playing the Rams on Sunday Night Football. It's as juicy as it gets to kick off the season. So join us at 2 o'clock. Also tomorrow, first edition of the Kickoff Show with Boomer and myself. That'll be out. 5-Star Zone. I know Rico cut a new episode of that. That's out. Cash the Ticket college episode, your picks for Chiefs and Ravens. That's out. And we'll get that NFL episode to you tomorrow bright and early. Don't you worry. I'll be here with the 6:30 a.m. Gamblers Club, except I'll be working and they'll be face down at a roulette wheel.
Should we have one join you for Cash the Ticket tomorrow?
Dude,
we have an extra headset.
And the podcast, you don't get in trouble for cussing.
So we could start the interview process there.
Oh boy, we could start the docu-series on how did you arrive at this point in your life? Azubaz. Thanksgiving. Okay, David, a few ticket texts, and then Rieger and Woj?
Yes. They are coming up next, getting themselves settled in the studio. Let me read this one, because this one I think a lot of Lions fans deal with this. Mike, Rico, after being a Lions fan for 30 years, well, he's 32, he says, I am worried now that we made it to the NFC Championship. We are going to go 10-7 and get bounced in the first round. It's just the Lions I know.
Well, then it's a complete failure, and anger takes over. Rage. You can't do that to yourself. Look, I know my football team sucks now. The bottom line is there was a time where MSU was never good consistently or good, period, in my adult life. But then you get good. And the expectations that come with it, you just got to roll with it. You go into every season once State got good. It's win the Big Ten or bust.
Yeah.
It's get to a Rose Bowl. It's get to the playoff. And yes, that all ended. But the point is you have to embrace it. It can't be, I remember the shoulder pad game in 90 against Notre Dame. You can't do that to yourself. Come on, man.
No, but it is that.
Thanks.
Because everybody keeps saying it's your team. You don't want to accept the responsibility because really, no. It's the fear of failure that I knew it. It was too good to be true. You got to embrace it. You do.
I'll do it for all of Detroit. I got you covered.
Hi, guys.
What's up, buddy?
How's Vegas? What have we already gambled on? Come on. Let me know.
Slots?
Slots?
No.
Well, I know Evan was probably doing the slots
Evan
yesterday.
does the slots. I haven't bet a thing. I'll bet. I like tomorrow night's games way better. I got a bet for BYU and SMU, and then I'll have a bet on the Packer game. So I have nothing tonight, guys. I'm just watching as a football fan tonight.
I'm just talking about tables, though. Like you guys were
No,
up
I
at
haven't
3
touched
in the
it.
morning hitting the blackjack or poker?
No, because unlike when you come out here as a complete drunk degenerate,
Oh, yeah, that's my
I'm
fault.
working.
Well, Mike, I mean, I have an excuse. I'm getting away from the family. It's my couple days to get hammered.
I know. You have to live the life you truly wanted to live. I understand. But for me, I'm
being Nick Cage from Leaving Las Vegas.
That's exactly right. No, Reeks, there's no time. Okay, this morning, I'm up at 6 a.m. I'm down here at 7 recording the pod, and then we're doing the show. Tomorrow I got the Boomer show to pod and the regular show. Where is this space exactly for me to turn into Rieger betting on St. Peter's?
Okay, so that was a good bet. I won money on that one.
The 6:30 a.m. guy, was he drinking coffee or booze? I wasn't clear on that.
No, I was in a
Neither?
plastic cup and had a lime in it. I'm guessing that wasn't coffee.
That is the life right there. Do you think he's happy, or do you think he's depressed? Like, what do we?
I
think
don't know,
about
but
the 6:30
I
game?
really think. Look, if we can somehow fund a scumbag Connor Stallions documentary, how couldn't we fund? Who are you and how did you end up here?
I actually like that.
A gambling
I agree
series.
I like that a lot.
It would be amazing.
But no, I hear you telling us that Evan is working the slot machines. Is Evan a hidden 79-year-old woman, basically?
Like Evan's like Jim Leland.
Yes.
He is, right?
Yes. Bob, the only comparison is him looking at that slot machine is like you looking at an unopened bottle of Hendrix.
Oh.
It's just there's like an adoration for its existence.
I do love him, Bob. I already did suggest that we go to sleep at 8 o'clock tonight. So, yes, I might be a 79-year-old woman.
He is. Do they get Law and Order at your hotel?
Yeah. Dun dun.
It's on repeat.
So I was talking about Matlock with other elderly people at the casino. I love it.
Oh, did you get 3 of the number 7s yet?
Did you get those wilds?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I sit down and I play Keno for 2.5 hours.
Okay,
so
what's
did
coming
you figure
up next?
out? Well, we're going to talk football too. The NFL is starting tonight,
and the Lions are winning the Super Bowl.
Wait, now is that what
I
you
heard,
said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? And me and Rieger were talking about this. And the biggest reason, you know what? My biggest reason is that I cannot pull the trigger on saying the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. I have one major reason.
And I get a reason too.
And mine is better than Rieger's. And it's not
I'm
like,
quite sure about that.
I'm afraid of an injury. That's not it at
true.
all.
Yeah, the injuries are not acceptable
My
in this
biggest
conversation.
reason is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
You're not supposed to give it away now.
Oh.
Don't worry. You'll have a chance to give it away next. You'll be just fine.
Rieger will give
with you
his
guys
away
tomorrow.
next. All right.
We've got a football Friday tomorrow.
Go throw some bones.
Can you send a pic of the 6:30 a.m. gambling dude?
I'm not going to disrespect another human being with a picture. I mean, I can talk about it when
You
they
don't know him. Take the picture.
I'll take one for you, Jeff. I'll send
I
it.
just want to judge for myself
Hey,
if he's happy or sad.
I got you.
Listen,
Thank
we
you.
start
Thank you,
recording
man.
at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
so
We wanna
I'm sure
see.
we'll find a couple of lucky people that Evan will interview tomorrow. We got you covered.
Good.
Night, guys.
It is a different subset of humans out there, no doubt about it.
Oh, big time. All right.
Enjoy.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at
Woo!
2. We got you covered for Football Friday, 97.1.